I'm here in spirit 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯��� raccoon.
Hey, cutie pies. Welcome in and welcome back. Are you guys ready for an evening of... stories and pals! Stories and pals! Pals and stories! Stories and pals! Thank you, Dustin. Thank you, Nix. Thank you guys for the pal attack. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, more pals. Oh my God! I caught 100 of them. One landed on my head. Thank you. Oh, the dog is excited as well, apparently. Sorry. Okay, can we count that one? Does that count as well? I hope that one counts. Okay, Coda says hi. He missed you guys. He's like, wow, this time yesterday I was involved and now I'm not. I almost caught the bright blue one. Coda. Thank you guys so much for the... Oh, another pal attack. Thank you, Ragnar. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. He is going mad right now. I think it's because Nath just got home from his walk. All right. Well, I'm waiting for more pal attacks, and I'm also waiting for... Hold on one second. We missed you too, Coda, don't worry. Lovely Velvet! Hi, sweetheart. Thank you for the head pat. How are you doing? Thank you. Oh, so many things! Thank you for the pal attack as well, Cutie King. Let me go through and say... Oh my God. Hold on a second. Sorry, guys. Oh my goodness. Holy. One second. I'm gonna close the door real quick. He's being absolutely insane right now. I do think it's because Nathan's coming up, but that'll be a little bit better at least. Oh yeah, that is like measurably better. You'll still hear him, but at least it's not like in your ear. Sorry about that. Thank you guys so much for the pal attacks. We have to start with a little bit of scuff. You know, we have to remind you who the real star of the show is. We have Coda. Yes, he is the star of the show. No, he doesn't say stuff too much, except for when I'm trying to talk. But precious pals, thank you so much for the pal attack. Excellent, Electro. Welcome in, sweetheart. Thank you for the 100 biddies. Ooh, piece of candy. Thank you, thank you. Give the baby kisses. It's barking for attention. No, he is barking because Nathan's coming home. Don't worry, he gets lots of attention. Nathan and I spent about an hour and a half outside with him today, just today, excluding yesterday. We were with him for 4 hours outside and playing with him and stuff. And he got to play with his herding egg. It was very cute. He's very good with it. Very, very, very stylish. But he actually doesn't want you to pet him when he's having a bark session. He doesn't like it. He's like, excuse me? I'm trying to tell you that someone is outside. Stop touching me. But thank you so much for the pal attacks. Cutie Cat, 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂, yours Dustin, Cutie Cat, Sweetest Shadow, Exceptional X, Valiant Vash, Beautiful Bublin, Lovely Lyra, Radical Ragna again, Wonderful Lyra, Cutie King, Amazing Aspen, and Dearest Doc. Yes. Oh, and Lovely Love. Thank you so much. Ooh, I've been spoiled for pal attacks today. And thank you again, Beautiful Bublin, for my cute little pal hat. Also, let me scroll up and say hi to everyone real quick. So for those of you who want to know what is going on today, before I catch up with chat, as I usually do, we are doing a storytelling stream, which means, no, I am not telling the story. I'm not a good storyteller. I am good at telling your stories. So that's what we're going to do today. That's how our storytelling streams work. You guys have had, what, 3 weeks, I think, to submit your writing, prose, lyrics, novels, short stories, etc., into the writing channel of our Discord. Now, there are rules around that, but I'm not going to readdress them because they should be all approved by now. If they are good to go, I'm going to be looking for a little check mark or a thumbs up or something that is made by either Sedu, Red, or Strat, my mods, who will let me know if they are approved to read, okay? And we are going to just go down the list from the top. If the person who wrote it is here and there is an opportunity to voice act, they can choose whether I'm voice acting or not, like if there's dialogue or something. If it's just, you know, general writing, I will probably just do narration. But if that person is here, they will get to pick. If they are not here, I will let the community decide whether I'm voice acting or just doing some narration. And yeah, that's honestly the next like 6 or 7 hours. So I'm very, very excited. I hope you guys will have a wonderful time with me. I'm always having a wonderful time with you, but this is one of my favorite streams. It's super chill. It's the perfect stream for you guys to kick back, relax, close your eyes. Great one to lurk for because there's nothing on screen. There's no visuals. We're not drawing. We're not playing games. We're just reading. And the coolest thing is that I have a book. I have a book that I appear to read from. So if you want to watch me read, you can do that, but it's not going to be the most entertaining thing. But hopefully listening to it will be. So, Sweetest Star Jeffrey, welcome in, sweetheart. Thank you for coming in. How are you doing? And Awesome Aussie, you as well. Thank you for coming in. Sweetest Strat, thank you for coming in. How are you doing? Cutie Cat, how are you? And 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂, how are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Sweetest Shadow, hello. How are you? It's so good to see you as well. How's everybody doing today? Amazing Aspen, welcome in, welcome in. Exceptional Electro, hi, honey bun. How are you doing? It's so good to see you again. Thank you for returning to us. I hope you will enjoy your second stream with us. Let's see. Oh, you reached a 5-streak Gabadaza! Star, thank you so much for the 5-stream streak. I appreciate it. That's amazing. Thank you, lovely. Absolutely incredible. Thank you for your dedication. And hello there, Radical Ram. Welcome in. How are you doing? I hope you're doing incredibly well, darling. Let's see who else. Lovely Lyra, you're here for the storytelling stream after all. Let's go. Welcome in, sweetheart. Thank you so much for being here. Does that mean that we are catching you before or after your intended engagement? Hi there, Cutie King. How are you? I am doing well. I'm still not sleeping great, but that's okay. I still tried. And now I'm here with you guys, and if I need a pick-me-up, I have my Chuckies. I have my caffeinated Chuckies. Cutie King, thank you for the care package. I actually didn't do that because I was busy getting stuff arranged, but thank you. I thought it was a daily stream thing, but apparently not. I had a 215 watch streak yesterday, and now it's 217. Aw, man, I was hoping it would be daily because now there's gonna be people who didn't get to make it to the hiking stream who will have lost their streak. I'm sorry. Let's see. Red! Hi, Radical Red. Welcome in, sweetheart. How are you? Thank you for contributing to the D&D one-shot challenge. I appreciate you. And Lolbit. Hello, lovely Lolbit. How are you doing? Twice in one day. You caught the early morning stream. Amazing. Welcome in, sweetheart. I hope you're doing incredibly well. Everything going okay for you, I hope? Let's see. Axe! Exceptional Axe, welcome in! Sweetheart, thank you so very much for the resub. I cannot believe that you've been around in my life for 6 months. That's crazy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Or 4 months? 4 months. Subscribe for 6. I don't know how to read these things. Thank you so much, honey. Here in spirit? Oh, that's perfectly reasonable. I accept your spirit as tribute. I'll take that, thanks. Thank you so much, Cutie X. Thank you so much for your generosity, your support, your kindness. Thank you, lovely. Thank you. I hope that Japan was wonderful. I hope it was amazing. And Cutie Katta! Hi, sweetheart. Thank you so much for the 15 stream streak. Sorry, 11. 15 stream streak. Thank you so much, darling. Appreciate it. And sweetest Solar! Crawls and flops on floor. I'm here. Oh no, honey. Did you have a long day, sweetheart? I'm so sorry. And Cutie King, thank you so much for the 10 stream streak. Nate brought me a pie. Leave it, that's not for you, Bubby. Give me just a second.
Click the buttons. Click, click, click the buttons. Click, 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 click.
Okay, I'm gonna eat a pie. Thank you for my clicky song, Cutie King. I appreciate you. Let's see. Throws invisible pals at Tal. Got it. I caught every single one. Did you see? Whoa! A beautiful goblin! What the hell? 345 streams. 345? That's crazy! I found 345 crates of corn! Corn for all the pals! You're the best. You're the best pal to the other pals, beautiful Bublin. That is so generous of you. 345 crates of corn. That might keep everyone fed for like a week. Thank you so much, though, sweetheart. I really appreciate it. That's amazing. 345 streams. That's bananas. Thank you so much for that dedication, Bublin. That's absolutely incredible. Let's see. Scroll, 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 scroll. Aspen! Hi, cutie, Aspen! These for you. Yee! Throat? What was that? Yay! Thank you for the uppies, Aspen. I am doing well. I'm just a little tired, but I'm good. Hello, Radical Ragna. Welcome in. I'm doing well. I am doing well. It's so good to be here with you guys, though. And yes, Coda is here. He is here. Nick Spatoslash Jam Slice. How are you? It's so good to see you. Missed you too, Coda. Yeah, he's been really missing you, X. He'll never bark again now that you're back. That is what he told me anyway. We'll see if he's being honest. I'm ready for this, but also not ready. No, this will be fun. And oh, by the way, if anyone has like cold feet about a story they've shared, if you want to go in and delete it, you can. But if you don't want to delete it, I will read it. You just have to, yeah. That's probably gonna be the only way for you to get across to me that you don't want me to read the thing that you posted is if you go delete it. Electro, thank you for contributing to the D&D one-shot challenge, hon. I appreciate it. And Jet, welcome in. How are you? Waiting for the cake layer to bake. How long does the cake have to bake? Little bit. Hug
Hugs for cutie cat. Hugs for cutie cat.
Coda's vocal today. Yeah, he saw Nath walking up the street from like the end of the block, so he was like ballistic. I asked Nath about it just now, and he was like, yeah, he saw me. He saw me. I guess Tao gonna have to cancel stream and go play with Coda all day. That's right. Sorry, guys. I'm very sorry about this. Bye. Just kidding. Lovely love. Thank you so much for the uppies. Yee, good laugh. Let's see. And Jimmy, thank you so much for the 30 stream streak as well. That is incredible. Thank you for the incredible dedication. Twitch tried lying to me, saying that my streak was going to break. What would I have done if it broke? I guess we'll never know. Sneaky, I see you. Apparently you can just watch clips from the last stream and it counts as a watch streak. I heard somewhere. Tao is the star of the show. No, it's okay, Bufflin. I'm happy to share the spotlight with the true star of the show. The dog, my Bubba-Doo. Cutie Cata, thank you for contributing to the community game night challenge. I appreciate it. Let's see.
Before I forget, I have been here for so long, and I can't find my way out. Like an IKEA. But I like it here. I love it here. It's amazing.
Aww, dearest Dustin, that's so sweet. Lizard. Fuck. Dustin, thank you so very much for the resub, darling.
Hello,
30 months is insane. That is insane. We are so happy to have had you for so long, though, darling. Thank you so much. I like it here. I love it here. It's amazing. We are so happy to have you. You are amazing. We like you. We love you. Thank you so much for being here, sweetheart. Thank you so much for such extensive dedication as well. Storm, thank you for the lizard. And Aberration, hello, motherfucker. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Dearest Will, welcome in, wonderful Will. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Welcome in, welcome in. Doggo, I need my 10 minutes for myself. It's hard being a dog in this economy. Yeah, it's real hard to be him. He doesn't get everything he wants all the time. So put him on. The attacks. The attacks. I'm gonna see if this pie is eatable. That's good. Confirmed. Yo. Aussies just do pies different. So good. Sorry. I need to open the tomato sauce. I'm a baby who doesn't like to eat pies without tomato sauce. Don't freak out, Americans. When I say pies, these are savory pies. They are not, I'm not putting tomato sauce or ketchup on apple pie. Hold on. We preach the mods. We do. Thank you, mods. Mine is approved. I checkmarked it myself. Perfect, Orca. That's all we needed. General writing. Very good, Lyra. Very good. How is it haunting? How's Koba doing? He's good. Sorry, I'm an animal. See him? The ears? Proof I'm an animal, which means I get to eat like a little slob. Oh, I missed Obbies! I'm so sorry, Ozzy. Let me put my pie down. Hold on. I must give uppies. Uppies for Ozzy? Yee! Good, Ozzy. Sorry, sweetheart. And Matthew! Hi, Magnificent Matthew. Welcome in. Getting out of bed is difficult. Cutie Cata. Is it or is it not a Saturday? I just looked at my watch. Looks like you deserve to be in bed as long as you want. Oh, amazing. Let's go. 7:15 p.m. and it also still Friday. That's crazy. Time zones are crazy, man. I can't keep up. Second stream, and not gonna lie, the chaos stayed the same. I'm positively surprised. Oh, you're positively surprised? I'm so happy to hear that. Yes. We love some cozy chaos here. I am not very, it's not that I'm not organized. I just, really like pie. God, woman, you need to breathe? It's okay. My lung capacity is in the 98th percentile. It's fine. That's a true story. That is a true story, despite the fact that I almost died when I was a baby from not being able to breathe. From living in the mountains for so long, my lung capacity is in 98th percentile. Pretty good. I cannot stay here and chat. Oh, good, magnificent Matthew. Thank you so much for dropping in, though, sweetheart. We appreciate you coming in and just saying, hey. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. We'll see you later, okay? I'm glad you're doing well, Radical Red. Excellent. I did watch the VOD for the art stream, and it did work. Oh, amazing. My streak is still good at 51. Yes, amazing. Okay, great. I'm so happy to hear that. So happy to hear that. You've just been mostly ill, Solar. Oh no, sweetheart. Do you need to go and rest or sleep or something? No clue how, but I baked the cake into a perfect way, but I forgot the eggs mix. I need more caffeine. I don't know if you need more caffeine a little bit. You've been consuming a lot of caffeine, haven't you? Sorry, I read Lav's message. I just woke up, so my PMU is chocolate bullets, and I was like, what is a PMU? Pick me up. Pick me up. Got it. From what I remember, after an hour, it counts as a new stream, and the streak can advance again. Oh, okay, interesting. So like if you were to stream from like 11 to noon, and then you stopped for an hour, and then you came back at like 2 o'clock, or something like that. Stop for a couple hours. Then that would count as two stream for that day? Interesting.
I'll just pass by, say hi, and go to sleep. Have a great stream, you all, and happy time zone, everyone. TauTass Pat, TauTass Pat, TauTass Pat.
Thank you so much, sweetheart. Thank you so very much for the 22 months. I appreciate it. That's amazing. Thank you so much, sweetie. Thank you for dropping in to say hi. I really do appreciate it. I hope that your work and life has been going well. We've missed you tons, but we're so happy to see you here, and thank you so much for the incredible support and generosity, lovely. Happy time zone to you. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for coming in, and thank you so much for the resub. Thank you, Razor. You are so sweet. Thank you, lovely. Let's see. I am in pain. No, you had a small accident with the horse. Uh-oh, Aspen, what happened? I have a lot of experience with being injured by horses. What happened? Cutie King, thank you for contributing to the D&D one shot. There are crumbs everywhere. If you have cold feet, then wear some socks and warm them up. Very good, Electro. Very good. How's Coda doing? He is good. After we washed him yesterday, I was pulling hair out of him because he's just shedding like a bitch because we're going into summertime, so his coat is just, Nate calls it molting, and I think that's actually an appropriate term. It's like a lizard shedding its skin. But yeah, he's good. He's very good. He's much better now because he has gotten to see his father. I got something to say to Coda. Woof, woof. Coda looks at me and goes, what the fuck? Oh, you don't know what it means? You just heard it somewhere? You can't just say things from another language and not know what they mean. Dearest Dustin, thank you once again so very much for your extremely kind and generous and dedicated subby. I really appreciate it. Thomas, thank you so much for contributing to the D&D one shot. And welcome in. How are you doing as well? Radical Radish, how are you doing? Welcome in. Sweetest, thank you so much for the lurk, gorgeous girl. I hope you're doing very well. That cake turned more into a brownie, but I can work with that. I love a good brownie though. Is it like very fudgy? While I listen, I am battling and reorganizing my desk space. I may not be responsive. That is totally fair, Storm. No worries. This is not a particularly interactive stream. You can see I have a little sign up here. I'll interact with you guys between readings. I probably unless there's like a sub or a raid or something like that, something that makes like substantial sound and needs to be acknowledged like at that point, I will probably not be stopping the whatever we're currently reading to reply to stuff. So if you want me to see something, make sure that you like message after each tale, okay? Each tale. What do you mean ketchup on cherry pie goes hard? Wait, does it really? Ketchup on cherry pie. You know, I would try that. I don't know. I would try that for you, Electra. I would try that for you. Let me also slap some pineapple on my rice and drink my pilk. Okay, pineapple on rice, it's fucking slaps. I will not hear anything else. Oh. Oh my God, the crumbs are everywhere. Bro. Why do you have to have flaky crust? Delicious flaky crust. Good news is now I don't have to eat during our stream. Solar, thank you for the lurk, hun. I'm here, but my mind is definitely not. That is so fair, sweet Solar. Please, please, please take care of yourself, okay? Starting to feel less excited, but also nervous about my stuff being read and just feeling fully excited. Oh, good. I thought you were saying that you were starting to feel less excited, but more nervous, but no, you're saying that you're just feeling fully excited. Yes, please feel fully excited. I'm so excited to read your guys' amazing stories. This is one of my favorite streams because we get to get sucked into the theater of the mind. I still need to find a secret of a good homemade meat pie. Last time I tried, I made the crust soggy. No, I'm sorry, hun. I do, at some point, I want to make like a chicken pot pie from scratch. I have no idea how to go about that though, and I reckon it'll be very time consuming. I already slept 4 hours after leaving work early. Just sore and heavy body. Sweet Solar, do you have the flu maybe? Sweetest Shredder, welcome in. How are ya? Good morning to you. Have fun with story time today. Thank you so much, sweetheart. If you're able to come on in, we would love that. Please don't, don't feel obligated or anything. But we're very happy to see you, sweet Shredder. I'm gonna send you a list of the stories in order. Some were sent in parts. Oh, that's perfect, Strap. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That's amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much. What do I do without you? Thank you. Let's see. Remember to clean under your desks, people. I may need to put up a biohazard sign for the amount of stuff I have to vacuum. No! That's bad. Luckily, the underside of my desk is super clean right now because I literally just got the desk you guys very kindly funded. Thank you for my new standing desk. And so I vacuumed the shit out of this entire room. And it wasn't that bad anyway, because we have wood floors and then I have like a rug in here, but it's like a short rug. So everything was pretty easy to vacuum. But yeah, I can imagine if you hadn't vacuumed under there for a while, it'd be a bit of a mess. Sweetest Solar, thank you for contributing to the D&D one-shot. I read it was half an hour between streams, changing the stream or considering it a new one. Oh, interesting. Oh, that still makes me sad because that means there's probably a lot of people who still lost their streaks yesterday. She was in a bit of a mood yesterday. I was brushing at her tail and she decided it'd be a great idea to turn towards the side I was standing on and kick. So I now have a nasty bruise on my leg. Ouch. Oh, I am so sorry, Aspen. Is this a horse you typically ride? Was there anything that could have spooked her, or did she have a bite or anything? Like a horsefly bite or anything like that? Tastes great. The dark chocolate frosting will hide mistakes, and I may have made more coffee. That sounds amazing though, a little bit. Have you put coffee into your brownies? That sounds pretty good too. Hi, sweetest Salu. How are you, sweetheart? It's great to see you. Welcome, welcome. Is the acidic sweetness of ketchup with the overwhelmingly sugary taste? That's what I'm wondering. I cannot imagine. Oh, it does not go hard. It's sarcasm. Okay, never mind. Do not, I repeat, do not put ketchup on cherry pie. That one is cursed. The pineapple rice is actually nice. Okay, good. As long as I have your confession that pineapple rice is nice, that's what matters. Remember, Tau, rise equals rise for my story. I will try to recall. Thank you for pinning that, by the way, Sweet Strat. Appreciate ya. Sweetest Saturday, thank you for contributing to the D&D one-shot. And sweetest Saint Saturnus, thank you so much for contributing to the D&D one-shot as well. And welcome in. How are you doing, sweetheart? It's great to see you. I finished the story mode of LEGO Marvel Superheroes 2. Now I just have the bonus levels and open world challenges, puzzles, and side quests. Ooh, that's fun. Very good. Well done, Jimmy. Claps all around, snaps all around for you. Well done, well done. I add some to enhance the chocolate. Oh, that sounds so good. That sounds so good. Nothing that we know of. That's really odd. Make sure that when you're when you're brushing the horse or doing anything around the horse, you probably already know this, but stand literally as close to the horse as possible and as far past their mobile joints as possible, so they will have a much tougher time of kicking you. But that is a nasty bruise. I can see it in my mind's eye. I got kicked in the stomach. It was like the very tail end of the hoof, otherwise I'd be dead. I would have ruptured every single organ in my body. But it was like the tip of the hoof, boom, right underneath my rib. And that bruise did not go away for like 4 weeks. That was when I was a teenager too, so I was healing fast, and I was like, wow, this is unsightly. I'm good, working on a horror novella for the season. Oh, Saturnus, that sounds amazing. Oh my gosh, I wish that you could have submitted it to our community storytelling stream for today, because I would love to have read that. That sounds so cool. Sweetest Sir Jesse, welcome in. How are you? It's so good to see you. Thank you for contributing to the D&D one-shot challenge. Coffee and chocolate play super nice with each other. They definitely do. Put a bit of instant coffee or coffee extract into something you bake with chocolate. It's good. Yeah, no, I like to put coffee into things, but I don't know how to make coffee, so I have to use the instant stuff. Unless I'm like, hey Nate, I'm gonna make a coffee cake and I'm gonna put coffee in the coffee cake. Can you make me extra coffee this morning when you make your coffee? You make rice pudding and some pineapple sauce with some mango chunks. You got a really good treat. That sounds really refreshing, actually, Electra. Sounds good for a summer's day. I'm on draw while I listen to you. Sounds amazing, sweet Sadie. Thank you so much. Tau, the open world section has like 50 things, and there's 7 areas, including an underwater city. Wow, that's all right. You may be at it for hours, but you'll have a good time with it, Jimmy. No, it's not fun. But yeah, no, I'm recovered. I'm recovered from that now. But like, I'm concerned about you. Yeah, that sounds painful. Please just keep an eye on it, because you want to make sure that it's not made like a deep tissue rupture or something like that. Funnily enough, we were saying how it could have been worse, and I mentioned being kicked in the stomach. Yeah. Yup. Yeah, that'll do it. I could have submitted one of my horror short stories, but I know this stream, had I known this stream was happening, but this novella I just started working on. Fair enough, lovely Saint Saturnus. Fair enough, all good. Well, if we catch up with all of these submissions that have been submitted over the last several weeks, by the end, we will start seeing, what else we can fit in there. Snickerdoodles and coffee also go very good together. Very fall and festive. Absolutely lovely little bit. You're so right. That's what I did with the snickerdoodles. I gave them to Nathan. He's like, oh, I want this with my coffee in the morning. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. Cutie Kappa! Ooh, what arrived yesterday? I will post an IRL pics. Let me have a look. Let's see. That's so cool. You got the oh my god, I'm so happy that he was able to send you one of the rub against the phone, open the Twitch thing. That's so cool, and I love all the cards and stuff. That's sick. Congratulations, hon. I'm so glad you got them. Coffee cake. Just make some tiramisu. I do love tiramisu. Is my favorite dessert. It is my favorite dessert, bar none. Delicious. Dearest Doc, thank you for the lurk, hon. I appreciate you. Thank you. Celestara, how are you, sweetheart? It's great to see you. Welcome. All right, you guys. Well, it looks like I have successfully caught up with everybody. So we're going to change the mood a little bit here. I might actually... We'll have to see if this fits the vibes, but I There we go. We have dimmed the lights already, as you can see. Please sit back, relax, and let me go see what Strat has said here. He's ordered stuff for me, which is super helpful. Okay, we got the first post from Aspen. Let's start with that. 1 second, we're gonna go. So I'm scrolling all the way up, yeah, Strat? Let me see. Oh, wait, okay, now I'm confused. Hold on. Sorry, now I'm confused. Let me see. Will you tell yourself your standee on my desk to stop trying to jump off and attack the vacuum? Oh, but it's so tempting. It's so tempting. David and Goliath, you know? But stop that, me. Stop that. Tiramisu, carrot cake and some cherry pie. Ooh, tiramisu, carrot cake and some cherry pie. I think I couldn't handle that much sugar, but all of those things sound really good. I don't know how I feel about cherry pie. I love cherries, but I don't know if I like cherry pie. I wondered if I should have submitted a spooky story, but while not involving Halloween, it does fit the time of year. Yeah, no, that's fair. It's kind of iffy because like spooky, totally cool. But of course, we don't want to do anything that's like triggering or like actively terrifying because our community isn't really like that. But you probably could have, because I think most of the stuff you do is not like gruesome or anything, is it, lovely Lyra? Can we turn it down a bit? Of course. Let's put it there. Thank you for asking, lovely Nix. Thank you for letting me know. I linked the stuff. Oh, you linked the stuff. Oh, okay. You'll be updating as we go. Okay, well, because, let me see. The first post from Aspen. Okay, is an SCP, is that right, Strat? Because that's the one that's come through. So we'll start with SCP-085. Thank you for that, Strat. Thank you. Appreciate you. I'm a confused little goose. Is it the syrupy texture or super sweetness of cherry pie you don't like? It's the super sweetness. It's so sweet always. It is an SCP. Awesome. Excellent. I will also be accepting any criticism on my story if you have any. I was actually going to say, you guys, regardless of how you feel about a story, unless it is something that is making you like actively uncomfortable, as in like triggering something, please don't give critiques unless someone asks for it, like Lav just has. This is meant to be a cozy, safe space to share people's writing, hear how it sounds when read aloud, stuff like that. If they are not explicitly asking for critique, please don't be like, oh, that could have been written better. Oh, you know, that was bad dialogue. Stuff like that. Don't do that. Okay. Unless they're asking, which Lav is. So, golden. Let's see. Are the SCP from me? I thought they were Nick's. I was glancing over there and it looked like Nick submitted the first SCPs. No, is that not accurate? Oh, it is from Nick's. Okay, cool. Yeah, awesome. Okay, perfect. I've done a few horror stories that are pretty gruesome, but or at least implied gruesomeness, but I generally keep it tame and don't mind tailoring stuff to an audience. Okay, fair enough. Well, we love your writing, so I'm really glad that you've submitted what you have, and yeah, if it works out, then perhaps we will read some more. All right, let's see. It's a tiny cut, so it's okay. Okay, good. I'm happy to hear that, Lav. Good. Will Tao be reading a lot of stories today? I sure will, 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯. I sure will. All right. Let's open up our SCP book, shall we? 1 second. All right. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna move this over here. If it would kindly go over there. Awesome. And there we go. Okay. Okay, for absolutely no reason, I ask this question. Eldritch or Fae? Fae! Fae. Only reason I'm accepting criticism is because I was 15 when I wrote it and have matured since. That is very fair, Lav. No BGM? Do you guys not hear the... Wait, did I turn it down too much? Do you guys not hear the music? Because Nick's definitely heard it. Did I turn it down too much, though? That's possible. That's possible. Maybe just a little too much. All right, I'll turn that back up a little bit. Here we go. Is that better? I hear it, but it is pretty quiet. Too soft, I guess. Okay, fair enough. All good. Perfect. Great. Awesome. Okay, let's begin our reading. That's perfect. 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 Thank you, guys. All right. SCP-085. Object class safe. Special containment procedures. Let's get this closer. SCP-085 is to be contained in a single chalk white bond drawing pad in a secure containment facility. Supervised contact with SCP-085 is unrestricted to all personnel with Level 2 access. All personnel coming into contact with SCP-085 are subject to searches and random psych analysis upon entering or leaving the containment area. Absolutely no paper or canvas media are allowed to exit SCP-085's containment room. Any paper trash must be disposed of by incineration after careful inspection. Paper and art supplies are to be brought in only by authorized personnel. In case of fire, flames are smothered using a rapid atmospheric replacement and CO2 dumping system. Personnel are advised to quickly secure an oxygen mask and tank from the wall at the first sign of smoke or fire to prevent asphyxiation, as this procedure cannot be halted until all fires are suppressed. Description. SCP-085 is the result of an experiment conducted between SCP-067 and SCP-914. Using SCP-067, test subject 1101F drew a single female figure, about 15 centimeters, 6 inches, in height, and 3.8 centimeters, 1.5 inches, wide, in summer dress with long hair pulled back into a ponytail. Whoa. Sorry. With the name Cassandra written underneath. Dr. Expunged proposed using SCP-914 on various settings on images created by SCP-067 using the fine setting. The Cassandra sketch was transmuted into her present form, a sentient black and white animated young woman drawn in clean strokes. Further attempts to duplicate this result have been unsuccessful. SCP-085 prefers to be called Cassie. She is completely sentient, and as of redacted date, aware of her 2D form and her limitations in a three-dimensional world. Although her voice is inaudible, she has learned to communicate with the SCP Foundation personnel through sign language and writing. SCP-085 may be communicated with by writing text on the paper she exists on. Personnel report that she is amicable and motivated, albeit lonely. SCP-085 can interact with any drawn object on the same page as if it were real. For example, she is able to wear drawn clothing, drive sketched cars, and drink painted beverages. Except for animals and people, any drawn object becomes animated when in contact with SCP-085, but immediately ceases and holds position once out of contact. Artwork initially depicted as in motion, such as ocean waves or swaying trees, animate to an equilibrium state and stay at rest until acted upon by SCP-085. SCP-085 has also demonstrated the ability to transfer one sheet of or image to another, as long as the two are flush. In the event of SCP-085 entering a picture that does not support drawn objects, such as a repeating pattern, the picture is converted to a background image. SCP-085 perceives the picture as an endless plane of the image drawn upon it. At the present time, SCP-085 can only exist upon paper or canvas surfaces. SCP-085 cannot transfer onto photos, cardboard, glass, or parchment. When entering other pieces of art, SCP-085 takes on the artistic style of her new environment, whether it be a comic book, an oil painting, watercolor, or charcoal sketch. Note: in comic form, her voice is visible as thought and voice bubbles around her head in typical comic fashion. As she moves between panels, the perspective and her relative size are altered appropriately. Very cool. Interesting. Very interesting. Precious Patty, thank you so very much for contributing to the Community Game Night Challenge, hon, and the D&D one-shot. I appreciate it. So she needs a friend. Yeah, she's a sentient artwork. That's pretty cool, huh? Very interesting. I really enjoy when they have like SCPs that are just stuff that we have. stuff that makes like relatively reasonable sense in the real world, like animation or paper. All right, let's see. I thought you would like the one. I do. Thank you. All right. And then we were thinking that because there are several SCPs from Nyx, we're going to intersperse them with other works. So we've read this one. So now we're going to do one from Lav, and then we will do another SCP from Nyx, and then we will do the story from Space Cat, and then we will do another SCP from Nyx. Okay? So that's how this will work. So let me open up Blue Heart. Rise, 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 rise. Hello there, fabulous Frostbite. Welcome in. How are you doing, sweetheart? It's so good to see you. You'll be back? All good, beautiful bread. Thank you for coming in. It's good to see you. All right. Okay. Lav, you are here. I see dialogue. Would you like voice acting or would you like me to just narrate? What is your preference? I'm going to have a sippy of water. Yes? Voice acting? You got it. You got it. Best to react to the stories? Oh, yeah. Okay, fair enough. Good idea, Strat. Let me, Okay, there's a heart for that one. Thank you. Feeling good after I got my phone replaced today. Oh, that's awesome. Congratulations, Frostbite. How good. You did say it last night as well. I know, but in case you change your mind. You never know. Rise is pronounced rise, not Reese. Rise, 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 rise. All right. We're going to read lovely Lav's piece here, and then we're going to go on a quick break. For those of you who don't know, every hour we go on a 3-minute break, so that if you don't subscribe, whether that's because you can't afford to or you don't want to, I don't really care either way. I just want you to not miss content. So for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer, turn on those ads, suggest you do the same. But first, we are going to read Lav's piece. All right. I'm going to maneuver this. Okay. Blue Heart, a Pierce Cross OC fanfiction. Chapter 1. The kidnapping. Ooh, I love Wait, that sounds weird. I mean, I like a hook in a story. This is definitely a hook. Also, since I don't know these characters yet, so I'm not sure who's masc and who's femme, but we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. All right. I woke up in a strange foresty place. The last thing I could remember was going over to Ava's place to visit her. I opened the door to the apartment, walked around the corner, and then everything went white. And now I'm here. I just realized we probably should have different music for this. This is more intense. Hold on. Let me find There we go. Let's do some eerie music instead. Oh, this is only, well. Ooh. Yeah, this is good. This is good. Ooh, very eerie. Very eerie. Ooh, setting the mood. Okay, sorry. All right. I opened the door to the apartment, walked around the corner, and then everything went white. And now I'm here in a cold, dark forest with no way to know where to start looking. Ava? I call out to see if Ava was anywhere around. What I didn't know was that there was something hiding in the forest, listening to me. Oh, she must be yelling out that other human's name. So she knows her. Perfect, he said to himself quietly. Ava! I call out again. Where are you? After calling out a few times, I hear footsteps from behind me. I turn around, thinking it was Ava. Oh, Ava! There you are! But as the shadowy figure stepped closer to me, I noticed it wasn't Ava at all. The male who approached me was wearing what seemed to be human clothes. He had green eyes, and one of his eyes had a scar that looked like an X over it. You're not Ava, I said, stepping back. No, I'm not, he responded with his low, gravelly voice. But I believe I'm looking for her as well. Do you mind describing her to me? He asked in a tone I was not so comfortable with. I stuttered. What if he were up to no good? What if he wanted to do something terrible to her? She has raven hair. She has pink eyes. That's all I need to know. He cut me off from describing Ava as if he knew exactly who she was. Tell me where I can find Ava, he said in a very demanding tone. I don't know where she is, I stammered and had a very hard time trying to stay calm. He got closer to me and held a knife to my throat. Where is Ava? His words were slow and demanding. I had never felt so scared in my life. My ears were pointed down as his speech got more and more demanding. I honestly don't know where she is. If I knew, I would already be there. I didn't know how to react to a knife being held up to my throat. He backed off and put the knife away. We'll see about that. I only just heard him say under his breath. Excuse me? I asked him, concerned about what he was going to do. I heard a noise from behind me, and I turned around for a split second to see where the noise came from. I'm not sure what happened after that, but as I opened my eyes and looked around, I had a pounding headache, and I noticed that I'm in a cage. He must have knocked me out and kidnapped me. Chapter 2. 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂. Ooh, 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂. Great. That is a, I should, one day I'll need to tell you guys about some of my character names, dude. Why does this keep going up? Hold on. Okay. As I looked around, I could see that the cage was located in a small clearing in the forest. Tall trees and big bushes surrounded the clearing. The person who had kidnapped me was nowhere to be seen in the area. I heard a noise from the shadows, and I turned around to see what was making all that noise. It was the male with the scar of his eye. "Who are you?" I asked the mysterious man. "I'm 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂," he said in a low, gravelly voice. "And you are going to tell me where Ava is." His tone was very demanding. I just sat there, scared for my life. "I don't know where Ava is!" I snapped back at 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂. I had no idea where she could be. 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂 then held his blade out and pointed it in my direction as a threat. "Tell me where she is. If you hurt me, I'll scream, and I'll alert anyone who's around us." I warned him to stay back, but he didn't listen. He kept inching closer to the cage. "Stay back! I'm warning you!" But he paid no attention to my warning and kept getting closer to the cage. As soon as he got to the cage door, he unlocked it and let me out. I was confused at first, and then he pointed his blade at me. "I'll ask again. Where is Ava? Tell me!" His words were demanding and slow. "I honestly don't know where she is!" I was starting to get angry at the fact that he wasn't listening to me. 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂 seemed to be infuriated at the fact I wasn't giving him the answer he wanted. He looked me dead in the eyes and swung his blade across my face. At first, I didn't feel any pain, but that soon later realized that the cut was really deep. He then picked me up and threw me back into the cage as I screamed in pain and fear. From a while away, I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing this, Damos, is that right? The Damos were looking for Ava. One of the Damos had heard the scream. The others didn't believe him and continued their search for Ava. One of the Damos turned around and said that he would go with him to investigate the scream. I was in tears and just trying to calm myself down. My tears were stinging the wound on my cheek. "Ow," I muttered under my breath. I had a massive cut on my right cheek, and my back hurt from being thrown back in the cage. To be honest, my whole body was in pain. I could barely move any of my limbs because I was just in so much pain. Damos, like most without T. Oh, great. I'm saying it right. Awesome. I looked up at 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂, and something happened behind him that caught my eye. Two shadowy figures had stepped out from behind the bushes. One of the Damos shouted out the kidnapper's name and drew weapons. 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂! I should have known! 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂 turned around and drew his weapons too. "You!" Sorry, I have to read the chapter 3 name. Chapter 3 is Hot Saviors. Excellent. 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂 didn't look too happy at the two figures that had stepped out from the bushes. It was hard to make out, but the weapons the two figures possessed were like none I'd ever seen before. One was holding what seemed to be two hook-like blades, while the other held a longsword. The figure also seemed to have horns on their head. "Let her go, 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂," one of the men said with a deep, low voice. "She doesn't need to be tortured by you." My heart was racing. I didn't know what to do at this point. Is this guy standing up for me? Wait, what if he doesn't want to free me? What if he wants to capture me himself? I couldn't help but think to myself about those people, who those people were, and what they would want with me. "She doesn't need you at all." The other man spoke and stood up to 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂. His voice was higher in comparison to the other. Sorry, I've made it deeper. My bad. "In fact, it would be better if she..." He stopped mid-sentence as he looked in my direction. He started to walk closer to the cage, and as he stepped into the light, I froze. He had white hair, green-colored horns, blue eyes, and he had a scar on his right eye. He walked all the way to the cell and stopped right in front of me. I love reading teenage fanfic. This is so good. I thought he was kind of hot, not gonna lie. That wasn't until the other one stepped into the light. He had blue horns, blue eyes, and dark brown hair that was up in a ponytail. I was shocked to see them walk up to me like that. "What's the matter, Leaf?" the blue-horned Damos asked. "She's..." The other Damos began to reply, but couldn't get his words out. "She's not a Damos." He eventually got all of his words out. The blue-horned Damos's eyes widened. She's not." Leaf turned around. "No, she isn't." "Then what is she?" I decided to speak up and couldn't stop stuttering. I'm a werewolf." I sounded so pathetic and vulnerable. A werewolf, Leaf said in questioning tone. He turned to the blue-horned Deimos. Pierce, do you know what a werewolf is? The Deimos known as Pierce just shrugged. I couldn't believe it. I'd come across a world where werewolves didn't exist. Are you guys gonna fight me for her, take her, or just stand there and talk about her features? Zex said in a sarcastic tone. Leaf got aggravated and looked like he was going to fight Zex, and Pierce, was going to fight Zex, and Pierce rushed over to the cell I was in and started to unlock the cell door. This story rules. I love this. Yeah. No, this is great. I love it too. This is fantastic. I was scared for my life. Zex had already injured me once. Blood was streaming down my face. Leaf charged at Zex, ready to attack, but Zex had other plans and disappeared. Before Zex could do what he wanted to, Pierce had opened the cell, and I walked out quickly, but weakly. My back was still hurting from being thrown into the cell, and Pierce noticed I was in pain, picked me up bridal style, and we left. I love bridal style. Very good. Chapter 4, The Prince and His Knights. As we were As we were traveling through the forest, I started to hear 3 voices having a conversation. The 3 voices belonged to what sounded like men. As I was taken through a bush, we came to a small clearing with 3 men who stopped mid-conversation and looked at us. One of the men had white horns, black hair, and had a small golden ring on his left horn. The second one had blue horns, brown hair, and wore glasses. The third one had orange horns, pinkish hair, and looked to be the most innocent out of the 5. Oh, we got so many man voices here. I might have to revert to some femme voices, even though they're dudes. Sorry. Leaf, I thought you told us we were going to go find Ava. The white-horned Deimos didn't look too happy that I was brought back instead of whoever this Ava was. Well, you see, Prince Ash, it turns out that the scream actually didn't come from Ava, Leaf replied. It was actually her. He motioned towards Pierce, who was still carrying me. He's the prince? The one with the ring on his horn? I thought to myself. Pierce, put her down. We got a southern prince, just so you know, sorry. The innocent one had the highest voice. It's hard for me to, since I haven't read this before, it's kind of hard for me to, because a lot of the time you put the dialogue and then you're putting who said it. So I'm having to either read ahead or just kind of assume that I'm hopefully saying like in the right character. Which one was the innocent one? I'm not seeing the, I think like I saw it at the top, but I'm not sure which one qualifies as Noi. I don't think I've seen the name Noi yet. Yeah, sorry. Sorry. I don't think I've seen the name Noi yet. I don't know if he's been introduced. Let me scroll and see if there's you'll see the next paragraph. Okay, cool. Excellent. All right, 1 second. Let me see here. There we go. Okay. Pierce, put her down, the prince demanded. But Pierce tried to reason before he was cut off by Ash. Put her down. Pierce hesitantly put me down on my feet. I must have looked like I had been shaken up, which I definitely was from what happened with Zex, because the next thing I know, the orange-horned Deimos came up to me and asked if I was okay. I'm fine. I'm just a little shaken up is all, I responded, trying to sound as confident as I possibly could. He leant down to my height and put his hand on my face. Was he examining the wound? Noi, what are you doing? Ash asked as the orange-haired Deimos. He turned his head to face Ash, his hand still on my face. She's injured. He sounded worried. I'm fine. It's just a scratch, I said in a weak voice before the prince could respond. Let me see, the other blue-horned Deimos said before making his way over to me. It seems like this is more than just a scratch. It looks like a cut from a blade of some sort. Please, tell me. How did you get this wound? My eyes widened at the question he asked me. I didn't know if I could tell them the truth or tell them a lie. Before I could speak, a voice from behind me said, Rice, give her some space. She was just attacked. Rice's eyes widened as he looked over at Leaf. Attacked? By who, may I ask? Leaf turned to me and then back to Rice. You don't want to know. Trust me. Rice obviously didn't like being told lies. I need to know who attacked her so we can figure this out. I could tell he was holding back his anger. Zex, I managed to say in a really quiet, weak voice. Noi's eyes widened as he focused his attention from Rise to me. He looked at me with fear in his eyes as I looked back at him with a sad expression. It was almost like he was frozen in fear. My right ear twitched as I could hear rustling in the bushes. My expression changed from sad to fearful in a matter of seconds. Noi stood up straight and looked into the direction of the rustling, and everyone else turned their attention to it as well. I moved closer to Pierce, and I hid behind him. He drew his sword, ready to protect if need be. A shadowy figure stepped out and turns towards us. Chapter 5. Who are you? As the figure closed in on us, we could tell it was definitely a male figure. As he stepped into the light and realized who it was, I hid as fast as I could so he couldn't see me. It was Zex. I kept hidden and watched him from behind Pierce. He had a huge evil grin on his face. "Hand her over," he said in a very demanding tone. I clung to Pierce's robe in fear, and he didn't seem to mind. "No," Pierce answered with confidence. Noi came out in front and stood up to Zex. "I won't let you take her!" He sounded so confident. He wanted to sound confident, but I could tell that he was scared. "Oh, you won't?" Zex didn't want to give up without a fight. "Okay then, I'll just force you to give her to me." As he lunged towards us, ready to attack, someone else came out from the bushes and attacked Zex. They pinned him to the ground and held a blade to his throat. "Don't you dare touch them," they said aggressively. Zex then disappeared, and the other figure stood up and put their blades away. As I looked at the dark, shadowy figure, I noticed that the figure belonged to a female. Oh, this is a girl. Okay. They had a cat tail, cat ears, and horns, similar to Pierce's horns. The Damos were surprised to see her as if they knew her. I was scared and confused. I stayed hidden behind Pierce. She walked up to Pierce and saw me hiding behind him. She knelt down to my height and looked up at me. "Hey, it's okay. I'm not going to hurt you." She had a very calming voice. I looked up to her, and to my surprise, she was beautiful. I wasn't expecting someone so beautiful to be a warrior. This may sound a little bit rude, and I don't mean any offense to anyone, but I always imagined warriors were more beat up. You forgot about her. Fair enough laugh. She held out her hand to me, and I felt like I could trust her. I came out from hiding behind Pierce and walked closer to her. She smiled at me, and all my fear instantly went away. "Saya?" Rise seemed shocked and couldn't believe what he was seeing. I looked at him confused. "Saya? Who, or what, is Saya?" I asked him. "Yes, that's me," the girl answered with a soft smile. But we thought you," Leaf started to say, but then stopped, not wanting to finish the sentence. "Died," Noi said, completing the sentence that Leaf started. "Well, you see, it's a long story," Saya replied. I heard a slight clank as Pierce dropped his sword to the ground out of shock. The girl looked at Pierce and gave him a soft, loving smile. "It's nice to finally see you again, Pierce." There was a connection between the two of them that I cannot describe. Pierce kind of just stood there in shock, unable to move. "We're listening," Ash said, wanting to know the answer as to why they saw her die and now seeing her stand in front of them. Saya was a little hesitant to answer because she didn't want anyone to freak out. "Hey, wait," I interrupted. "How do you all know her?" "She's my twin sister," Pierce replied, looking at me with a warm smile on his face. My eyes widened to hear those two were related, let alone twins. They looked nothing alike. I looked back and forth between Pierce and Saya, trying to find a resemblance. How? How are you twins? I'm confused as to how you guys are related. I realized what I said could have sounded a bit rude, and thoughts of how I said it could have brought up bad memories for the both of them. A small sigh escaped Leaf's mouth. "Their mother was kind of like a spirit, and a Demos combined without the horns. I don't know how else to explain it, but out of the two of them, Pierce was a normal Demos, and Saya inherited the spirit-like features." "Spirits? Like ghosts?" I was confused at what they meant by spirits and decided to ask. "No," Rise replied. "On Earth, we met a spirit named Johnny. He was Ava's spirit, but on Earth, they called them cats." Oh, I now realized what they were talking about, but was unsure of why they called them spirits. I turned to Saya. "Could you tell me more about yourself?" Saya looked at me and smiled. "Of course. Why not?" She began to tell me more about herself. Very interesting. I like this world you're building, Lovely Lab. That's very cool. Very interesting. What do we think of that, you guys? Also, call me Zeras. Zealous Zeras, thank you so incredibly much for the follow, darling, about 6 minutes ago. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you for being here, hun. Thank you so much for sharing that lovely laugh. I appreciate that. Oh, that's someone else's OC. Oh, cat ears, cat tail, pink hair. Hi there, sweet shrimp. Welcome in. How are you doing? That was awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that with us, lovely laugh. I stopped midway writing the next chapter, which is 𝔖𝔱's backstory. I'm interested in that as well. That's great. Thank you so much for sharing that. That was really interesting. Like I said, I like the character building as well. Sounds like there's a lot of very, very interesting. Oh wow, hold on. Sorry, I just saw all these messages from Strat. Okay, it's from Jet next. Got it. Okay. The one that calls Cobra Brother in part 1 is Anaconda. Okay. They DM'd me and I was like, I love your story. Can you add my OC? I love that, Lab. That's so cute. Oh, it's so nice of you to add it too. Well, I hope that you enjoyed that. You guys, we do have to go on that quick break. We're a bit overdue now. So we're going to go on that break. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Like I said, I will see you in 3 minutes. I'm gonna set you up with a boss battle. If you would like to play with the boss battle, you're welcome to. Yes, that's right. We'll do an SCP and then we will read Jets. That's right. Excellent. Okay, cutie pies. I will see you in 3. Love you lots. Miss you terribly. See you soon. Mwah! Yes, my hair's gone fucking insane. I think Maxie did the right thing by shaving my head. I don't know what to tell you. Wait. Open your mouths. Here's a shrimpy. Whee! That's pretty funny. Wait, I want to do this. I wanted to use this summer camp as an opportunity to. Ow, fucking shit. Sorry, I just slammed my hand in the microphone arm. Sorry. Okay. She didn't say fucking shit. That's all me. Okay. Didn't mean to put words in your mouth. I want to use this. I wasn't expecting. Whoa. Storm, thank you for the jump scare. Uh-oh, cut off already? Crap. Okay. Bear with me, cuties. It'll probably cut off for like 2 or 3 minutes, and then it should come back hopefully. Dried chicken and the cutoff. This makes me miss back when I was younger and me and my family walked the dogs. Aww, they died. Oh, we back for a bit? Oh, good. Here I am, doing everything I can. No frames. No. Yes! Oh, finally! Oh, this fucking guy. There's 2 of them! Oh, ouch! Oh, did they just collide? That would be so sick if they collided. Yes, my hair's gone fucking insane. I think Maxie did the right thing by shaving my head. I don't know what to tell you. Look, we have tamed the hair. I'm very impressed with us. Cutie Cookie, welcome. Fuck! Ah! Thank you for the fart, dear Stark. Thank you so much for coming in, Cutie Cookie. How are you, sweetie pie? Hello, hello, cutie pies. Sorry, I did forget to mute that time. My bad. My bad. Oh, hold on. I need to bring our little guys back. Where's our... There we go. There they are. Hello, lovely laugh. Welcome back. Uppies for you. Yee, good laugh. Welcome back, Sweet Strat. Welcome back, beautiful Bublin. Welcome back, Nick's Potato Slice Jam Slice. Welcome back, Sweetest Sarah. All right, let's read the next SCP real quick. Hold on, I'll react to this. All right, SCP from Nyx. My story wasn't as bad as I remember. No, it's great. Like I said, I really liked it. I hope I did as much justice to it as I could since it was like the first time I've read it. But yeah, I hope that you enjoyed it. Oh, you're being made it 10,000 times back. Ah, wow, thank you. I'm so glad you liked it. Thank you so much. All right. Let's read about SCP-073. Actually, let's switch our music. I don't think there's any harm in switching it back over to some kind of horror-y, eerie sounding stuff for SCP, right? Ooh, very spooky. Sufficiently spooky, I believe. You've shared 2 stories. One is almost 2 years old and it definitely shows. Oh, good, sweet Saturnus. Strat, are you available to check that out, or are we like saying there's a cutoff? Yeah, are we saying there's a cutoff? Okay. All right, let's open the SCP book, shall we? Actually, I think I'm going to open up the SCP book on this side instead. All right. Ooh, yeah, very spooky. Oh, you're going through it? Thank you so much, Strat. I really appreciate you. That's very sweet of you. Thank you. All right. SCP-073 is to be kept in a 2-room cell furnished with all non-organic furniture and items and a bathroom. Subject is allowed to freely wander the facility and eat in the main canteen. A tracking device has been attached to SCP-073's person and is not to be removed. Subject is disallowed any contact with the surface and is not allowed outside the facility. Subject is allowed no contact with plant-based SCPs under any circumstance. Violence is not to be used against SCP-073 under any circumstance. Well done, you guys. Good job defeating the boss. Well done. Okay. SCP-073 appears to be a heavily tanned male of Arabic or Middle Eastern descent in his early 30s, 185 centimeters, 6'1", tall, and 75 kilos, 165 pounds, with black hair and blue eyes. Arms, legs, spinal cord, and shoulder blades of the subject appear to have been replaced with artificial versions of unknown make and metal. Subject only takes notice of this when it is pointed out and states that it has no knowledge of how, why, or when these replacements took place, stating that it had had them as long as it could remember. There was a symbol engraved into the forehead of the subject, which appears to be that of Sumerian origin. Symbol has of yet been untranslated, and subject appears distressed when the symbol is mentioned at all, refusing to speak on it. Subject does need to eat and drink on a regular basis, but is strictly carnivorous owing to its effect on plant-based items. SCP-073, who refers to itself as Cain, is generally polite and genial to all who speak to it, though it has been described as being cold and somewhat mechanical in its speech. It is very helpful and enjoys aiding personnel in their daily actions, whatever they may be. It has highly detailed knowledge of ancient to recent events in history and most commonly spoken languages in the world, including ones that have since died out. Subject has professed to having a photographic memory, remembering word for word all text in an 800-page dictionary that was flicked through in a minute and a half. It has scored above average in all intelligence tests given to it. SCP-073's presence is inimical to any and all life grown in soil, causing death to any such life within a 20-meter radius. Any land SCP-073 has walked on, and any within the 20-meter radius, becomes barren as all anaerobic bacteria dies, rendering the soil incapable of supporting life until new bacteria are introduced. Anything that is derived from soil-grown life, such as wood or paper, immediately rots and disintegrates upon touch of SCP-073. Further affected derivatives include anything hydroponically grown. Violence directed towards SCP-073 reflects any damage inflicted on SCP-073 directly back onto its attacker. Ooh, that's pretty cool. Although SCP-073 visibly remains unharmed. 1 sec, I'm just gonna move my camera a little bit. There we go. This applies to any damage directed at SCP-073. Attempts to get tissue and blood samples have proven futile. When the procedure was initiated, personnel carrying out the action felt the sensation of whatever was applied to SCP-073 and wound up with a sample of their own blood or tissue, despite the fact that all actions were directed solely at SCP-073. Ooh, spooky. Indirect damage through the medium also results in the person perpetrating the action receiving the wounds caused. Although SCP-073 receives no actual harm from damage to its person, it has stated that it still feels the pain of the action and has politely asked researchers to abstain from any overly harmful actions to its person. Additional notes. SCP-073 was found in the New York Police Department in 19redacted, having been taken in after subject had been found amidst the bodies of several violent gang members. SCP-073 told police members that the gang had attempted to make sport of it, but became angry and attempted to kill SCP-073, resulting in their own demise. SCP-073 was incarcerated and was deemed a John Doe when NYPD could not find any information on it. SCP-073 came to the attention of the Foundation through a routine inspection of John Does and was subsequently released into our custody. Interesting. Very interesting. That's a fascinating one. What a I kind of feel bad for him though, you know? Like he's clearly got emotions, so the confusion and like the lack of knowledge regarding where he came from or like what the tattoo is and stuff. Kane. Very interesting, Nick. Thank you for that one. That was a very interesting read. Oh, that's right. So we have Space Cat next, don't we? And then we've got another SCP from Nyx, and then we've got Jet. I think that's it. So we have Warrior Princess. So let's go back to here. Navy. Hi, lovely Navy. Welcome in. How are you doing? I'm at work, so if I miss the reading for my submission, I'll watch the VOD later. Sounds good, Realm. Does yours have dialogue in it? Because I want to know whether you want me to just do narration or whether you want to do voice acting. I thought I was next. Sorry, Jet, I thought you were too, but I actually saw that it looks like the order is, it's because we're slotting in Nyx's SCPs between things. So we have SCP from Nyx, then we have Labs, and then we have SCP from Nyx, and then we have Space, and then we have SCP from Nyx, and then we have you. And then we have SCP from Nyx, and then we have Red, SCP from Nyx, and then we have Lyra. And then, oh yeah, you've got the comic, don't you, Realm? And then we have, so then we'll have Realms, and then we have Storms, and then we have Aspens, and then we have Jacked Ram, and then I think that's where Strat has stopped, but that's plenty to catch up on. It's a comic, so you can do voice acting if you want. Awesome. Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Another question, staff or book? Ooh, staff. SCP is lore based and Nyx loves lore. That's true. Hi there, amazing asparagus. Welcome in. How are you doing, sweetheart? It's great to see you. All right. let's read Warrior Princess. Oops, I've opened it twice. All right. We have a character, what's it called? Like a character profile here, but we're going to just jump into the story. I thought it was based on submissions. Yours was moved up a bit because your story is separated in parts and I had to stitch it together. Yeah, we'll get to it. Yep, exactly. You will be the next main one after Space. We're still live for like five more hours, so don't fear. We will get to yours. We will get to everybody. All right. The story starts with an artisan family. A baby girl is, wait, actually, Space Cat's not here. I need to put a poll up and see if you guys want voice acting or not. For Space Cats, voice acting or just narration. I'm gonna give you 1 minute for that, you guys. Let me know if we're reading this with voice acting or whether we are reading this just via narration. You've heard both so far. So Labs was voice acting. All the SCPs are narration. So let me know, sweetie pies, let me know. Yes, what Strat said, exactly. Everything will be read all at once. All right. Okay, looks like we're voice acting. Sounds good to me, cutie pies. The story starts with an artisan family. A baby girl is born with dark navy blue hair, but instead of the parents looking joyed or excited, they look worried. They look worried and burdened by this child they have brought into this world. The baby girl's name is Alexandrite. Sadly, Alexandrite's parents passed in an accident when she was young. She was 6 years old when her parents passed, and she was left to fend for herself. Surviving on scraps and kindness of others, she somehow makes it to the royal capital at the age of 12, where a family of 5 takes her in. Gold already spread thin in the way of food, but they make do. The oldest daughter, with mousy brown hair, eyes the color of caramel, and a complexion like sun-kissed sand, teaches her history, simple math, and writing. Her name is Callie. Callie was only a few years older than her, but she was a great teacher. She was about 16. Alexandrite starts going by Alex because it seemed less likely to bring attention to her, and also just because it felt more natural to her. Her parents and her home village were the only ones to ever call her by her full name, and now when people said it, it just brought back bad memories. Alex discovered her faith around 14 by the time that she was working out how to get into school, but she didn't know where to go that would accept her on a scholarship. She never once conspired working or even maybe considered working or even joining the kingdom's forces, but it was brought to her attention as an option because the villagers and townsfolk were talking about the kingdom, looking for new recruits, but there was something else they had spoken about with a more hushed tone, a prophecy with a princess with bright pink hair. Alex was like, bright pink hair? That seems unnatural. She had never seen the queen or other princesses before, and they all had what could be considered unnatural hair colors. Ones like lavender, purple, sky blue, even multicolored hair like pastel rainbow and night sky. She applied to the guard, not thinking too much about the prophecy, and she got in. She pasted all the physical testing, She passed all of the physical tests pretty easily. The written stuff was harder, but she somehow managed to pass. She finally found a school that accepted her for her faith burning strong with passion and pride, and it only grew. Alex graduated the academy at 17 years old. 4 years at the academy learning history and current problems, along with running drills and for some learning magic, but not the kind you're probably used to. It wasn't fireballs and attacks, it was healing and protection. A spoken prayer that may heal an injured comrade from a wound, or a shield that may save you and your comrades in an ambush. Magic like this is simplistic, so many people underestimate its power or forget that it exists altogether. Alex and her graduate class of 20, including her, are sent on their first mission. It was a scouting mission. Making sure land was clear and enemies were not approaching them, they were to report back to the captains, and that's what they did. First mission took 6 months, but they succeeded. They returned home to the capital city and were treated to a feast for their accomplishments. This is where Alex met the queen for the first time. She was surprised by how regal she looked, even with the lavender hair, and even more surprised she had lavender hair. This reminded Alex of the prophecy she heard back when she was looking for a school, a warrior princess with bright pink hair. She now wondered if they had found the princess or if that story was even real. After 3 months at home, Alex was getting antsy, so she reported back into the duty before meant to. You have to be evaluated to make sure you're not unwell mentally or physically. She passed all the mandatory tests, and she was sent back on duty, but she was sent to the battle lines. She wasn't used to them, but she did seem to handle herself better than most for the first time in battle. She advanced quickly, taking the role of commander, and then captain, and then general, and finally squadron leader. In this role, she gained much respect of others. For one, people in her role are usually several years older than her, but she had proven herself time and time again, despite being young. She was sent orders by the capital to search and protect the border for a few weeks if nothing seemed unusual, to then proceed home. Alex didn't really want to go home. There wasn't much waiting for her to except for Callie, which she barely had time to hang out with anymore since becoming a fancy librarian for some schmuck to organize all the magic books and stuff. Alex didn't really know what Callie's job was, just that it had to do with books. She didn't like books much, and she didn't do well with written or anything, really. She performed hands-on activities like fighting or even stealing, for that matter. She was good at that when she was a kid, and she could still have kleptomaniac tendencies. But the mission didn't turn out as easy as it seemed. They were ambushed. A rough battle ensued. Once the enemy was pushed back and they had a moment to breathe, Alex fell to her knees, resting on her sword, and in a moment, her sword started to glow a brilliant pink, and as her sword glowed, her hair changed from its midnight blue to a bright, radiant pink. This event brought the attention of others, comrades and enemies alike. Once they realized what had happened, they all took a knee in honor of the new princess. Alex, taken aback and unsure of what just happened, Alex was taken aback and was unsure of what had just happened, but there were still people injured. So she stood up and asked the nearest commander to gather up the injured that could still move while she made her way to the ones that couldn't. Once she reached the more gravely injured comrades, she started to speak in Greek. I'm so sorry. This is not like Romanized, so I don't know how to pronounce these words, but it translates to a blessing of health and prosperity from the gods Apollo and Asclepius? I actually don't know that one. Anybody know how to pronounce that? As she speaks the tongue of her beliefs and her magic, she healed the wounds, but she also unintentionally healed everyone, her power expanding. She heals the gravely injured and the wounded on both sides, enemies and comrades alike. Alex, in disbelief and unsureness of what's happening, turned around, and there was this burst of golden yellow coming from her. In her head, she thinks, my magic. And as she's turning back around, her vision starts to go blurry and she can't find her footing, I think. She faints. One of her comrades that she has just healed catches her and picks her up to take her and the others back to camp. As she awakens, she first notices her hair, now a bright pink color, but then she notices where she is, the infirmary. She had never actually seen the infirmary before. She'd never been sick or gotten injured more than a scrape or two. As she's scanning her surroundings, I guess her eyes stopped on a guy in the chair sleeping next to her, disheveled from sleeping in that chair. Alex doesn't recognize him, but he had dark hair. So dark it was basically void of color, pale skin and tons of freckles. She didn't know a person who could have that many freckles. He moved, which startled her a bit, but he woke up. Oh, you're up. How are you? Do you remember what happened? He asked. Alex tried to talk, but as she opened her mouth, she realized how dry it was. And before she could say anything, the guy got up saying, water, of course. Alex was surprised, like she was a mind reader or something, and he brings back water and she chugs it. The guy made a comment saying, that's not very ladylike. Alex snaps back, and with that, snaps back with, what does drinking water have to do with being ladylike, besides that I've never been much for proper ladylike stuff? Anyway, who are you? The guy laughed and said, well, you might as well get used to the ladylike stuff, princess. I'm Ambrose, but you would probably know me as Commander Skyward. Alex unintentionally straightened up and put herself at attention, Ambrose laughing again. You don't have to do that anymore. You know that, right? Alex relaxed and paused before saying, I'm not sure I know what you mean. Ambrose stood up and said, let me grab you something. He sat down on her bed and he came back over her. He handed her a mirror. Alex, surprised to see herself, her bright pink hair flowing down her shoulders, her eyes a sunshine yellow, much like her magic as she's gasping at herself. She asked, what does this mean? Ambrose took a breath as well, and he said, well, it means you're a princess. Have you heard the prophecy? Alex said, only bits and pieces back when I was looking for school before I found the academy. Okay, then let me start from the beginning, said Ambrose. Long ago, people would tell a quiet story. Not many remember it well, but some still whisper it when the night is dark. They say that when the world grows heavy and torn, a gentle light will come. This light will shine from a princess who wasn't born to rule, but who will stand tall when it matters most. Her hair will change color, bright as a soft sunrise, and her hands will bring healing to those who need it, no matter who they are. Alex scoffed. And the fates think that's me, huh? Well, I'm not some princess that's gonna save the world. I'm just barely an adult. I can't save anyone. Well, that's just how the story that's just the story. Okay. That's just the story. Who knows how exaggerated it's gotten over the years, said Ambrose. That's true, said Alex. So how long have I been in here anyway? 7 days. Guess you needed the rest after you awakened your powers. I've been here a week? Has anyone been in contact with headquarters? We were supposed to return as soon as the mission was finished so that we could all send out the next rotation. Alex gets up, not realizing what she's wearing. A loose cream linen tank top and baggy shorts. After she stands up, not even caring, she shouts, "Where are my clothes? I need my clothes!" Ambrose, shocked by this, pauses and then just starts to laugh hysterically. Then, once he's done, he gets up and says, "I'll get your clothes. Hold on, hold on." A few moments later, Ambrose hands Alex her clothes and says, "I'll leave so you can get dressed." Alex says, "Well, hurry up." He leaves and Alex gets her clothes on and goes outside the infirmary tent to find Ambrose waiting. Alex says, Why are you still here? Don't you have other things to do?" Ambrose says, "Not really, seeing how I was appointed to guard you, princess." Alex says, "Oh, how lovely, a guard that doses, a guard that doesn't, I think it maybe she means doesn't know manners. Even if I am this princess, would you please stop calling me that?" "Of course, your majesty." "That's worse." Alex is taking note of her surroundings again. The camp looks different. Maybe they moved, but then she noticed the people she didn't recognize, that she didn't know. She looked to Ambrose. "What happened with our legion? Where is it?" she asked. "They returned home and the replacement came as scheduled, but we were told to let you rest and only come back when you woke up. So you still get to go home, princess, though this time might be different than previous times, seeing as how you will be given a private audience with the queen," he said. Alex and Ambrose got home to the capital. They are met at the gates by several guards. The guards are not believing the rumors they don't believe that the rumors were true and are surprised when a girl with brilliant pink hair shows up. But they are all disrespectful. Doing everything they can to make Alex... Okay, hold on, that says disrespectful, but I think that she means respectful. Doing everything they can to make Alex comfortable. Little do they know, the more they pay attention to her, the more uncomfortable they make her. Alex is not used to all the attention. Alex and Ambrose finally get settled after getting the guards to understand that the attention may not be a good thing, as the public doesn't know there is a new princess. Alex and Ambrose are alone. They check into an inn, agreeing to travel to the Center Kingdom the next day. But for now, they need to find a way to pass the time. "Hey," Ambrose says, "I've got an idea." "What now?" says Alex. "I can give you options to pass the time. Option 1, you could start your studies on etiquette, or as I would call them, the ladylike rules. Or I can ask you a bunch of questions till you fall asleep, and from the looks of it, that wouldn't take too long." "Yeah, sure," questions Alex. "Okay then, we're different character. Okay then, do you have a different name?" Well, I do, but no one but my parents have called me that," says Alex. "Like Callie's family, you mean?" asks Ambrose. "No," Alex says groggily. "Okay, then what's your full name?" asked Ambrose. "My full name? Gods, I haven't even said it in years. My name is Alexandre Tesmeyer," Alex says as she starts to fall asleep, almost slurring her words. Ambrose sat there in a shock and amazement, that name ringing in his ears, sounding familiar, but not knowing why he heads to his own room to go to bed. He lays down and passes out from exhaustion. They wake up the next day to make their way to the castle. Alex, still groggy, puts on her clothes, linen, undergarments, and then leather pants and a corset. But most importantly, a cloak with a hood she pulls up over her hair to hide it from onlookers, and she makes her way downstairs. She sees Ambrose eating breakfast at the in-house tavern. She goes over and sits across from him. Ambrose wearing a dark linen shirt and leather pants, along with leather bracers and shoulder pads. "You like the cloak?" Ambrose asks. "I noticed you didn't like the attention from the guards when we came into town, so I sent for someone to get you it." "Yes, it's nice. It gives me a sense of normalcy without everyone staring at me," she said. You hungry? If you are, you should probably order something now. We don't have much time before we need to leave. Alex gets the waiter's attention and orders pancakes. She has not had pancakes in ages and wonders if they will still be what she remembers them to be. Sure enough, her food arrives, a plate of fluffy pancakes stacked on top of one another with syrup and butter dripping down them. They look wonderful. Alex picks up a fork and slices through them, letting the butter and syrup soak, stabbing into them as she eats, and she finishes her plate when she notices Ambrose staring at her. You know I don't like when people are staring at me, so why do you continue to do it? She asked. Wonder and amazement, Ambrose responded. Let's get going. We have a long day ahead. Once on the road, they discovered that they were being followed. When they noticed this, they had to take several detours. Not knowing why they were being followed made them nervous. For any reason from riches to information, Ambrose and the 3 guards were making sure that they weren't being followed so they could get back en route. Now safe and back on track, about halfway there, they take a stop in a small town for some food, needing to slow down after the day they've had. Ambrose suggests that the guards go off on their own so as not to draw attention to Alex. So in turn, Ambrose stays with Alex. This town, says Alex, it remains, my birth town. It reminds me of my birth town. I wonder if they have similar food. Ambrose, still talking to the guards, was only half listening to Alex. Alex grabs Ambrose's hand and starts to run away from the other guards. Ambrose, shocked by this and still turning himself around instead of being dragged, What are you doing? Says Ambrose. Getting away from the guards and finding food. Duh. You would not have stopped talking to the guards until they walked away, says Alex. That's probably true, and I am hungry, says Ambrose. So, can we stop running? Ambrose asks. Alex slows down to a walk, looking around as she notices a tailor shop and several different merchant shops, but most importantly, food. Where they end up has 2 different food shops, and one looks like breakfast food, eggs, pancakes, and pork, while the other one is a mishmash of cultures and popular dishes from different places. There! Alex points to the food shop. Ambrose, not realizing that Alex was still holding his hand, takes notice to where she's pointing. You really like hearty food, don't ya? Ambrose asks in a somewhat snarky tone. Yeah, so? Says Alex. And when Alex says this, she starts running again, towards the shop, of course, and in doing so, she drags Ambrose with her. Once they reach the shop, Ambrose finally realizes that they are still holding hands. When he noticed this, he lets go of Alex's hand, slightly embarrassed. Alex is talking to the host and asking for a table. The host leads them to a table and sits them down with some waters. Finally slowing down, Alex realizes that she's just dragged a man at least twice her size, and she starts to blush. You could have stopped me from dragging you at any time, couldn't you? Alex asks in a somewhat shy tone. Yeah, but I don't mind. I'm used to being the one that has to make decisions, Ambrose says rather nonchalantly. Alex, somewhat confused, says, Okay, if you're sure it was all right. A minute later, a waiter comes by their table to take their order. The castle is stunning with tall and twisted turrets made of sandy-colored brick and tones of gray. Guards stand taking pride in their post. Alex and Ambrose are greeted by a scribe and a guard. The scribe starts talking to Alex, giving her a rundown on what to expect when meeting the queen. The guard leads them to where they will be staying for their time at the castle. The guard leads them up one of the many turrets. What would that mean? Let's see. One of the mainly turrets. Luckily, it's one of the shorter ones that they stay in. I'm not sure what that word was meant to be, but we're going into the castle. Once they reach their rooms, the scribe has finished talking to Alex, and the guard and the scribe leave. Well, that was a lot, Alex said begrudgingly. I bet. Wait, sorry, wrong person. Well, that was a lot, Alex said begrudgingly. I bet. I remember when I got a similar speech, said Ambrose. Yours probably wasn't for the queen, though. Besides, you've probably been meeting with nobles since you were 12, Alex says. What? How did you know that? Ambrose says, shocked but also slightly sarcastically. Really? You thought it wouldn't be obvious? You speak overly formal at times. You're always standing up as straight as possible, not to mention that you know an excessive amount of different combat and weaponry, Alex says, smiling. Well, I'm gonna go... Wait, hold on. I'm not sure if this is Alex speaking or Ambrose. I'm assuming it's probably Ambrose. So, well, I'm gonna go get settled in my room. I suggest you do the same. It's a big day tomorrow. Alex opens the door to her room and finds a bed bigger than what she's ever seen before. It looks soft and fluffy. The room itself smelled like flowers, but even though Alex was exhausted, she decided to sit at the desk that was under a window. There was a stack of paper and ink. She thought about her birth parents for the first time in a while. She doesn't remember them well, but oddly remembers their voices calling her inside after playing in the gardens or down from a tree. While she is recalling all this, she is drawing, something of a hobby. The only hobby that was ever easier than sword fighting. Once she relished what she had drawn, the sun was setting. Time for bed, she thought. And as she got ready for bed, she looked back at the desk, seeing the picture she drew. It was a picture of Callie. The next morning, Alex woke up to knocking. Someone was knocking on her door. Getting out of bed, Alex looked outside, the sun barely in the sky. Reluctantly, she puts on a cream linen dress, and a purple detailed corset and a belt. The dress and corset were left in the room for her, but the belt was a personal touch. Alex didn't like not having a sword on her, but now even more because it was the sword that made her hair change colors. It's why she was here in the first place. So she strapped it to her belt and finally opened the door. To her surprise, it's a guard. "Good morning, miss. How are you feeling?" the guard asks. I'm okay. Just a bit nervous, I guess," Alex answers. "Do the clothes fit well?" the guard asks. "Yes, they fit perfectly," Alex answers a bit too cheery. The guard, still monotone, says, "Good. Now let's get on our way." As they make their way down the stairs, Alex notices Ambrose waiting at the bottom. "Morning," Ambrose says. "What are you doing here? I know you were my guard, but I thought..." Alex paused. "I'm glad you're still here. To my surprise, I'm also..." Ambrose. "To my surprise, I'm also supposed to report to the Queen today for a similar reason," Ambrose states. The guard that was leading them speaks up. "We're here." And then the steps aside... We're here, and then and then steps aside to reveal a set of double doors carved with intricate floral details. Ambrose pushes the door open and holds it for Alex. Alex, taking in the room banners hanging from the ceiling, several stained glass windows that depict... several stained glass windows that depict moments of history. And on the other end of the room, 3 thrones sit, and a carpet flows from underneath them. At the throne, someone stands, the Queen, her light purple hair flowing over her shoulders and arms, wearing not an enraged green dress. What could this be? Hold on, wearing an... we'll just say a green dress, because I'm not sure what Space Cat might have been saying for that one. But wearing a green dress with gold detailing and jewelry. Her crown-like branches comes together at a teardrop-shaped gem, the same color as her hair. Alex, standing before the Queen, bows. Your Majesty, you wanted to meet with me. My name is Alexandrite Thesmire," said Alex in a formal tone she was not used to. Ambrose was now standing beside her. "Your Majesty, I was the guard that stayed with her after the battlefield. My name is Ambrose Skyward," he stated. "You two are adorable. Please rise. There's no need to be so formal. After all, you are also a princess. Please call me Lily," the Queen speaks in a kind tone. "And you said your name was Ambrose. I heard reports of a guard staying with Alexandrite, but no mention on who it was." Alex thought for a minute. "Wait a minute. You told me you were my hold on. You told me you were an appointed guard. If the Queen didn't appoint you or someone in the command?" I think what she's saying there is probably... okay. So what she's saying is that the Queen, she thought that Ambrose had been appointed by the Queen or someone in command, but actually... "Yeah, about that," Ambrose says awkwardly. "I actually volunteered to stay with you." "Why?" Alex asks with shock. Before Ambrose could respond, there was a knock on the door. The Queen says, "Enter." The door creaks open. A girl with round glasses and a stack of books walks in.
"I didn't realize you had company, Your Majesty."
"Ah, yes. This is the new princess I was telling you about, dear." Alex and Ambrose turn around as the girl walks forward. The girl stops in front of them, squinting at Alex.
"Alex? Is that you? You're the new princess?"
Callie exclaims. "Oh, it's Callie!"
"Callie, what are you doing here?
This is where you work now? Also, why did the queen call you dear? Now, we will get to all of that in a minute. Callie, meet Ambrose, the guard that has been traveling with Alex, the queen interrupted. Hi, I've heard good things about you. I'm Ambrose.
Hi, I'm Callie, but I guess you already knew that. I'm Alex's adopted sister. Wait, you know who I am, so you probably already knew that too.
Callie mumbled. I know it's early for most of you, but I've arranged for us to have breakfast if you aren't too tired as it is, the queen proclaimed.
Food sounds great,
Alex said with much excitement.
The same as always. It really is you,
Callie said, giggling. Ambrose chuckled. So she's always been a food lover, huh? A guard walks into the room and announces that breakfast is ready. The queen stepped down from the throne, fooling the guard and instructions, probably following the guard and instructing the others to follow as well. They arrive in a room with a large table packed with all sorts of food. Fresh fillets, maybe, to ribeye steak, and of course the classic breakfast foods, bacon, oatmeal, eggs, but most importantly, Alex's favorite, pancakes. The room smelled as good as the food, and as good as the food looked, if not better. The guard pulls out a seat at the end for the queen. Ambrose pulls out one that's to the side and invites Alex to sit. She does, and Callie is sitting across from her. Ambrose is sitting next to Alex. Well, dig in. There's plenty of food, the queen states. Alex pauses for a moment in appreciation and prayer. She speaks a prayer of thanks to the goddess Demeter for the grain and fresh fruit, and to Hestia for the hearth or the food. Probably of the food, or the health of the food, maybe? When she opens her... there's a space there. I'm not sure what the word was supposed to be there. The first thing she notices, probably eyes maybe? The first thing she notices is everyone's, okay, hold on. Everyone's won her, but then she takes notice. I'm not sure what that one's supposed to be, but she notices everyone maybe around her, but then she takes notice that her hands are glowing with sparkles, the color of yellow. She thinks, oh no, not again. The queen stands up and walks around towards Alex, kneels down in front of her, putting her hands on top of Alex's. It's okay. Breathe. In, out, in, out. Close your eyes if that helps. Alex does as instructed. It says closeting her. I'm not sure what that one means. Maybe breathing in and out when she opens. Yeah, I'm not sure what she means by closeting. Alex does as instructed, closeting her, breathing in and out. When she opens her eyes again, it's gone. She exhales with relief. Ambrose was the first to speak up. Are you okay? That's the first time I've seen your magic get you like that since the battlefield, Ambrose says in a worried tone. I'm okay now, Alex responds. The queen heading back to her seat. Good. We will work on getting you used to your new magic, but for now, please enjoy the food. Callie, still in somewhat of a shock, looks at the queen in amazement and yet has a soft gaze. Thank you, Alex. Wait, hold on. Oh, thank you. Alex detracts at the queen. Ambrose grabs a blueberry muffin and some bacon and eggs, handing pancakes to Alex as he does so. Alex thanks Ambrose and takes the plate from him, and then she grabs some jam and butter and adds it to her pancakes, and she starts to eat. Callie starts to laugh.
You two are adorable.
And so are you two, Alex says with a sly grin, motioning at Callie and the queen, simultaneously brushing off the comment. The queen blushes. Callie responds,
well, she would have found out sooner than later.
After some chatting and a delicious breakfast, they are given some time to wander the castle, though they have been assigned a castle guard so that they don't get lost. So Alex and Ambrose leave the dining hall to explore, leaving Callie and the queen behind.
So what should we try to find first? Alex asks.
I heard the training grounds are really impressive. Let's look for them first, and maybe we can do some sparring while we're there, Ambrose answers.
Sounds good, Alex says.
Through the castle halls and corridors, they finally find doors that lead outside to a courtyard. Towards the left looks like a garden with a greenhouse in the center, and to the right has a field with spearing dummies and horse stables, with a gate that seemingly exits the castle. Hey, looks like we found it. You got your sword, don't you? Or would you rather practice something else? Alex thought for a moment.
Do you know archery? She asked. I do. I don't like where this is going, Ambrose said in a hesitant tone. Well, the dummies look far enough apart. Let's see if they have any supplies in the barn, Alex chuckles. Turning towards the barn, Alex's hair flows behind her. Alex turns around to see Ambrose staring at her once again, but this time she didn't mind it. She was happy. Giddy, even. She turns back around and goes into the barn. Ambrose follows her in amazement, but the both of them stop and look around. This is not a barn, Ambrose says. It's more like a workshop, clean, but still disheveled, tools and weapons to one side and about 6 horses to the other. Of course there'd be every weapon imaginable here. From classic swords to farm supplies, they seemed to have it all, except they had bows, but only 10 arrows. There was equipment to make more, but that would take time. I think we should try archery another time, urged Ambrose. Alex had already forgotten about that and was admiring the horses, same girl, same, and eyeing the riding gear. I haven't rode a horse for ages, she says under her breath. Making her way over to the gear and picking a horse with a light brown coat with white specks on him, she reads the stall name, Cinnamon. What a perfect name, she thinks, opening the gate and tacking up the horse. Ambrose, still admiring the weapons, Alex gets on Cinnamon and speeds past onto the trail. Ambrose jumps back, startled. What are you doing? He shouts, now getting some gear of his own and tacking up a horse, then chasing after her. The day starts with a beautiful pink sunrise. Knocking is heard, Alex already up, still buzzing from the events from yesterday, and she opens the door. Come in, she says joyously. She opened the door to find Callie waiting, wearing her big round glasses as always, but an outfit that was unfamiliar to Alex, a high-neck forest green dress with a leather brown tabard and a dark leather belt with a book and pouches along it. But the thing that was most eye-catching was a gold locket matching her glasses. The whole ensemble had an air to it, but Alex couldn't place that. Alex was wearing a detailed purple corset and a basic cream underdress, in contrast to her flowing pink hair. Hey, you really get started. Wait, you ready to get started with training? Don't worry, Lily is really nice. She won't push you if you don't feel ready, Callie spoke. Who's Lily? Did I already forget someone's name? Alex shudders. Oh, Callie laughs. That's the queen's name. I guess you wouldn't be used to that, would you? Callie stated. Oh, yeah, I remember that. She mentioned her name. Yeah, I guess no better time to start than now, Alex says nervously. There you go. That is 27 pages of Warrior Princess for the lovely and adorable Space Cat. Hopefully they can experience. Hold on. What is happening here? Oh, I'm on the wrong. There. Okay. Whee! Hello, cutie pie. Oh, Space, you're here. Oh, that's awesome. Welcome. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Welcome. Oh, hi, Fabulous Phoenix. Welcome in. And Sweet Space Cat, how are you? I do have a book, Sweet Solar. Beautiful. I came in late, but beautiful. I'm glad you enjoyed it, sweetheart. Sorry, there were some typos that I might have stumbled over a few times, but thank you so much for submitting that, sweetie. That's awesome. I'm a fan of the dynamic between Ambrose and Alex. Very cute. Very cute. No, I don't ship it. Yes, I do ship it. All right. Now we have an SCP from Nyx, but we will wait until we get back from our break for that. We're going to go on a quick break. For those of you who, that was quite good. Yeah, 10 out of 10 story. Yes, right. Excellent stuff, Fred. Yes, 100%. It was great. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing that. Hi, Magnificent Mute. Welcome in. How are you doing, sweetheart? You guys, we're going to go on that very quick 3-minute break that we tend to go on every hour. And that is just so that I can run those ads without you guys missing out on any content in case you're not subscribed. So I am going to set up a boss battle for you. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Love you lots. I miss you terribly and see you soon. Mwah. Okay, tism butt. Ooh, yes, exactly. Love to go for the tism. Oh, into the water you go. Ah, fuck, no, water.
Oh, I can't believe I made that. Oh man.
And slowly, or else the hair will hear us.
Look, we have tamed the hair. I'm very impressed with us. Cutie Cookie, welcome. Fuck! Ah! Thank you for the fart, dear Stark. Thank you so much for coming in, Cutie Cookie. How are you, sweetie pie? Finally get to see his mystical, terrifying place. I know. Wait, I'll touch actual grass. Coda's like, wait, is there a Vicky there? Come here. Oh, dang, Tao is so clippable. I don't mean to be. Most of the time, I'm only clippable because I'm an idiot. Sharks. I wasn't expecting, whoa. Storm, thank you for the jump scare. Sweetest Strat, thank you so much for being so sweet about my scuffy earlier stream. And yes, you must add a bunch of scufflings. Scuff, 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 scuff. That's the scuff song. Yes, yes! Oh, finally! Oh, this fucking guy. Oh, there's two of them! Oh, ouch! Oh, did they just collide? That would be so sick if they collided. That's pretty funny. Wait, I want to do this. I got it. Treasures. I can. Da na 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 da na 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 na. How was your day?
All right.
Okay, let me try not to set off the alarms again, shall I? I'll look at the. Ah, the idiot! Could be. Oh, I don't have a map. That's right. Oh. I'm so sorry. That was so loud. That was so loud. I saw the scary bird. Is that right? Happy birthday. Happy birthday to her. Yeah? Oh, happy birthday.
Hey, cutie pies. Welcome back.
So
Welcome
excited.
back.
Cutie pie.
Hi.
Happy birthday.
All right. Hello, lovely lab. Welcome back. Uppies for you. Yee, good lab. 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂. Welcome back. Sweetest Storm. Hi. Grabby from the sky. Beep, beep, beep. Wee. I'm flying. Welcome back, sweetest face. Uppies for you. Great work on your story. Well done. Beautiful Bubbling. Welcome back. Welcome back, sweetest Shadow. Welcome back, magnificent Mute. Welcome back, sweet space. Welcome back, lovely Lyra. All right. Let's see. Our next one is, so we've done Warrior Princess for Space Cat. Now we are going to do the third SCP from Nyx, and then we have a story by Jet, which I will read next. So let's do our SCP. Oh, are we on the scary SCPs? This is SCP-173. Hi there, sweet so jazzy. Welcome in. How are you doing, sweetheart? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. I need to work on it some more, but I think I started chapter 5, but I'm not sure. That's all good, sweet space. I really like this story. It's very, very good. All right.
I think 173 is 173 a classic one? Ooh, nice. All right, let's read about him. Item SCP-173 is to be kept in a locked container at all times. When personnel must enter SCP-173's container, no fewer than 3 may enter at any time, and the door is to be re-locked behind them. At all times, 2 persons must maintain direct eye contact with SCP-173 until all personnel have vacated and relocked the container. Moved to Site 1993. Origin is as of yet unknown. It is constructed from concrete and rebar with traces of Krylon, is that how you say that? Krylon brand spray paint. SCP-173 is animate and extremely hostile. The object cannot move while within a direct line of sight. Line of sight must not be broken at any time with SCP-173. Personnel assigned to enter container are instructed to alert one another before blinking. Object is reported to attack by snapping the neck at the base of the skull or by strangulation. In the event of an attack, personnel are to observe Class 4 hazardous object containment procedures. Personnel report sounds of scraping stone originating from within the container. Report sounds of scraping stone originating from within the container when no one is present inside. This is considered normal, and any change in this behavior should be reported to the acting HMCL supervisor on duty. The reddish-brown substance on the floor is a combination of feces and blood. Origin of these materials is unknown. The enclosure must be cleaned on a bi-weekly basis. That's spooky! That's spooky! Spooky SCP! Ooh, that one's very creepy. That's very creepy. Ooh. I like that one, Nix. It's a good one for the Halloween, for All Hallows Eve. Okay. We're gonna read Jet's story now. I am going to read this in the parts as Strat has sent them to me. Be sure to check the message at the end of the one I sent from Jet. Okay, let me see. Oh, he missed a sentence. Let me see. You can look at this. Okay, cool. All right, I will keep that in mind. Thank you, Strat. All right. Okay. Hold on, I want to see if this is all right. I'm gonna have to like tab out of this once we get there. But disclaimer: death, guns mentioned. Oh, actually, Jet, you're here. Would you like me to try and voice act this, or do you want me to just narrate it, like read it, like SCP style, or like voice acty style? What is your preference as the creator? Yes? Yeah, yes, you got it. All right. Disclaimer, death and guns mentioned. In a distant forest far, far away, there was a small town that nobody knew about. It was called Wolf's Hollow, a place where werewolves alike can live peacefully. One of these wolves was named Max. He was 17, his father, the alpha of his pack. He strived to be like his father, dreaming to inherit the alpha moniker from his father when he steps down. Max is relaxing in his room when his father calls. Max! Dinner! He rushes down to the dining room where his family is eating a roast deer. Deer, my favorite! He shouts with delight. I know it is, son, the alpha says with a smile. This looks fresh, father. When'd you get it? Max asks. In the woods an hour ago. Seems somebody hunted it but didn't take it, the alpha responds. Max's mother looks at the alpha. Honey, can we talk about something after dinner? She asks. The alpha nods and they go to their room. Sorry. I heard those snake people are approaching fast, Max's mother says with fear. The alpha smiles, giving his wife a hug. Don't worry. Nobody knows this town exists. Hold on. I gotta figure out where I want to put the book. 1 second. Sorry. There. Okay. All right. Don't worry. Nobody knows this town exists. Suddenly, the doorbell rings. It's Max's best friend, Lena. Hi, Max, she says, her smile as wide as she can muster. Lena, come in, Max says, pulling her inside. Max likes Lena a lot, but doesn't know how to express his feelings. How's your night? He asks. Good. My friends and I were studying earlier, but overall, nice evening. Max smiles, knowing his friend had a good day.
Later that night, Max and Lena play video games until they hear an explosion from somewhere. What was that? Lena says in shock. Max looks out the window and sees a small fire coming from one of the town walls. What the? Did somebody blow up a wall over there? Max goes outside and sees a bunch of men. They're all wearing armor that looks like snakeskin. Most of them are in green, while a few of them are in black, but one is in gold with a scar on his left cheek. The Alpha rushes outside. No, they're here, he says in terror. Who, Father? Who? Max asks. The Snake League! The Snake League is a human-run werewolf hunting organization. They've been growing power for the past several months, finding any werewolf that treks the land and eliminating them. My lord, they've spotted us, one of the soldiers says to the Gold Snake League member. The gold one stamps forward. Citizens of Wolf's Hollow, I am Lord Cobra. I have found your tiny town. You may have heard of us, so it's best to surrender now or face certain doom. The Alpha looks at Max and Lena. You two, run! Now! He shouts. What about you? Max says in fear. I'll be fine. Max and... Hold on, next page. Max and Lena hide in a bush, and they see the Alpha getting beat up by Cobra. You, and you, take him to the extraction point, and brother, set the place ablaze with no witnesses. Cobra says to some of his members. On it, sir, the high-ranking member responds. Max is horrified to see his father being taken away by the people he said couldn't find them. He can't scream, and he can't attack. The Snake League will hunt him down. The two friends see wolves retreating into a cave, the only safe place left for them. They go into the cave and see Max's mother sobbing. Mom, you're okay? Max shouts. She hugs Max tightly. They took your father, she says with immense sadness. Later at the Snake League hideout, the members throw the Alpha into a prison cell. Hey, let me out of here, he screams, loudly growling. Cobra walks to the cell. Well, if it isn't a particular little Alpha, he says with a smirk. The Alpha's eyes widen, realizing who this is. No, you were that kid. I'm so sorry. I was young then. Cobra aims a silver pistol to the Alpha's face. Shut up! You're only useful for giving your surviving pack members locations, he shouts at the Alpha's face, enraged. Cobra is 24 years old, a young man to lead such a group as this, and then the same member in black arrives. Brother, one of the captured did reveal some of their locations, he says with a small smile. Good. We'll pay them another visit, Cobra says, smirking at the Alpha. No! Leave my family be! Please! I'm begging you! The Alpha screams in desperation. Too late! 18 years and 2 lives too late, Cobra says, walking out, laughing. Part 2. A month later, it's Max's birthday. He's still shaken up by the invasion of his village and the kidnapping of his father. Max's mom bakes him a cake and sings happy birthday to him. As Max blows out the candles, he wishes for a miracle to bring his father back. Suddenly, an elder runs into the cave. We have intel on the Snake League. One of their outposts may hold our leader. Max's eyes light up. My dad could be there. The elder nods. Yes, indeed. The outpost is in the Ravenscroft Woods and is led by an executive named Diamondback. If our leader isn't there, if our leader isn't there, we can still get information about Lord Cobra and his high-ranking officials. Max's eyes are filled with determination. Let's do it then, he says. Max's mother smiles. Be safe. I'll follow you all. The pack goes into the Ravenscroft Woods and sees a building with a snake insignia on it. One of the soldiers from the gate spots them. Ah, my friends, he says. Greetings, Mr. Sawyer. May we enter? Oh, wait, sorry. This is the elder. My bad. Hold on. Let's try that again. One of the soldiers from the gate spots them. Ah, my friends, he says. Greetings, Mr. Sawyer. May we enter the premises without causing a scene? We need talk to a Diamondback, the elder asks. Sawyer nods. Of course. Just keep a low profile the whole way. Diamondback is on the top floor of this place. Sawyer is an insider for the werewolves. He is a human, but he hates working for the Snake League. The pack goes inside. Max quickly takes an elevator to the top floor. He hears laughing from a room with 2 big doors with snakes on it. He knocks on the door. Hello, Jackson? Is that you? If so, come in, a voice from inside says. Max opens the door and pounces on Diamondback. What the? A wolf? How did you get in here? Diamondback says, his voice trembling. Where's my father? Max says with a growl. I don't know! I swear to you! The elder comes in with the elder comes in with some powerful wolves. My, he is his father's son, the elder says with a grin. Tell me where he is! Max screamed at Diamondback. Okay, he's with Cobra. He's in a missile silo where Silver Rain is being developed. Oops, I just clicked out of it. Sorry, 1 second. Hold on, click. Okay, there we go. Diamondback says with fear, Silver Rain, what is that? Max's mother demands. It's a doomsday device. That's all I can say, he says with fright. Where is that silo? She asks. The Wolfsbane Woods, Diamondback responds before Max's mother shoves him out of the window to his death. Thank you, she says before turning back to the pack. A few hours later, in the Snake League hideout, Cobra gets word of the outpost invasion. Not Davis, he says with a frown. Cobra's right-hand man, Anaconda, nods. Yes, brother, it's a shame indeed. Cobra looks at Anaconda. Aiden, take hold of the missile silo in the woods. If they come, call me. I have their big boy still locked up in here, he says with a serious tone. Yes, brother. Anaconda walks away from the throne room. Back at the cave, the elders have Diamondback's phone and analyze it. That missile silo must be our next priority, Max's mother says. Indeed, miss. We think there will be a massive fight if we all go. We will send Max and Lena there to disrupt the launching process, one of the elders says. Lena sweats. Why ice? Because we trust you both. You are small and silent, which can easily sneak through a place such as that, he responds. Max smiles. Come on! We have to find my father, Lena! Let's go! They trek out into the wilderness, hoping to find the silo. They make it to the Wolfsbane Woods. It reeks of silver and ash. Max spots the silo and directs Lena to sneak in through a vent. They fall to a basement with a large control panel with a screen above saying Project Silver Rain, launching 12 hours, 47 minutes, 26 seconds. Max stares at it in horror. What is... He turns around and sees a massive silver rocket in a big room. Max searches around and finds a blueprint describing the missile. It's filled with silver dust. We can't let that thing launch, Max says. Lena gasps as she sees Anaconda walk in. Well, I knew somebody would be here, he said with a small smile. Where's Cobra? Max demands. Anaconda smiles and points behind them. Cobra punches Max in the face. Foolish creatures, he says with a blank expression. You two have to stop this! Do you understand how many lives are at risk? Lena says. Cobra steps in front of Anaconda. You two know it is deserved. Your kind are freaks of nature, psychopaths, murderers, parent killers, Cobra screams. Do you know what it feels like when your parents are killed mercilessly? I was only 6 when your kind took them from me. I rotted in that orphanage. Every night I hear their screams, knowing I can't do anything. This is my final stand on you freaks, Cobra says with a maniacal look. Max stares at the Cobra. We are not what you think, Cobra, he says. Liar, Cobra says as he charges at Max. A fight occurs, every blow harder than the last, until Cobra just shoots Max in the leg. Max screams in pain. Lena knows she must do something. She aims for Anaconda, but Cobra slashes her chest. No! Max yells. Cobra just stares at him when he leaves with Anaconda taking the blueprints. Lena gets a bandage for herself. This hurts so much, she says, trying not to cry. Max gets up and hobbles to her. Don't worry, I'm here. He hugs her. The others arrive seeing the scene. He got away. Hold on. I gotta find out where we are. Hold on. Yeah, he got away. Okay, we got part 3. Great. All right. 18 years ago, a young boy awakens from his parents' screams. He runs down the stairs to see his parents lying there with 2 wolf-like creatures above them. Mommy? Daddy? He says in fear. One of the wolves spots him and scratches his face. The boy screams in pain. That was a kid! That was their kid! The other wolf says to him. Glad to see those human sympathizers dead, right? The bigger wolf says to the other.
We've been spotted. We have to leave, the other wolf says. They leave the boy in shambles. Mommy! Daddy! Wake up! The boy screams. No! Cobra screams, waking up from his nightmare. Jesus, you all right, Cal? Anaconda looks at him. I'm fine. I'm totally fine. Cobra responds. Cobra takes the elevator to the lab, screams filling the halls. Can you tell the prisoners to shut it? He screams at the members. Yes, Lord Cobra, they respond. Cobra walks to cell 30 and smiles. Hi, friend. Glad to see me again? Cobra, they respond. Cobra walks to cell... Oh, wait, sorry, hold on. There we go. Glad to see you again. Meanwhile, Max and Lena are recovering their wounds at the cave. It's been a few hours since the missile silo mission. I don't know where I got invasion from. Sawyer enters the cave. Most humble greetings, he says. The elder smiles. Oh, wait, Sawyer's not old. Hold on. What voice do I from? Most humble greetings, he says. The elder smiles. Welcome, Sawyer. You have the Cobra's whereabouts? He asks. I do. A cliffside past the Wolfsbane Woods. That is where the Snakely HQ is, Sawyer responds. That must be where he is, Max's mother says with delight. If not, he's most likely dead, Sawyer responds to her. Sawyer leads the pack, giving them gas masks for the poisonous areas of the Wolfsbane Woods. They stand before a massive building in the shape of a giant snake. Here we are, Sawyer says. All right, I need to shut down the security. You guys hide out there, Sawyer says with determination. He enters the hideout and goes into the security room. He types some numbers in. Shit. Darktear need it? I don't know that... Of course you didn't. A voice comes from behind. Cobra slams Sawyer's face against the terminal. Traitorous swine. He shoots Sawyer in the back and leaves him on the floor. The wolves realize nothing is happening and decide to rush in through the front gates. Guns are everywhere. How are we able to get past? Lena says with worry. Don't worry, I got a plan, Max says. Max finds a guard outside the building and forces him to get them access into the hideout. See, I got a plan. Suddenly, alarms go off. Attention, all Snake League members. Wolves have entered the hideout. Use deadly force. Cobra's voice echoes through the speakers. Sorry, I thought that was an automated message. That's okay. We'll work with it. Max's mother forces out from the soldier that the prisoners are in the lab. Max and his mother race to an elevator going down to the bottom level. They see tons of wolves locked up, looking malnourished and weak. They make it to cell 30 and spot the Alpha. Father! Max shouts. Max, sweetheart, you made it. The Alpha says weakly. What have they done to you? Oh, wrong person, sorry. What have they done to you? Max's mother says in horror. They tortured me, ripped my fur, forced me to turn at times. They barely gave me food. Get me out of here. He responds with fear. Suddenly, Max's mother gets punched in the face and Max gets pinned against the wall. Foolish dogs, Cobra says, smiling. Cobra has his silver pistol at Max's mother's face, while Anaconda has Max pinned against a jail wall. Say goodnight, Cobra says, smiling. Suddenly, oh, wait, I think this is where the sentence is confusing. Boop, 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 boop. No, it's not. Okay, hold on. Hold on, I have to find out where it was. 1 second. Hold on. Plan tortured me. Say goodnight. Oh, I see. Wait, who's biting Cobra's hand? Is this Max's mom who's biting his hand? Oh, the Alpha. The Alpha's biting his hand. Got it. Okay, thank you. Perfect. Suddenly, the Alpha bites Cobra's hand through the cell and rips it off. Cobra yells in agony. Cal! Anaconda screams, slamming Max's hand. Max hard. Aiden, you keep them company! Cobra yells out before flipping a switch, sending tons of volts to the Alpha. The Alpha yells in severe pain. Father, no! Max screams in terror, but Max's mother tries to flip the switch off, but Anaconda is guarding it. The screams stop. The Alpha is burned to a crisp. Father! Max yells out. Max's mother's rage boils over and scratches Anaconda's face. She punches him several times. Stop, please, he coughs out. Or what? You murder my husband? Max's mother responds. I'll do anything, I promise. Max's mother slams Anaconda against the floor. Do what? Can you kill your brother? She says with a very serious tone. No way. He erased me, Anaconda responds. Max's mother slams Anaconda against the floor again. It's either that or I end you right here with all your friends inside. Anaconda's crying. Okay, I'll do it, he says before running off. Max and his mother cry in front of the alpha's body, their pain unmeasurable. Max frees all the other werewolves by his claws. Max's mother smiles, proud of her son getting stronger. They hear running footsteps upstairs and they give chase. It's Cobra, his left hand now shiny and metal. He runs out through the back door and into the cliffside. All the wolves give chase, cornering him. Now, rats. Well, I guess it ends here, he says with a frown. He presses buttons on his armor and goes invisible. Where'd he go? Max yells. Bullets fly out from nowhere, making the wolf amount smaller. But surprisingly, Lena sees through Cobra's tricks, punching him, sending him flying. Cobra tries to make himself stop his fall with his dagger, but he goes over the edge. We did it! Max cheers with happiness. The elder smiles. We have done it. The Snake League has been destroyed. We shall... A dagger in his torso. Cobra's invisibility wears off. He kicks the elder to the ground and pulls out his silver pistol and a detonator. Part 4, the finale. All right. Game over, Cobra yells out. I didn't have to wait, didn't I? Didn't you move one step? If so, I'll push this button and the whole werewolf race gets turned into smithereens, Cobra says triumphantly. You're insane, Cobra! Max screams out. Cobra laughs. Ding, ding, ding! You guys finally got it, Cobra says with a big smile. Now that my plans are finally coming to fruition, I can finally avenge them, he says. Avenge your parents by surrendering, Cobra. We can't risk any more lives, Max's mother pleads. Your kind already made that mistake. My brother doesn't even remember his own parents because of that. I'm just repaying you guys. Oh, don't worry. People might plead that I'm a monster and all, but I saved humanity. The wolves prepare for the worst. Aw, surrendering already. This is easy. Say goodbye one last time, everyone, Cobra says, chuckling. He's about to push the detonator when a gunshot is heard. Time seems to slow down for Max as he, hold on. As he... is this out of order? Oh, wait, maybe. Oh, as he sees a bullet headed for Cobra. Cobra sees the bullet last second, not being able to react. It hits him square in the forehead. His head gets extended backwards and he crumples into the ground. The wolves look up. They see Anaconda on the roof with a sniper rifle. The wolves are stunned about what just happened. Their aggressor, the man who wanted to end their kind as easy as a push of a button, is dead. They cheer in celebration and howl to the moon, knowing they avenged their comrades. We actually did it, Max says with a smile. Max's mother sees the deceased elder on the ground. We must not celebrate this. Many of our kind have been wounded and killed, same as them. We must keep our relations to humans pure. The wolves nod and head home. Anaconda runs down to his brother's corpse. Calvin! He shouts with desperation. He kneels on his body. They forced me, Cal! They forced me! What monsters could do this? Anaconda cries over his brother's body. Months later, the wolves hold a festival in honor of all who died in the war. Their souls go on into the afterlife, knowing that humans can't make them extinct. Max and Lena hold hands looking throughout the festival. The wolves of Wolf's Hollow finally have peace again. Finn, the end. I'm gonna have some water. There's a lot of yelling in that one. Thank you very much for sharing that, Jet. A little bit. Yes, you go get some sleep, sweetheart. You really need it. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for joining us, sweetie pie. It's been a pleasure to have you. Thank you for the care package, beautiful Bublin. Wait, did you say there's a fake ending? Oh, okay, hold on, there's more. Let's see. Okay. Wind blows in a cemetery nearby. Anaconda, this is the post-credit scene. Anaconda stands in front of a grave marked Calvin Rames, 1994 to 2018. Anaconda sniffles as he drops a rose on the grave. He walks to a secluded cabin in the woods. It's cozy in there, just enough for him. He goes to sleep until he hears a ghastly voice say, "Hayden," in a beckoning tone. Anaconda wakes up and sees Cobra. There's a hole in his forehead. "Calvin, is that you?" he says in fear. "Brother, you are a fool," the ghostly Cobra says. "Calvin, I'm so sorry. They forced me to kill you." Anaconda responds back. He gets up and runs to the bathroom. "Hayden, you failed," Cobra responds. "Who did I fail?" Anaconda says. "Me, Mother, Father, the Snake League, and humanity." Suddenly, many voices saying, "You failed us," echo in Anaconda's head. "No! Shut up! Get out of my head!" he says in a panic. Anaconda looks up in the mirror and sees Cobra behind him. He quickly looks back, but nobody's there. The voices get louder and louder. "No, I haven't failed anybody. I haven't," Anaconda says in desperation. The voices grow louder. The voices get louder until he can't take it anymore. He punches the mirror, a big crack in the middle of it now. In the mirror, Anaconda sees his brother instead of himself. He sees an eye patch with an A made of snakes on it. "You know," Anaconda says, chuckling, "you may have killed the man." He puts it on his left eye. "But not the idea." He laughs maniacally, just like his big brother. Awesome. Love it. Good fake ending. Good fake out. Good job. All right. Excellent. Thank you for sharing that with us, Jet. I hope that you enjoyed having that read on stream. Hi there, Brusque. How are you doing, beautiful Brusque? It's so good to see you. You did a thing. What did you do, cutie pie? What did you do? Okay, now we got another SCP from Nyx, and then we have Red's story. Oh, I'm so excited. Oh, I was gonna say Brusque. I don't know that name, but I know that color. You changed your name. You made it so good. I'm so glad you liked it, Cutie Jet. Thank you for sharing it with us. That was fun. Yeah, it was. All right. SCP. You made Cobra sound so deceiving, so good. Oh, thank you, Jet. I'm glad you liked him. I love all my. I like villainous characters. I like heroic characters. I like all the characters. But Cutie Cannon, I'll call you Brusque from now on. Then you want that? All right. Let's open up our SCP book. All right, Brusque, you got it. Oops, I keep on pressing the wrong button. All right. SCP-096. SCP-096 is to be contained in its cell, a 5 meter by 5 meter by 5 meter airtight steel cube at all times. Weekly checks for any cracks or holes are mandatory. There are to be absolutely no video surveillance or optical tools of any kind inside SCP-096's cell. Security personnel will use pre-installed pressure sensors and laser detectors to ensure SCP-096's presence inside the cell. Any and all photos, video, or recordings of SCP-096's likeness are strictly forbidden without approval from Dr. Redacted. SCP book. Hi, Lanky. Welcome in. How are you? Yes, we're today is a special storytelling stream, so I'm inserting some SCP entry requests between the stories that this lovely community has submitted. These are so the SCPs obviously are from the SCP Wiki, but the stories are written by community members. How are you doing, Lanky? All right.
𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂 is a humanoid creature measuring approximately 2.38 meters in height. Subject shows very little muscle mass, with preliminary analysis of body mass suggesting mild malnutrition. Arms are grossly out of proportion with the rest of the subject's body, with an approximate length of 1.5 meters each. Skin is mostly devoid of pigmentation, with no sign of any body hair. 𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂's jaw can open to 4 times the norm of an average human. Other facial features remain similar to an average human, with the exception of the eyes, which are also devoid of pigmentation. It is not yet known whether 𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂 is blind or not. It shows no signs of any higher brain functions and is not considered to be sapient. 𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂 is normally extremely docile, with pressure sensors inside its cell indicating it spends most of the days pacing by the eastern wall. However, when someone views 𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂's face, whether it be directly, via video recording, or even a photograph, it will enter a stage of considerable emotional distress. 𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂 will cover its face with its hands and begin screaming, crying, and babbling incoherently. Approximately 1 to 2 minutes after the first viewing, 𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂 will begin running to the person who viewed its face, who will from this point on be referred to as 𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂1. Documented speeds have varied from 35 kilometers an hour to redacted, and seems to depend on distance from 𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂1. At this point, no known material or method can impede 𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂's progress. The actual position of 𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂1 does not seem to affect 𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂's response. It seems to have an innate sense of 𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂's location. Note, this reaction does not occur when viewing artistic depictions. Upon arriving at 𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂's location, 𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂 will proceed to kill and, data expunged, 𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂1. 100% of cases have left no traces of 𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂1. 𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂 will then sit down for several minutes before regaining its composure and becoming docile once again. It will then attempt to make its way back to its natural habitat, redacted. Due to the possibility of a mass chain reaction, including breach of Foundation secrecy and large civilian loss of life, retrieval of subject should be considered alpha priority. Dr. Redacted has also petitioned for immediate termination of 𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂. Termination order has been approved and is to be carried out by Dr. Redacted on data redacted. Interesting. Very interesting. Hi there, Cutie Karama. Welcome in. How are you? Thank you for the comfy storytime background. My pleasure. Thank you so much for coming on in and lurking. I appreciate you, darling. Let's see. Oh, is this Shy Guy? Is this a Shy Guy shadow? All right. Okay. Let's see. Does anybody remember who did the story on the 2 Grim Reaper friends from last time? Yes, that is probably the lovely Lyra, if it's the one I'm thinking of. And I think that we are going to be reading either that one or another one by Lyra pretty soon. We're going to read Reds first. Let me see what the progress is here real quick. All right. So there's the SCP. Okay, then we got Red, and then we have, yeah, okay, so the order, if you like that one space, we will be reading another one of Lyra's after, so we have Reds is what we're going to read next, and then we have another SCP to read, and then we will read Lyra's. Lyra, I don't know if you're still here, sweetheart, but how would you feel about us also rereading the one about the Grim Reaper friends? All right. Excellent. This is Reds. I love this story. This is so interesting. I'm so excited to see what happens. I've been waiting for this forever. Because we've read this 2 times, I think, and each time we get like one more chapter from Red. So it's like this quarterly installment that I'm obsessed with. Hopefully I won't disappoint. You never do, lovely Red. You never do. You're a brilliant writer. All right. Maybe we should hold on. Let me let's get some hold on. I'm just gonna go up here. It's really good. You'll love it. Yeah, I believe it. I'm so excited. Okay. Yes, let's get some spooky music going on here. Hopefully that's good. Okay. Oh, and just to double check, Red, it's Vitaly and Louis. Are those correct? Am I saying that right? Creighton, Louis, Vitaly. Amazing. Okay, great. All right, amazing. Okay. Chapter 1, In the Den of the Puppeteer. To my dear friend Guy, I hope this letter finds you well. Unfortunately, today I am not writing under the happiest of circumstances. Emily has taken gravely ill and has shown no sign of growing any better over the last week. None of the doctors in Rennisburg know of what ailment she bears, let alone any treatment. Still, Vitaly heard word from some of the doctors in our town here that there is a skilled healer somewhere in Creighton, someone by the surname of Gurin, but little else is known about this person. At this moment, we are desperate enough to see my dear sister well again that we are going to endure the journey to see this healer. 4 days' ride from here through the bitter cold of winter. By the time you have received this letter, we likely will already have left our farmstead. Emily has already made spirited jokes with us about how she knows you will miss the breads and confections from her bakery. She tries so hard to keep us smiling, even when we are so very afraid right now. Oh, Red, sorry, this is probably a dumb question because I think every time you've wanted me to do voice acting. You want voice acting on this one or just narration? Oh, thank you so much, Fabulous Feather. Thank you so much for the lurk. Appreciate you. Enjoy your lick, cutie pie. Good luck. Thank you, honey. Thank you. Go ahead with voice acting. Great. Okay, awesome. All right, let's see. By the time you've received this letter, we likely will already have left our farmstead. Emily has already made spirited jokes with us about how she knows you will miss the breads and confections from her bakery. She tries so hard to keep us smiling, even when we are so very afraid right now. I will try to write as often as time permits, but in the meantime, please pray for my sister, for I fear the worst, that only a miracle may save her now. Your friend, Louis, 18th of January. Louis sat, dreary and half awake, staring into the still, late morning air of the inn room from his seat in the corner. The only sound accompanying this moment of thought being the gentle dozing of his bedridden sister on the bed nearby. Frail, pallid, and infirm, the most she could do anymore was rest, her head of wavy brown hair sprawling out behind her head onto the pillow underneath, her chest slowly rising and falling with her slumbering breaths. Despite her wasting figure, she still seemed at peace, an ever-present smile on her face, even in her sleep. Louise stood. The chill of the winter outside had started to creep inwards through the one window in their guest room. The town outside was lively, despite the overcast gray skies and blanket of snow covering everything inside. Outside on the streets of Creighton, it was a happier place. The faces of so many people beaming with joy, all in anticipation of an oncoming festival. Even the inside of the inn room reflected this festive time outside. The plain wood planks of the floorboards had been decorated with small circular rugs in bright green, purple, and red colors which matched the bedding that his sister was resting inside of. The decor around the room likewise matched this fantastic festival of colors. Fake flowers in red and purple sat in long, thin vases on mantels on the fireplace, and on the vanity in the other corner. The curtains next to the window were embroidered with shining, silver-colored threads that danced in a winter-themed, wondrous pattern against a violet fabric with long, green tassels hanging from each edge. Everything was immaculately organized in the inn, perfectly cleaned in preparation to welcome festival-goers from abroad, visitors staying for festivities. It was certainly not a scene intended for guests, such as themselves, who had only come on such serious matters of business. Louis moved towards the vanity in the far corner of the room, his finger nudging against the wooden hat and coat rack just beside it, close enough to be able to see his own reflection in the vanity mirror. The sight greeting him was a vision of a haggard man beaten down by worries, a cold journey, and hours of sleep deprivation. Already, he was bearing a head of messy, disheveled brown hair, the same color as his sister's, and a sprouting new beard, the natural consequences of going so many days without shaving. Weary, sleep-deprived bags sat underneath his earthen brown eyes, gazing almost listlessly into the distance behind his own reflection, fading the natural tone of his face a shade more violet and gray than usual. His clothes, at the least, were clean and orderly, illustrating a man of his profession in the farm fields. Thick, brown cotton trousers that could stand up against the snags and tugs of thorny weeds, with a matching coat to stave off the winter's bite, all covering a shirt tinged a faint shade of brown from the soils of his own crop fields. He sighed, running his rough, calloused hands across the increasingly longer stubble on his face, retrieving a stowed pair of trimming scissors in the drawer of the vanity, trying his best to at least make himself look presentable. A quieted knock sounded on the door, one that made Louis stop and glance at the clock on the nightstand beside his sister's bed. Noon was soon approaching. Louis was very quick to set down the scissors and move to greet the knocking. He moved silently, slowly turning the handle to see a sun-kissed face through the crack in the opening door. There sat a pair of green-brown eyes staring back at him, belonging to a person who had been waiting hours. He had been waiting hours to see. "Vitaly, did you find anything?" Vitaly slowly stepped inside, shaking his head. He removed his hat from his head, clutching the fabric between his fingers, and his voice dropped low and somber. "No, most of the people I asked don't seem to know about this Mr. Gurin. But the others, I could see it in their eyes. They were just disgusted that I dared ask. I think they know something, but they never told me where he is." His mouth hung for a second, the defeat still apparent on his face from the failed searching. "Was Emily okay while
Vitaly?"
A weak, trembling voice sounded from off to their side.
"How did it go?"
"Emily..." Vitaly moved to her side on the bed, clutching her hand, their silver wedding bands clinking together as they met. He dared not give his wife the bad news, looking instead to Louis for hope, for some optimistic observation he could offer. Louis shuffled awkwardly, sighing as he reached for his own cap resting on the rack. He had a duty to fulfill, a newfound inspiration driving him that pushed every worry he had right out of his mind. The exhaustion faded from his face, and he tightened his cap to his head, nodding. "I have a meeting scheduled with the mayor of Creighton in 15 minutes. If anyone knows anything, it'll be him. He'll give us everything we need to know about this Gurin fellow. Don't worry, Emily. We'll have you well soon."
"I know you will,"
she answered in kind, a faint smile growing across her face. Louis, confident in his step, bid them goodbye with a knowing tilt of his head, vanishing out the inn door and making his way down the varnished wooden staircase. Leaving out the lobby door, his boots sank into a half-foot of snow, foot vanishing entirely in a near-pristine blanket of cold and white. The only other disturbances on the street were the occasional tracks breaking the snow surface, some human, some horse, some carriage, all of which had uplifted the snow, giving him a path to follow when the pavement underneath was otherwise completely hidden and unseen by snow cover. His breath fogged in the air as he tugged his coat up more, shoving his bare hands into his pockets, trying in earnest to keep warm. Creighton was one of the larger end of Creighton was on the larger end of most towns, certainly much larger than his own home in Rennesburg, almost on the cusp of growing out of a township and into a full, bustling city. Louis had, on occasion, seen other villages near his own, having traveled to sell his crop where it would be best received, but few places were as expansive and well-developed as this one. While it was his first time here in person, Louis knew of the town's reputation from a trader that would stop by in his home village every so often. Unlike Rennesburg, which mostly drew its money from farming and craftsmanship, Creighton was a massive center of commerce, owing to its location both right against the ocean and along a mountain pass where routes of trade converged. It was also an attractive place for tourists to take time away to relax from home, but be it the warm beaches in the spring and the summer, or the festivities and celebrations in the fall and winter. None of that was what he was here for, though. Louis found himself before his destination, a broad, exuberant manor, exactly where he was told it would be. The snow had been meticulously cleared off from the property, certainly making it stand out even amongst the other properties adjacent to the manor. Despite the harshness of the cold, the garden in front was well maintained, near perfect in presentation. Hardy winter shrubs and flowers lined the walkways beyond the gate, forming a corridor all the way to the front of the manor. Louis gathered his resolve, pushing against the bars of the wrought iron gateway, letting himself in. Arriving at the door across the garden, he had only barely knocked when an attendant, suited in a perfect black jacket and trousers, opened the door for him. A manicured, well-groomed individual, the attendant offered a courteous bow, gesturing for Louis to enter. "Mr. Durand, Mayor Creighton is awaiting you, sir." Louis stepped in, the attendant closing the door behind him as he responded. "Thanks. Where do I—" The attendant, barely paying him any mind, had already produced a small broom and tray and was tidying the tracked-in snow from the floors. He only casually gestured to the stairs. "The first door on the left. He awaits you in his office." "Right, thanks." Louis turned to walk up the atrium staircase. If the outside of the manor was exuberant, the inside was absolutely obscene with how it flaunted wealth. Every bit of wood in the flooring was exotic imported wood that had been carefully polished and lacquered. Large, intricately patterned plush rugs ran over nearly every surface of the floor that he could see. Expensive, varied oil paintings, who knows how many generations old, lined the walls of the atrium. On the second floor, along the back wall of the landing, lined rows of portraits, all of men in their best finery, and all of them bearing the same surname on a gold placard at the bottom of the ornate frame. Creighton, the very namesake of this town.
"Just on time," an old, gravelly voice announced. "I've been expecting you, Mr. Durand."
Louis turned to see a figure coming down the hall towards him, one matching exactly the portrait that was last in the row of the family paintings. He was an aging fellow, his figure thin and wrinkled, with haggard skin and bright green eyes that seemed to sit far back in the hollows of his eye sockets. His hair had been finely groomed and styled, gray hair slicked back, goatee cleanly trimmed, and a long, thin, waxed mustache extending out nearly to his ears. His clothing was no less luxurious than the rest of his home, a velvety, soft suit, dark violet in color, with a pristine white shirt, decorated with a red and gold-striped scarf tucked into the open breast of his jacket. He extended a hand, the gleam of a gold ring shining in Louis's eyes when he reached to accept the gesture, shaking his hand. "Mayor Creighton, thank you for taking the time to meet with me. I promise I won't take much of your time. Please, you also may just call me Louis."
"Louis! Likewise. Please, Jacques will do just fine for me as well. We have no need for formalities here. Come, I have hot tea waiting."
The mayor guided Louis to his office, lined with rows upon rows of ledgers, official records, and other books against the walls. Sunlight reflecting off the snowy hill behind the manor shined into the room through the back wall, which was entirely made from panes of glass. Louis took a seat at Jacques' insistent offering, seating himself across from a massive gold-leaf speckled desk, on the other side of which the mayor took his place in an also massive, ostentatious, throne-like armchair. I'm just moving my camera. I'm trying to make sure that I don't keep on blocking my face. Sorry. Hold on. Let me just switch hands real quick. My arm's getting tired. It's been up there for a while. Okay, awesome. Okay, perfect. Okay, soap. Jacques eagerly poured and offered him a cup of tea, which sat in a fine, delicate porcelain teacup. The mayor's reach was stretched to its limit, arm fully extended across the expansive large desk to place it within Louis's reach. Before Louis could even accept or decline the offer, let alone begin to speak about what he's here for, Jacques excitedly began to speak over him.
"Oui! When I heard word from Sylvia was staying at her inn, I was overjoyed."
Louis froze, confused. The mayor spoke as if he knew who he was. "I apologize. You are aware of me?"
"Oh, but of course! You've never come to our town in person, but I know who you are. Your produce is well liked here. Wheat, onions, garlic, beans. Your produce is quite popular. But oh, the bread. One could not forget the bread. The bread baked at your farm is perhaps the most popular delicacy here. Did you know that your farm's loaves are the secret ingredient to the soup de poisson and rouille at Annette's Cafe on Main Street? You should stop and have a try.
Jacques continued on, his face beaming with excitement as he heaped praise on Louis. No, I didn't know about all that, was all Louis could say. He had little time before the mayor continued on. Remaining patient, Louis simply sipped on the tea, warm, complex, and bitter flavors flowing over his tongue. It hardly did anything to settle his nerves, his anxiety. Endlessly, Jacques seemed to prattle.
Our hometown has many things in it, people from all walks of life, and yet one thing we've not had in years is a decent baker. A shame, really. We've been expanding and growing our town so much, and not yet has a decent baker showed up to ply their trade in our hometown. A missed opportunity for them, if you so ask me.
At last, a moment of silence fell, but Louis could already sense the not-so-subtle proposition that he was offering.
Are you asking if... Oh, I most certainly am. As it stands, we can settle for a trade, the deed to your farm in exchange for a building here, one already furnished and ready for you to begin your trade here post-haste. I took the liberty of sending a realtor to evaluate the value of your property once I had a word of your imminent arrival, and I believe it is quite a fair deal myself. If you give me a moment, I can give you his estimates, as well as the values of quite a few comparable properties here.
Louis was bewildered, but he had at last had a sense of who this man in front of him was. He was a grand master of this circus he called a town, the ringleader that knew everything and anything that happened inside its borders, a man who was absolutely in control. He was an intimidating figure, despite the facade of joviality he had put on just for Louis. Still, that absolutely meant the mayor had the information Louis needed. He steeled himself to ask. I appreciate the offer, but even if I were to accept, we are not in a solid position to create a new business in a new home.
Oh, if there is assistance you would need, I am happy to assist. Please, do tell.
A greedy look had filled the mayor's eyes, something sickening behind that waxed mustache, in the twinkle of his eye. It was unsettling. Some part of Louis wanted to flee, stricken with a new terror, the frightening thought of becoming a mere toy for this puppet master to dangle at the end of a string. Louis refused to let himself be intimidated. You see, I tend to the farm, I do process the wheat into flour, but the truth is, it is my sister who does all the baking herself. She is unfortunately in no condition to work right now, as she has fallen ill, and no doctors we have spoken to can help. The real reason we came to your town, Jacques, is to find someone named 𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬. That happy, cheerful facade of his immediately disintegrated into a look of withheld contempt and disgust. The mayor leaned back in his chair, wordless for a time as he gazed across the steaming cup of untouched tea in front of him, directly at Louis. The silence, heavy with the weight of disapproval, was only broken after the mayor sharply inhaled before speaking.
To make such a long journey here, just to see that heathen lunatic in that old tower in the swamp? I would advise you to forget that nonsense. We have plenty of actual, dedicated, educated doctors who could assist your sister. Please, enjoy your time here. The festival is set to begin in but a few days. Until then, I can send for our best doctor.
I would appreciate, but I would prefer to bring my sister to him myself, Louis lied, preferring not to drag this mayor any further into his life than necessary. Can you give me directions to the doctor you recommend? That sickening, almost malicious joy returned to Jacques' face again, as if he felt he once more had control of this little game of theirs, and Louis could only feign a smile of his own. The mayor had produced a fine, gold-plated fountain pen from his pocket and started jotting away on a piece of paper. One Louis would be just fine tossing into the fireplace later. He stood to accept the paper without so much as a glance at the information on it, feigning a smile back to the mayor. Thank you, Jacques. Once I have a lot less to worry about, I'll definitely be thinking about what you said. The mayor stood in turn, seizing Louis' hand in a firm handshake before insistently stuffing the papers into his hand.
Please, I can see you're stressed. Take your time. Enjoy the festival. You deserve a good distraction right now. And business can wait. I am a very, very patient man, Louis.
Jacques soon began to escort him out, that fake joviality poisoning his facade the entire time. The moment that the door was shut behind him and Louis was outside, a newfound determination filled Louis. He had at last had something. A clue. Whoever 𝔬𝔯𝔂 was, there was a tower somewhere with him inside, just waiting to be found. To my dear friend, Guy. Since my last letter, we had arrived quite safely in Creighton. My sister wishes for me to let you know that she is as well as can be too. Fortunately, the journey did not take as seriously a toll on her health as we were worried it would have. We have set out immediately on arriving to find the location of our mystery doctor 𝔬𝔯𝔂, but the townsfolk have been very evasive any time we dared bring his name to them, most resistant of all being the mayor himself, of all people. Obtaining a complete and honest answer of his whereabouts proved to be far more difficult than the journey here, but the mayor accidentally let slip a detail. Mr. 𝔬𝔯𝔂 resides in a tower in a swamp. Vitaly, as clever as he is, went right to the town's library to study a map of the area, and to our luck, there is only one place nearby that matches that description. A swamp fed by the estuaries to the north of town, right at the foot of the mountain ridge. You should have seen the vigor in him once he learned about the good news. I've not seen so much energy in this man in ages, it feels, and he put that motivation to good use. As I write, he is searching the swamp for signs of this tower. When he returns, we depart to meet Mr. 𝔬𝔯𝔂. Wish us luck. Your friend, Louis, 23rd of January. The sound of horseshoes trotting, of the iron-rimmed wheels of a wagon rolling on the snow-covered path echoed through the silent wood. A low morning mist hung over the snow and ice on the ground. Trees, devoid of leaves, hung high above them, their lone companion on this quiet walk through the outskirts of town, as not a single living thing stirred for miles around them. Overgrowth had already started to claim the path, frosted grass and bushes creeping ever closer over the way, evidence it had not been used frequently, or at all, in recent years. Clutching the reins, Louis looked ahead, trying to peer through the cold winter haze blocking his sight ahead, looking for any sign of a swamp, but to no avail. As no sign yet showed. Still, Vitaly seemed confident as ever when they were heading in the right direction, not once stopping them. Louis, nervous, made sure to ask, "So, you're sure this swamp is—"
"Yeah, it was gone. When I rode here earlier, there was not a sign of a swamp anywhere. The estuary up north looks like it dried out. No water to feed it. It's my guess that the salt marshes must have dried up not long after."
Vitaly suddenly leaned over the side of the wagon seat, snatching a tall blade of grass, one weighted down by frost.
"Here, taste this."
Louis hesitated, taking the blade from his brother-in-law's hand. Gingerly, and with great hesitation, he bit into the cold plant. Past the cold of the frost and the mild, bitter flavor of the grass, he noticed something unusual. Louis tossed the grass blade aside and spit out the unpalatable mush in his mouth.
"It's salty! Ugh!"
"Exactly. A plant that is supposed to grow near salt water, like, say, a dried-up salt marsh."
Vitaly's grin told it all. They were closer than Louis could have imagined. Vitaly's gesture down the road at something he could not see ahead told him more was to come. Through the mist, a structure stood above the tree line, tucked into a depression in the rock face at the foot of the mountain behind it. A stone tower, at least 4 stories high, which overlooked the forest. Curtained windows blocked any view inside of the structure from the ground below, all above an archway on the ground level of the tower that framed a thick, imposing wood and iron door. Going further, they entered the clearing of the tower grounds. No trees or shrubbery were within a few hundred feet from the foundation of the stone tower. Nothing more than a tilled yet barren field and a closed-up chicken coop with a pen. A thin layer of snow covered the grounds, disturbed only by a few rare trails of footprints leading to and from the large door to the tower. Vitaly, filled with the satisfaction of having at last led them to their destination, flashed Louis a smug grin.
"Impressive place, yeah?"
"Definitely." Louis adjusted his cap, looking upwards to where the crown of the tower seemed to reach up to grasp towards the overcast sky. "Now, we just have to hope Mr. 𝔬𝔯𝔂 is more helpful than the townsfolk were." Quietly, Louis dismounted from the wagon seat, walking up to the door. Vitaly dropped into the snow not far behind him, turning to the back of the wagon to tend to Emily. Louis, as he approached the tower, began to feel the subtlest wisp of dread enter his very core, a nagging worry beyond all other worries that a disaster was oncoming. Thoughts entered his mind, wondering what this Mr. Gordon was capable of, or of why he was so seemingly abhorred. Looking back over his shoulder, he saw a reminder of the stakes of their journey here, the very reason they came. His sickly sister propped up in Vitaly's arms, life languid and slowly draining from her once bright visage. That sight alone was enough to make him push away his fears, his doubts. Emboldened, he closed the distance up to the door, but as his foot met the stone threshold near the door itself, an alien feeling shot through his body, up through his foot. Unlike that creeping dread, that anxiety before, which had come from within himself, Louis could tell this new sensation was not of his own doing, of his own thoughts, or his own willpower. A word flashed in the back of his mind, a command that beckoned him to stop, and his muscles yielded, obeyed without question, even before he had a thought to stop himself. Louis had little time to challenge the sensation or understand what had happened before a window over the archway of the door swung open violently, and a figure basked in the shadow cast by the tower behind poked its head out. A woman's voice, tinged with venomous disdain, demanded sternly of him, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Louis looked up, but the sight that greeted him made him second-guess his own eyes. The face, seated directly underneath the wide brim of a broad, pointed hat, was the face of a beast, a large cat standing on two legs with white, spotted fur, glaring with piercing contempt down at him below, just beyond her doorstep. Any doubt to what he was seeing was washed away in the wind as he saw her mouth move when she spoke again. "Do not try my patience. Answer my question or leave." I'm sorry." Louis was still reeling from the revelation some beastly creature was speaking in human tongue with him, yet he dare not offend the creature. Most certainly not when his sister's well-being was at risk if he was brazen enough to offend. "My name is Louis Durand. I've made a long journey to get here, you see. I hail from Rennesburg, my hometown far south of here, and my sister, she is..." Louis was interrupted by the snap of the woman's fingers. He immediately felt an unnatural jolt rise up into his throat from the stone pavers beneath his feet, a force he could barely understand seizing control of him. The feline woman's brow furrowed, her disapproval apparent. "I am not interested in a long tale or in your excuses. I only want to know why you are here. Understood? Be brief. My time is valuable and not worth wasting." Louis looked back at Vitaly, whose face was beginning to simmer in a quiet rage. The surprising sight of a walking, talking beast woman was vastly overshadowed by his increasing anger, barely held back for the sake of his wife, of Emily. Emily herself, while conscious, only had the energy to look in Louis' direction with a languid weight in her eyes, the cold having tinged her cheeks and nose-tip a faint shade of red, a red which only stood out more against the pale hue of her sickly skin. Louis cleared his throat, able to feel that tension once holding his voice releasing from within as he returned his attention to the odd cat creature. "I am here because my sister, Emily, she is sick. We have tried many other doctors, but none have been able to help. We heard of a doctor here, a Mr. Gurin." "May, Mr. Gurin is dead and has been for years. There is nothing here for you now. Go back to Creighton and get a dog in town for your flu." The figure began to pull the window closed. Louis' mouth flapped, yet no words came out as he tried to protest, to speak. Before Louis could muster a single word more, Vitaly shouted, "And you're not even gonna give us your name, let alone a hello? Don't you understand we are here at the end of our rope, out of other options? My wife is dying, and I do not know why. The least you could do is be the slightest bit compassionate, you massive bitch!" Louis turned to look at his brother-in-law, panic washing through him. "Vitaly, miss, I'm so sorry. My friend, he..." "Gurin. I'm Miss Gurin. But he named me Delphine," the witch interrupted, opening the window once more. She reached up, clutching at the hat with a humbling preciousness, a quiet contemplation in her eyes as she examined the afflicted from her distant perch of the window, eyes darting between her and the hat she gently toyed with in her grip. After a tense few seconds, no one speaking a single word, she tucked the hat back onto her head, her ears poking through the holes on the brim of the wide cap. Her eyes betrayed no emotion, her face as much of a stone wall as the tower she resided within. "I am coming down, but if I find this is not serious, you will all agree to leave immediately." "That is fair. Please, thank you, Miss Gorin." Louis felt a wash of relief, but was quick to temper his own optimism. Maybe she could help, maybe not. But he couldn't afford to feel like a solution had been promised to him. He couldn't afford to feel like a solution had been promised to him, not yet anyway. Louis looked back. Vitali's anger had been abated, at least temporarily, though his brow remained creased. Emily, however, touched at his chest, laying her hand on his heart, and that was enough to at last center him and bring his mind back to itself. A large wooden, the large wooden door creaked and groaned as it at last began to move. The feline figure of Delphine, somber and serious, breached through the crack in the door. Her figure was wrapped in an immaculately clean, white, hooded dress with long flowing sleeves and a long shawl flowing behind her. There was a strong look of wariness, of judgment in her creased brow beneath the brim of the silvery white pointed hat. Her gait carried a sense of efficiency, of discipline, as she made an immediate line through the snow towards the sickly Emily without so much as a glance, even an acknowledgement that the two men existed. Vitali, already offended by the beastly woman's rudeness, begrudgingly let the Catwoman examine Emily, who immediately gazed her in the eyes, holding one open with her paw-padded fingers. Delphine's tail twitched as she grimaced at the sight of whatever it was that she saw in Emily's eyes. She barked out questions, demanding answers. "You! How long have you been ill? How long have you felt ill? Describe your symptoms. Most importantly, do you have any lesions, pustules, boils?" Emily stammered under the brisk examination of the Catwoman, who had begun forcefully rolling the sleeves of her dress up her arms, examining her pale, bare skin. Well, I felt like this for a whole month now. I felt weaker every day. There's pain in my leg, and it's spreading up into my chest. On my right leg. Delphine's eyes suddenly widened on hearing the description of a spreading pain from her leg. She rudely seized the hem of Emily's dress and yanked it upwards to expose her undercloth legs beneath, where she grabbed the cuff of her underclothing and raised it up to expose the bare skin. Her left leg was entirely fine, aside from the wasting figure and pale skin, but her right leg presented a faint spiderweb of hair-thin, burning red lines which grew denser and more numerous as they neared a single, swelling, red pustule on her right thigh. A set of 3 concentric yellowed bruising rings radiated on her skin around the festering lesion. Vitali, whose face was now beaming red from a mix of anger and embarrassment, seized the hem of his wife's skirt and shoved it back down to make Emily decent once more. "How dare you! You cannot just inside immediately! All 3 of you are potentially infected!" There was a grave urgency in the Catwoman's voice as she yet again interrupted, her slit-pupiled eyes narrowed, focused, shimmering with an immense intensity. "Now!" Louis had no time to even comprehend fully the sudden escalation of the situation before his wrist was violently, rudely seized by the Catwoman, her claw tips sinking into his flesh as he was abruptly dragged forwards, stumbling through the snow and over the pavers until he found himself hurled into the doorway of that looming stone tower. God, I love this story. It's so good, man. Now we enter into the segment where this is the new segment. We haven't read this one before. This is a first time reading. To my dear friend Guy, I am writing to you now under quite unusual circumstances, perhaps mostly to collect my own thoughts, but nonetheless, I hope this letter will find you soon. As of this very moment, I find myself in her parlor. Yes, we did it, Guy. We found Gorin's tower. Yet, unfortunately, I have discovered that our mystery man, Gorin, has himself sadly passed away from this mortal coil. It would have been a great cause for worry, had not we struck an unusual turn of fate. The tower now lies in the care of a close associate of his, a woman by the name of Delphine, one who carries his name as well. She is a rather unique individual. I am still debating precisely how much to share about her, as even I feel I don't have a full understanding on who, let alone what, she is. perhaps most mysteriously of all, I know not what her relation to the departed Mr. Gurin might be at this time. At the very least, she has seemed willing to bring us inside of her tower. My hopes are high. Yet I cannot deny that Vitaly's sense of caution about the current situation has begun to reach me as well. I am not certain if Miss Gurin can assist with Emily's conditions, let alone if she is entirely willing to do so. Currently, as I write this, Emily, Vitaly, and myself all await the return of Miss Gurin. She at least seems keenly aware of Emily's condition and has displayed a rather startling sense of alarm of it, which I may say has not aided in the mood as we sit here so helplessly. I will write again, Guy. Pray this goes well. Your friend, Louis, 24th of January.
Louis, Vitaly hissed through his teeth, anxiety carved into his grimace. Can you find a better time to write your letters?
I apologize, Vitaly. It helps me focus. It keeps me sane.
Louis watched the ink settle and dry on the parchment, the low, ethereal lighting of the entry hall making slow, wavering patterns of fluctuating radiance dance across the surface. Louis looked up to take in the sights of the entryway. The ceiling, walls, and floor were all mostly made of the same material, irregularly shaped pieces of limestone, carved and smoothed, and then adhered together with mortar all around wooden frames. The air, despite being so still, carried the ever-faint scent of a clean, flowing river, as if a reminder of where the rock was quarried from. The ceiling was shaped into rather plain, practical arches to bear the weight of those stone towers many levels above, lacking any excessive ornateness. Along the floor beneath their feet was a plain green rug, with what sparse furniture around them being simple and wooden, and like the ceiling above, focused on practical function rather than any sense of decor. Mounted on the windowless walls, every so often, were metal fixtures mounting torches, but no flame with these strange devices. The torches instead each carried a serene, silent wisp of undulating, arcane white light within their basket, immaterial, even effervescent in some way, but undeniably there. These torches had utterly captivated Vitaly's gaze, but more so his suspicion, eyes lingering on the sorcerous mockery of a natural flame, that unearthly glow. Louis set his letter and quill down on a nearby hall table, returning over to Emily and Vitaly. Vitaly's jaw shifted side to side as his teeth ground together in his rising anxiety, yet Emily seemed much more at peace. Eyes closed as she took the moment to rest, accepting of whatever may come. Vitaly lowered his voice as he spoke.
Louis, I don't know. This creature, this cat, I don't know if we should trust her.
What options do we have, Vitaly? Louis sighed, his voice lowering to match his brother-in-law's low hush. I must admit, though, something about this place, about her, it all makes me feel uneasy. When I touched those stones outside, something happened inside of me. I felt the loud clang of the metal fittings on the nearby door echoed through the entryway, immediately demanding the attention of all present. Louis' mouth snapped shut, Vitaly's jaw froze, and Emily's eyes flew open. Across the hall, the one great door leading to the central spiraling staircase creaked open to reveal the surly feline figure returning to them. Carried with her was a pouch of tools in one hand and a glass vial of clear fluid in another. None of them dared to speak when the witch walked across the rug towards them, her bare feet silent as they stepped, moving with feline stealth and grace. Let's begin, Delphine grumbled, setting her equipment down on the low table in the center of the hall. Vitaly was already nervously guarding Emily, one hand bracing her shoulder with the other in front of her body as if to shield her. The moment Delphine withdrew a penknife, blade gleaming in the arcane lighting, Vitaly's body tensed. To his surprise, however, he watched the beast roll her own sleeve up, drawing a shallow wound on the back of her own arm. Delphine winced in pain. Briefly, her beastly, sharp fangs bared before she outstretched her arm. Drops of her own blood, crimson and fresh, dropped into the vial. Immediately, the blood swirled around the fluid, turning the mixture at first red before it faded into a dull, clear amber in hue as alchemy flowed in motion before their very eyes. Delphine tied a bandage around her own fresh wound and took the vial in hand. along with a new, clean penknife in the other, approaching Emily. Emily was too weak to react much more than beyond offering a languid, weak gaze at the approaching witch. Vitaly, however, kept himself in front of her, unmoving, not speaking a word himself. Annoyed, Delphine rolled her eyes, drawing a long sigh, finding inconvenience in having to deign herself to ever explain her methods. Your wife, she has what Goran called salt ring blight, a catastrophic disease that until he discovered it himself had no cure. Only the blood of those already inoculated against it can heal the afflicted through variolation. I think it's variolation. The fate of the untreated is to languish for months until the disease causes their bodies to fail. Very few survive it without treatment. Vitaly, please, Louis pleaded. He did not want to stumble so close to a solution as he carefully outstretched his hand, gesturing for his protective brother-in-law to stand aside. Vitaly's eyes lingered on the witch for a moment more, lips twitching as if to stir a word of protest, yet without even a single utterance. He relented, placing himself just behind Emily. His lips remained curled in derision as a last show of defiance, but for Emily's sake, he remained out of the enchantress's way. Delphine raised the vial of amber fluid upwards, rolling her wrist from side to side. The liquid began to spontaneously bubble. It had reacted as some unseen force compelled it to move and churn. The fluid dried rapidly without even a single lick of flame or heat, leaving behind a crystalline powder, dark orange in color, and yet curiously scentless. Both Vitaly and Louise stared at the act in silent astonishment and a little intimidation, and yet they remained pinned in place, unable to move or say anything in reply to the display of the arcane. The witch rolled up Emily's skirt to expose that pustulant boil on her leg again, and with incredible care and precision, she used the penknife to begin to carve a small chunk of skin from its surface, a thin flow of blood leaking from the injury. Emily whimpered and quivered under the painful scraping and cutting, clutching her husband's hand, while Louis, across from them, could do little more than watch, wait, hope, and pray, whispering under his quietest of breaths a wish for relief. The blight is spread only through the bite of redback midges that live near saltwater marshes contaminated by the pathogen, Delphine lectured as she proceeded the treatment with utmost care, carefully making small incisions in Emily's lesion, her voice carrying a sense of command, of authority, but her words did not carry any sense of anger or annoyance or any emotion at all. Rather, her tone had gone cold, analytical, as if speaking on the subject at a scholarly level with fascinated professors of medicine. Suddenly, however, she muttered and mumbled something Louis could only barely hear. But you're supposed to be gone. How did this happen? Delphine poured a measured portion of the powder out of the vial directly into the cut, pressing the powder deep, deep into it. Emily's blood flowed into the powder, congealing on contact with the inoculation, her bleeding ceasing almost immediately. She gasped, focusing on trying to control her breathing under the soft, dull ache that racked her surgical wounds afterward. A moment of silence ensued again, with Delphine inspecting her work. Satisfied, she quietly began to clean up after herself, wiping the blood off of her tools. Vitaly was first to insist on breaking the tense, heavy air.
That was it? What did you do?
Did you not hear what I said? I have inoculated your wife. You are lucky the disease had not progressed into her heart yet, for not even I could have saved her then. Delphine threw a roll of gauze at Vitaly, an action that seemed to snap Vitaly out of his aggressive attitude when it made him stumble to clumsily catch the roll, batting it between his hands until he at last managed to snatch it out of the air. Delphine continued, asserting her commands as she seemed so comfortable doing. Bandage her incision and take her into the eastern wing. You both can rest and recover there for a few days. I will come back to inspect her and to give both of you men an inoculation as well, just in case. And you, as Delphine pointed a finger. Oh, and you, as Delphine pointed a finger at him, her retractable claw poking out of her fingertip and making the gesture appear, in an ironic sense, that much more pointed. Louis felt his blood chill. Me? Yes, you. Louis, yes? Come with me. We must discuss terms of payment, and since you were so insistent on speaking with me before, I believe you should be the one to settle the debt. Delphine turned to leave for the central stairwell, not giving Louis any time to think or consider. He turned to look back at Vitaly, who was too perplexed by the sudden set of circumstances to fully comprehend or process the speed at which things had just happened, shrugging at Louis. Following Delphine, Louis picked his pace up to follow, his shoes clacking against the stonework underneath his feet. They proceeded quietly towards the staircase, starting to ascend its steps to the next floor. It gave him a moment to at least get a better look at the creature that was Miss Gurin. Her face was most definitely feline on closer inspection, but it was not until now that he had gotten a better look to ascertain exactly what. Her face did not seem to resemble any house cat he had known. Her predatory gaze felt like that of a wild cat, but of what he was not so sure. Most certainly not any of the lynx he spied sometimes out in the woods near his home on rare occasion. Regardless of her specific feline identity, she had well-groomed, shiny, soft gray fur patterned with black-ringed darker spots, and a white coat of ventral fur underneath her grays that ran down from her chin and cheeks to her neck and further beyond, under the neckline of her dress. Beneath the brim of her hat was a pair of sharp, attentive eyes, both a luminous blue in color that evoked a sense of intellect that seemed to shimmer a little in the dim light of the tower interior. Unlike the wild animal she seemed to have taken some shape from, though, her head sported a sort of extended mane of white, long fur, not too unlike a human head of hair, which hung neatly combed and straight down her back, reaching almost to the base of her tail. As they ascended up the stairs, out of earshot of the other two, Louis at last spoke. Miss Gurin, about pay. We have gold coin, or we can arrange for produce to be delivered to on our next harvest, whichever is more convenient. Oops, hold on, I just skipped backward. My bad. There we go. Delphine, I did it again. Sorry, hold on. There we go. Okay. Delphine gestured dismissively over her shoulder in reply, not even turning back to look at him before stepping up to the next floor, leading Louis along. Nothing you have to offer me is of any interest. I have no ability to spend any coin you can trade, and I am more than able to sustain myself here without need for your sundries. No. What I want is something that is rare to find here in the woods. Louise stumbled through another doorway behind the witch, watching her long, soft-furred tail continue to sway rhythmically behind her, watching how it moved and adjusted to help her maintain balance. He quickly shook himself from his moment of curious observation to speak again. What? I don't know if it's something I am even able to offer, but I promise, for what you are doing for my sister, anything. Good. That is what I like to hear. Delphine shuffled through her chest, withdrawing a rolled-up scroll of dry parchment. She snapped her finger, tracing her finger through the air as letters seemed to sear themselves into the parchment at her command. Louis could do little but stare in awe at the act. As Delphine authored, she muttered, eyes not leaving the page as she scribed. What I want from you, Louis, is your assistance. I have need of someone to help me in my research. An extra hand in the tower is far more valuable to me than any coin. It is simple. For 1 month, do as I ask. Do we have an agreement? Delphine pressed her fingers to the bottom of the document, her patted fingertips searing a mark on the page before returning it over to Louis. Louis's eyes darted over the page. The contract presented was simple, 30 days of simple service as an assistant. No tricks, no lies, no terms in the contract suggesting some greater price to pay than what she asked. Besides, he assured himself, if she really was going to do something more underhanded to him, would she have not refused to treat his beloved sister without first entrapping him in such a contract first? It was not like he had much to do as a farmer during the winter months. A mere few weeks of service was hardly an inconvenience. He tried to convince himself of this. He buried his doubts as best he could, not even thinking about the consequences or refusing her, as he answered, I agree. How do I... Press your finger beside my mark on the bottom. Delphine answered his half-finished question. Right. Louis, with a trembling, uncertain hand, pushed his finger to the surface of the parchment. A searing sting bit his fingertip as his fingerprint was scorched into the surface of the parchment, and he felt an arcane force leap up into his body, an invisible yoke binding itself around his neck. Delphine simply looked at him. That dour, grudging look in her eyes seemed to soften, if for just a moment. Those perpetually furrowed eyebrows relaxing at last. Was that satisfaction? a respite from the perpetual air of annoyance that seemed to haunt her? Louis could not tell. Delphine nodded with approval, and for the first time, her voice seemed much more relaxed. Rest for now. Your contract begins the minute your sister leaves this tower.
So good. Yes. Oh my God. Give me more, give me more, give me more, give me more. Iridius, thank you so much for the care package 13 minutes ago. Oh, Red, that was great. That was phenomenal. Amazing work. Thank you so much. I love reading this. It's so good. It's just absolutely incredible. Thank you so much, Red. So that was Witch in the Stone Tower, which hopefully we will have chapter 4 the next time that we do this. Absolutely love. That was incredible. Holy shit, right? So good. Thine. Hello, terrific Thine. Excellent work, Red. Indeed. Sweet Sir Jazzy, thank you for being here. You guys, we are severely over time for our break, so we have to go off and do that. For those of you who are new here or just lurking, we go on a quick 3-minute break every hour so that you do not have to subscribe in order to avoid missing content, because those 3 minutes, that's when I walk away from the computer, turn on those ads, suggest you also walk away from the computer, so on and so forth. There will be? Yes, let's go. I'm so excited. Oh, Red, I really love your writing style. It's so descriptive. Like when I read it, I actually forget that I'm verbalizing your words, because I'm so, I am so invested in it. And like, I have such a clear image of everything, and all of these characters are so fleshed out. Yeah, it's just amazing. So thank you so much for that. Thank you. Blame Tolkien. I was influenced a lot by his very descriptive writing style. Yeah, but like, you know, there's like really descriptive where you're like, oh my God, please don't make it a 5th paragraph about descriptions. And then there's descriptive where you use the exact right words to portray a character's appearance or behavior or something like that, by using less words, but more descriptive ones, if that makes sense. But yeah, that was awesome. I thought I was listening to an audiobook. Let's go. Oh my God. Red, you have to promise me, if and when you finish this, please promise me that you'll let me record the audiobook version of this. Please, 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 please. All right, sweethearts, we're gonna go on that quick break. When we get back, our next read is going to be, just a little preview, our next read will be an SCP entry, and then we have Lyra's story. Oh, I'm very excited for that as well. All right, sweethearts. Tolkien writes one of the most beloved fantasy stories, also Tolkien. Let me tell you in great detail over 20 pages about this one tree. Exactly. All right, sweeties, please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Sweethearts, I will miss you terribly, but I'll see you in 3 minutes when we will do an SCP, and then we will do Lyra's story, which I'm very excited about as well. I'll miss you terribly, sweethearts, but I'll see you soon. Mwah! Uh-oh, cut off already? Crap, okay. Bear with me, cuties. It'll probably cut off for like 2 or 3 minutes. Then it should come back, hopefully. Fried chicken, and then the cutoff. This makes me miss back when I was younger and me and my family walked the dogs. Aw, sweetheart. Oh, we back for a bit? Oh, good. Here I am, doing everything I can. No frames. No.
I feel like this music is inspired by the Addams Family. What do you think? Days of the week. 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 There's Sunday, yeah, there's Monday. There's Tuesday, and there's Wednesday. There's Thursday, and there's Friday. And then there's Saturday. Days of the week. Am I the only one who learned that? Okay. Tism butt. Ooh, yes, exactly. Love to go for the tism. Yes, my hair's gone fucking insane. I think Maxie did the right thing by shaving my head. I don't know what to tell you.
birthday. Happy birthday to her. Yeah? Oh, happy birthday. That's so exciting. What a cutie pie. Happy birthday to her. I wonder how big I gotta get before I can afford to go to PAX Oz. Well, yeah, we paid for it like at the beginning of the year, and then we had to keep on saving. So it's really just. I'm not sure if you can in Hollow Knight, but are you able to heal in midair? I'm actually not sure. I don't have any missing health, but I also don't have any healing available, so. Fuck! Oh my god, that was so stupid.
Yeah, we will be working on art tonight, and then also if that's going to be too late for you, if 7 hours from now is too late for you, or you're asleep or something or busy, we have another stream tomorrow. We will be doing a storytelling stream. I won't be going anywhere. I'll always keep a tab open for you. That's so sweet. Thank you, Ozzy. I appreciate you, sweetheart. Thank you so much. 7 hours. It's
After the con, Tao is back on the grind again. Woo! That's never a grind. You guys are the family I like coming. Wait. Open your mouths. Here's a shrimpy. Listen, if anyone ever made a video game with me as the main character, I would absolutely insist that how I drink potions or use packs or what. Okay, potions, med packs. Slap that shit on. Yeah. Sweetest Strat, thank you so much for being so sweet about my scuffy earlier stream. And yes, you must add a bunch of scufflings. Scuff, 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 scuff. That's the scuff song. She knows tail, hair, whip. Watch out, because it'll lower your defense. That's right.
In case this doesn't woo, am I not lowering your defenses, woo?
I'm okay, pie. So I'm eating one of my caffeine chocolates. Lovely, wow. Welcome back. How are you? Puppies. Good, love. Welcome back, Sweet Strat. Welcome back, 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂 Jam Size. For SCP-504, is that our next one? Let me check. 504, okay. Read the logs as well, you said? Log tests, okay. Okay, I will do that, sweetheart. You got it. Dearest Dustin, welcome in, sweetheart. How are you doing? It's great to see you. And welcome back, beautiful Bublin. So good to see you again. Sweetest Sir Jazzy, hi, sweetheart. Magnificent Maid, welcome back. Sweetest Sutter, welcome back. And we've got Fanart. Let me look. Let me see here. Oh, whoa, cool. Who's gonna be on my back? That's sick. Oh my god. That's awesome. Oh my gosh, sweet Sarah, I can't wait to see it when it's all done. That's so sick. I love my staff. I love my staff. I love my staff. I'll be taking a nap now. Was up too early and slept too late. Of course, sweet Strat. No worries, sweetheart. Get some good rest, okay? I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for the lurkies. Okay. So I'm gonna finish sucking on this chocolate. Oh, that's one of the fays, one of the well-known fays of the Feywild. That's so cool, Seto. I cannot wait to see that. That's gonna be awesome. That's gonna be so sick. Sorry, I'm just... It's hard to read if you have chocolate in your mouth, so hold on. Okay. All right. Here we go. Take out the SCP book. Here we go. Wrong button. Wrong hand. Here we go. Okay.
SCP-504. Object class, safe. Special containment procedures. All seeds, plants, fruits, crossbreeds, and other products of SCP-504 are to be classified as SCP-504. SCP-504 seeds need no special containment other than to prevent misuse by unauthorized personnel. Grown SCP-504 plants and their fruit should be kept in soundproof rooms. Guards and researchers assigned to maturing or growing SCP-504 are to be equipped with radio-enabled masks, which insulate non-transmitted sound and are to be instructed to avoid attempts at humor. I love that. I love that you aren't allowed to be funny around these plants. That's great. Let's see. Okay, description. SCP-504 is a species of tomato physically and genetically identical to that of the typical commercially grown tomato. It was recovered in, redacted, Kentucky, after a woman reported to the police that her former husband has been murdered by his lunch. Can you imagine getting that call? The Foundation is currently working to identify and destroy loose strains of SCP-504 in the surrounding commercial farming areas. When a poor attempt at humor is made verbally within human hearing range of SCP-504's tomatoes, they instantly accelerate to a speed of at least 100 miles an hour, approximately 160 kilometers an hour, 45 meters per second. Holy shit. In the direction of the sound's source. Only mature tomatoes, separated from their vines and less than 10% rotted or chemically compromised, exhibit this effect once each. Tomatoes do not have to be physically intact, though ingested tomatoes are usually insulated enough from sound to prevent their effects before neutralization by stomach acid. SCP-504's tomatoes seem to reach speeds relative to the inciting attempt at humor. Relevant variables seem to include corniness, humor to length ratio, and use of puns. Language appears irrelevant. Oh yeah, let's go. All right. Note, whoever snuck SCP-504 into the cafeteria kitchen is getting terminated. Those tomato slices are like fucking shurikens. Okay, let's go. All right, log tests. Item, 1 mature SCP-504 tomato. Subject, D5041. Spoken, is a hippopotamus or just a really cool opotamus? Result, no change in velocity. Item, 1 mature, okay, so these are all mature tomatoes and subjects, and we will read the spoken and then the results. What's an archaeologist? Someone whose career is in ruins. Result, tomato clocked at 124 miles per hour. Subject suffered a broken nose. It appears that SCP-504 has a certain taste in jokes. This might indicate sapience. I hope not. All right, spoken. 3 tomatoes are walking down the street. A papa tomato, a mama tomato, and a little baby tomato. Baby tomato starts lagging behind. Papa tomato gets angry, goes over to the baby tomato and smushes him and says, "Catch up." Tomato clocked at 264 miles per hour. Subject rendered unconscious. Spoken. So, I was going to bed and my brother told me, "Good night, don't let the bed bugs stick their proboscis in your skin and suck out your blood. Good luck on a healthy dermis." Result, 2-second pause before activity. Tomato clocked at redacted. Sound barrier broken. Subject killed. Holy. Okay, spoken. If you have dentures, don't use artificial sweetener because you'll get a fake cavity. Result, all 3 tomatoes clocked at exactly 145 miles per hour. Subject injured, 2 teeth dislodged. Spoken. I tried to walk into Target, but I missed. Result, all 4 pieces clocked at 212 miles per hour. Subject severely injured, right eye destroyed by a piece of tomato. Thank you for the lurk, dearest Dustin. Appreciate you, sweetheart. Indeed, a death tomato, indeed. Okay, subject, CD player playing Harmful If Swallowed, which is from Dane Cook in 2003. Result, at redacted, tomato clocked 167 miles per hour, CD player destroyed. It works with recordings? Damn it. Didn't even have to deal with Class Ds in the first place. Dr. Blast is great. I want more about this guy. Okay. Subject. After the introduction to the following news item, bomb blows hole in Lenin statue, the 3 following jokes were made. 1. Ooh, that's gonna leave a marks. Result, tomato number 1 twitched but did not displace from its original location. Test subject 2. BBC is just Stalin the good news. Tomato clocked at 152 miles per hour, chipped tooth and hairline jaw fracture. That blows. Tomato clocked at redacted. Subject is hospitalized with a massive skull fracture. I thought we just established that recordings work in place of live subjects. I know how much you guys hate the Class Ds, especially D504012. Poor guy might not even recover before termination rolls around. But I'm making it clear that whoever oversaw this round of testing is getting a serious reprimand. The same goes for whoever leaked its video logs to the staff. Okay, television playing the SNL Sarah Palin and Hillary Clinton skit. Result, Tomato reacted as if confused. Slow motion video shows 3 separate bursts of speeds in excess of 200 miles per hour, 2 incidences of motion at normal throwing speeds, and 1 unprecedented instance of backward motion, all in the one trajectory. Dr. King hypothesizes that the tomato is unsure whether or not to take it seriously. Tomatoes hate jokes, apparently. I guess so. See, this would be much more, this would be like super meta if these were like corn cobs, right? Because corny jokes, corn cob, no, apparently not. We got tomatoes. Dr. Redacted keeps trying to make the tree scream. Let's see, okay. A portal computer playing a pre-recorded engineering joke. 2009 is going to be a complex year. We already know the real part. We still have to find the imaginary part. Supersonic blast was detected. Computer was completely vaporized by the tomato's kinetic energy. Sensor readings indicate an approximate speed of 3,500 Ks an hour. A portable computer playing a partial audio recording of the Monty Python sketch, The Funniest Joke in the World. When ist das Nonstück geht und Slaughtermeyer? Ja, behund das oder die Flipperwald gesput? The tomato exploded. Debris clocked at 137 miles per hour. Computer heavily coated by debris. Keyboard ruined by exposure to liquid matter. All other components proved functional after cleanup. And then a portable computer played the text of SCP-904, and then they had to expunge the data. It was that bad. That's crazy. That's funny. These are, I like these funny ones. They're very clever. Oh, Shadow. I am so dumb. I did not even think about that. You're absolutely right. That is probably what it is. Shadow said, well, you throw rotten tomatoes at bad movies and sometimes bad jokes. That's a very good point. I think you're probably right. That makes a lot more sense. I totally spaced that. Playing the text of SCP-904. What is the text? Let me see. What is the text there? I don't know what it's just saying the text of that, but I don't see text on this page like about like something that it would copy down. That's fantastic. I love that. Well, lovely Lyra, we're about to get into your fantastic artworking here. And by artworking, I do mean your amazing writing. So let's read. Yes. Oh, this is, oh, wait a sec. Oh, it's too bad that Space Cat's not here. I don't know if you were here earlier, sweetheart, but Space Cat was saying that they loved the story about the 2 Grim Reaper friends. What actually, hun, what musical genre? What kind of backing track should I use for this? Should I use something like creepy? Should I use something cheery? Should I use something, what kind of, if I were to find like royalty-free music, what would you suggest I put on in the background to get us in the mood? Did you like it? I did, Nick, that was very cute. I thought it was kind of funny that the music didn't change for the SCP reading, but it ended up working for it. Yeah, actually it really did. I spaced doing that. That's why I was like, oh, wait a second. I can't read this with my cheery music. But yeah, lovely Lyra, let me know what kind of if I were to play like some kind of general royalty-free music in the background, would it be creepy? Would it be something that's kind of chill? Yeah, okay, let's do bittersweet story a little. Okay, perfect. Let's let me see if I can pull up any bittersweet royalty-free music. Great. All right, hopefully this is good. All right, you guys, we are now going to read D-class are people who sentenced to death row, so they use them since they're gonna die anyway. That's crazy. That's fucked. All right. All right. Here we go. Good mood here. The smell of marigolds drifted in the air around her, and whether she wanted to or not, she breathed the scent in deep. The scent was always strong. She could smell them from miles away. She stood at the entrance of the street, lined on either side by elaborate ofrendas. I hope I'm saying that right. Ofrendas? A sea of orange and yellow marigolds, calaveras, and statues of various saints. With the scents came a wistful nostalgia. Night had set, and the street was bathed in the warm glow of all the candles people had lit. Their guiding light was warm and inviting, mingling wonderfully with the scent of the marigolds. She stood a moment longer, watching the sea of people ahead of her, moving slowly and reverently among the ofrendas, while others stood before them in silent prayer. She was sure they had their own setup in their homes, but seeing so many on display in the street made her smile. A woman passed, smiling at her and nodding a greeting. She nodded one in return. She was taken aback for a moment, forgetting she could be seen more easily now. It was merely the nature of things during this time, though she supposed she stood out even more than usual, with her face elaborately painted in the visage of Katrina. Not to mention the children with her. It was the day to remember the souls of children who passed, and quite a few were gathered around her, same as the past few years. She recognized most of the ones with her, but there were a few new faces. Marisol always loved seeing people in a familiar space, even before the tea. The tea? Given the day, however, it came with a pang of sadness. Oh, actually, I forgot to ask you, lovely Lyra, voice acting or no? I see dialogue here. So do you want me to just narrate it or do you want voice acting? This music is great, but it's a little intense. Let me hold on, let me find. Oh, here we go. That's better. Yeah, let me know, lovely. Let me know what you would prefer. Voice acting? You got it. All right, great. I see you in this document. I see you up there. Lovely Lyra. Okay. It was hard to tell the living from the dead. People mingled all around her. Plenty of them were taking one another into tight embraces, sharing long kisses, clearly held back over the past year. She looked through the people here, hoping she could see. She felt a gentle but insistent tug on her hand, and she looked down at one of the girls at her side. She was wearing a colorful dress, her raven hair done in a long braid down the back. Marisol felt it was some of her best work, if she was being honest with herself. The girl had clearly pushed ahead of the other 5 kids.
Marisol, let's go, please. I want to see what toys they put out this year.
I wanted to correct before the tea, but I don't remember what it was supposed to be. That's okay. All good, lovely Lyra, all good. Marisol smiled softly, laughing and swaying a bit as the girl tugged her hand. Right. Of course, Isabella. Sorry, I was just thinking. Let's go. It's your day after all. Stick close by, though, okay? Isabella bounced happily on the balls of her feet before running off down the street with the other kids. They split off to others, some going for the toys people had left out for them, while others went for the candy. Marisol smiled, shaking her head softly. She wandered into the street, taking in the ofrendas around her. Walking amongst them closely now, she gathered in the other scents. There was tequila, a smell she wasn't fond of, but it was nostalgic all the same. Pan de muertos, a smell she loved, and she made a note to sneak a piece or two later in the night. And a myriad of other scents from foods and baked goods wafting out from nearby windows. A wistful song was playing from somewhere in the distance, through the speakers people had set up. She remembered them from years past, set up in the town square. She recalled seeing the parade there as a child. From here, with the way the song echoed between the buildings, she couldn't tell if it was a song she knew or not. Ahead of her, the children had split up, moving to different ofrendas along the street. Isabella, seemingly, changed her mind about toys and wanted for an ofrenda, and went for an ofrenda that had some candy laid out. One that had chocolate oranges arranged on it seemed to be the one that caught her eye. Marisol walked around, keeping the kids in her line of sight, while taking in the sights around her. The night air was cool, and she relished the soft breeze on her skin. She thought of her home. She would be stopping by there tonight as well. She wondered how much might be different, or if Mom was still keeping her room untouched. She probably did, but Marisol didn't mind that. Even though it had only been a year, it felt like a century since she had felt the breeze on her skin, since she had smelled the night air. As the gentle breeze swept through, the papel picado that hung like banners over the street fluttered softly. A few people passed by her, nodding a greeting at her with a smile, which she returned.
She circled back to where the children were, keeping them in her line of sight. She felt someone behind her, that intangible feeling of someone stopping and gazing at her back. Marisol? She turned around, turning to the familiar voice. A young woman stood there, staring at her, a smile starting to grow on her face. She was still just as beautiful as Marisol remembered, her dark hair hanging in ringlets. She was dressed in a simple but elegant black dress, a crown of marigolds atop her head. Marisol's mouth went a little dry. Elena, I was hoping I would see you. Wordlessly, Elena ran forward, pulling Marisol into a hug. I was hoping I would see you too. Her voice quivered slightly. She pulled back from the hug, her hands still resting on Marisol's shoulders. She rested her hand on Marisol's cheek. I missed you. Marisol chuckled softly and sadly. She leaned into Elena's touch, putting her hand over it, relishing its warmth. I missed you too. Elena looked over her shoulder and down the street, where the kids congregated around another ofrenda. Looking after the kids again this year? She chuckled. Yeah, well, I like to. It's important to them too. Elena smiled. Well, they seem to be having fun. Whoa, sorry. Well, they seem to be having fun. I'm glad. Are you watching them all night? Marisol shook her head. No, just for a while. At least until one of the actual guides shows up to take over. That was usually how it went. Reapers, or whatever you want to call them, were usually the ones who helped guide the souls here and back to wherever they were otherwise. Marisol hadn't seen any yet, she was pretty sure. At least if she did, they weren't any that she recognized. She'd gotten to know a few during the past couple of years. You know which ones are here? Marisol smiled. Elena was so curious about all this. She even talked about it when she visited her in the hospital, even though she couldn't respond. I'm not sure yet. I'm wondering if Ria will be here again. Honestly, she hoped so. All the ones she met were nice overall, but there was a kind of warmth to Ria that Marisol found very comforting to be around. Elena pouted slightly. I wish I could meet her. I mean, it would be cool to say I've spoken to a Reaper before, don't you think? Marisol laughed. You're such a dork. I'm your dork, though. You are, and I wouldn't have it any other way. And who knows? Maybe you'll get lucky. Elena chuckled. Are you going to go see... Are you going to go... Are you going to be going to see your parents? Don't worry. It's weird seeing an ofrenda for you even though... No, it's fine. I will be. It was unusual circumstances. Even though she was merely in a coma, her family still put up an ofrenda for her. She loved it. It made her still feel like part of the family. They all hoped she would come out of it, of course, but this way, she still felt close. They still felt close to her too, though. However, the night is young, and since you're here, I would like to spend some time with you. I mean, as long as you don't mind the kids being around for a bit longer. Elena shrugged. I don't mind. Marisol took her hand, relishing in its warmth, and led Elena down the street. She introduced Elena to some of the children, at least the ones that hadn't met her before. Elena talked about everything she'd done the past year. She talked mainly about movies she'd seen lately and some trips she'd taken. She talked about what changed around the city, old shops that closed, new ones that opened. Some of it she remembered from when Elena visited her in the hospital and talked to her. At least distantly, as one remembers a dream. Still, it was nice to hear it from her when she walked with her, feeling her hand entwined with her own. The children were ahead of them, calling out to each other when they saw more candies on an ofrenda, and they all rushed to call dibs on their favorites. One of the kids, Matthias, ran up to Marisol with something around his hand. Marisol, I found another chocolate orange! Do you want it? He barely waited for an answer before putting the orange directly in her hand. She fumbled it a bit, but managed not to drop it. Thanks, Matthias. That's very sweet of you. Are you sure? It's only once a year. Don't you want to get as much candy as you can? Matthias shook his head. Nah, there's plenty to go around. Besides, it's only once a year for you too, isn't it? Well, I suppose you're right. Thank you. With a smile, he ran back off towards the others. He's a sweet kid, Elena said. Yeah, he is. They continued on, Marisol breaking apart the chocolate orange by strategically banging it against a lamppost. She took a few slices of the chocolate orange, the foil wrapper sitting in her open palm, and immediately bit into one. She hummed softly in approval. She barely finished the first piece before she was bringing another one into her mouth. That good, huh? Elena teased. God, yes. That TPN formula only goes so far, you know? You have no idea how much it sucks only eating this like once a year. I'll add it to the list of stuff for your I lived, bitch gift basket. Fuck yes, Marisol exclaimed, her fist pumping in the air, and then immediately shrinking a little with embarrassment when a few people turned their heads to look at her. She leaned over, planting a kiss on Elena's cheek. You're the best, you know that? Only the best for you, mi batata. They wandered around a little bit more, Marisol doing her best to keep the children wrangled near them so they didn't wander off too far. As they passed into a cemetery, Marisol spied a familiar face with short, pale hair. As she wandered further in, carefully weaving past the candles and ofrendas, she locked eyes with the girl and they both smiled. The girl approached her. As she came up to them, Marisol nudged Elena and whispered, "Hey, if you want to meet a reaper, now's your chance." Elena looked back and forth between Marisol and the girl. What? Already? What should I say? Oh my God, hun, just relax. Talk to her like you would talk to anyone else. She waved as the girl finally reached them, and she waved in return. Hello, Marisol, the girl said. Actually, Ria's probably, I'm gonna give her a deeper voice. Hello, Marisol, the girl said. I was wondering if I'd see you again this year. Hey, Ria, likewise. Well, I'm still here. Good to see you, though. I hope the little ones haven't been causing you too much trouble. Marisol chuckled. Not any more than usual. Isabella crossed her arms. Hey, we've been good. Matthias shared some of his chocolate oranges with you. Marisol ruffled Isabella's hair. I know. That was very sweet, and you've all been very well behaved. I can take it over from here, Ria said. I take it you haven't seen your families yet. Their families yet. They haven't seen their families yet. Sorry. No, not yet. Then I'll make sure they do. Good. Oh, also, this is Elena, my girlfriend. She looked over to Elena. Elena, it's nice to finally meet you. Marisol's told me a lot about you. Oh, yeah, that's me, Elena said. It's nice to meet you too. Can I shake your hand? That's not like gonna make me drop dead or anything, is it? Marisol gently elbowed her. What? It's a valid question. Ria chuckled softly. You can. It's safe. I promise. It doesn't work like that. Well, I think it's sweet what you do, Elena said, taking Ria's hand. Helping the kids around and stuff. Ria shrugged. It's all in a day's work, but thank you. I should probably get going before they get antsy. Have a good rest of the night, you two. They waved to each other as they parted ways. Marisol and Elena joined hands as they left the graveyard. So, Elena said, where to? Did you want to go see your parents? Soon, yeah, Marisol said, and she held Elena's hand a bit tighter and leaned herself against her shoulder. For now, though, I want to talk around with you some more. Maybe it's walk around? It's been too long. Elena chuckled. Sounds good to me, batata. They eventually found themselves in an open square, which had been covered in lights, strung between lampposts and across balconies of the surrounding buildings. More ofrendas lined the sides of the square, and there were large statues of skeletons and an even larger one of La Catrina. The square was filled with people, women dressed up in vibrant floral wearing crowns made of marigolds, and men in embroidered dress shirts and pants, many of them with their faces painted like sugar skulls. Marisol sighed softly, taking in everything around her. I really, really miss this. This time of year, this place, you, my family, just all of it. Elena gently ran her thumb along Marisol's hand. We all missed you too. Well, let's make the most of our time and walk around a little more. Then I think I want to go see my parents. As they stepped into the square, Marisol and Elena watched a group of people dancing. They were all partnered up with someone, dancing to a song with an upbeat tempo that was playing over the tall speakers nearby. But Marisol couldn't tell what song it was from here. They looked at each other and Elena smiled and nodded invitingly towards the dance. Marisol smiled and back nodded, and they began moving over to the crowd. As they approached, the current song faded out slowly and a new one began to play. The soft sounds of a son... Jaroko song began to play, a wistful but almost joyous-sounding harp. Marisol knew the song, and she felt her mood rise with it as the other instruments joined in the song. She felt tears welling in the corner of her eyes. She took hold of Elena's hand. La Bruma. I haven't heard the song in ages. Elena turned, looking into Marisol's eyes. I haven't either. Do you want to dance? She returned her gaze and smiled. I'd love to. Elena moved forward, leading Marisol into the crowd. They found an open space and faced each other, resting their hands on each other's shoulders and hips, dancing slowly as the singing began, the voice echoing in the night air around them. I actually don't know how this song goes, but Ay, qué bonito es volar a las 2 de la mañana. The song continued, and the world around them faded and retreated into the distance. Elena swayed her softly back and forth as the song continued, weaving through the air. Marisol gazed into Elena's eyes, looking over all the little things she loved about her face. The small mole on her cheek, the hazel of her eyes, the upturn of her nose. She reached up one hand, gently tracing her fingers along Elena's cheek. Elena leaned in return, and Marisol's breath hitched a little as she followed, until they met with a kiss. The song began to end, and the kiss with it. Marisol leaned forward, resting her head on Elena's shoulder. Her shoulders shook as the tears from before came out in full. Elena's arms went around her. Hey, she whispered. What's wrong? I miss you so much. I miss things like this. I don't want this to end. I don't either, but we still have time. I know, but I want to see you more than once a year. What if I don't ever wake up? Elena kissed her again, softly, and looked into her eyes. I have got to change. We gotta switch over to this. I'm so sorry. That was distracting music. Sorry. Elena kissed her again, softly, and looked into her eyes. You will. You're the strongest person I know. If anyone will come back from this, it's you. And I'm sorry. Marisol was quiet. She didn't like Elena holding onto this guilt still. She was driving that night, but what happened wasn't her fault. It was the other person driving that night. They were the one who had been driving drunk. Don't be. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me. Elena gave her another kiss. So are you. Marisol sighed. Sorry. Guess I killed the mood. Elena gently brushed some of her hair away from Marisol's face, tucking it behind her ear. You didn't, no. Marisol said nothing, but she slowly pulled Elena into a hug. Elena wrapped her arms around Marisol, gently stroking her hair. Would you want to go see your parents now? Or do you want to stay a little longer? Marisol shook her head, and as the song began to end. No, I want to see them. Thanks for the dance. Anytime, Batata. Let's get going. Elena took Marisol's hand once more as the song faded and walked with her towards her home as a new one began to play. Oh, that's so sweet. That's so sweet. That's so sad. I love it though. Awesome work, lovely Lyra. That's awesome. I love that we got a little Ria appearance as well. It was good to see her again.
What is the opposite of the following words? Always coming from. Take me down.
The opposite? Never going to give you up. Okay. GG. I love it. 10 out of 10 story. That was awesome, sweetheart. That was fantastic. Thank you so much. That was beautiful. Oh, Lyra, please tell me you shared more stuff as well, because I love these characters, and the world you've made is so interesting. Always love a Yuri romance. I love reading romance stuff. It's super cute. You guys, give me more romance to read out. That was great, sweetie. Thank you so much, Lyra, for submitting that. I really appreciate it. Glad you liked it. I was worried I might have laid it on a little thick. No, it's cute. That's so cute. And it's so effective, particularly because there's like this sense of potential hope and also potential strife, you know, like the possibility of her not waking up from this coma is so Like, but she's still there, you know? I think it's beautiful. I really like that, Lyra. I think that the best way to explore that kind of thing is through, especially if you're going to do it in a short form. I think that the best possible way to explore it is through lovers, you know? Partners. My story was going to become romance, but I hadn't gotten to that point. Oh, Lav, keep writing it then. There's a lot of fictional Yuri stories, but are there any video games that explore this in depth rather than just simply being like, oh, these two girls are in a relationship? Okay. Hi there, Zega. Welcome in. How are you doing? I wave at you with my book. How are you doing? It's good to see you. It goes well. We're just reading. Oh, okay. We have this. Okay. I know I said that this was just a reading stream, but Realm actually submitted a comic. So we're going to try that. Still sick? I'm so sorry you're sick, Zega. I really hope that you feel better soon, hun. I really, really do. Let me put that there. I'm glad you liked it. Marisol was going to be dead initially, but I thought that would be more interesting. And also, I didn't want to do the whole bury your gaze thing. I know what you mean. I have a story that I've had in the works, and I have the main character falls in love with this, like, her shipmate. And the shipmate winds up dying. And I'm like, I don't want to do the bury your gaze trope. So I'm like, maybe she'll come back later. She comes back to life. Does it count as burying your gaze if they come back like 20 chapters later? Does that still count? Yes, Realm, you're just in time. You're just in time because we're about to, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to share the screen with you guys. Let's see, our writing channel. There we go. I miss breathing. Oh, Zega, that's so bleak. I'm so sorry you can't breathe, hun. That's terrible. Oh my gosh. All right, give me just a sec, you guys. I'm gonna set up a. All right. Actually, I think. I should have kept chapter 3 in because that's when we find out two of the characters together. Ooh! Did you take chapter 3 out? So wait, are we reading 1, 2, and 4 of yours? Please do pursue the romance more. I love reading romance. The reason I like it is because it, especially when you guys let me do the voice acting stuff, it lets me be very emotional without like blowing my voice out. I love screaming. Don't get me wrong. I love yelling and screaming and shouting and stuff, but like, doing some really emotional stuff is one of my favorite things. You know, it's fun. It's fun. Especially when it's like too, like, I love gay. I was gonna finish that by saying I love gay characters, but no, I love gay. I do love gay. Gay is good. Gay is one of my favorites. Why do you think I love Link like so much? No, it's actually just a really good show, but also the boys. I love the boys. Explains why you read Jordan's Dream really well. Yes! Wait, Dustin, did you submit, or did you want to resubmit what you've already submitted in the past? Because I'm happy to, if it was already approved for a previous one, we have a lot of people here who haven't gotten to hear a lot of this stuff, so. I like how you were all like, I like gay, and then short pause. I do like gay. I like gay everything. Gay good. Gay makes me happy. Every time you say something to Realm and chat, I keep thinking, oh, did they name themselves after the Final Fantasy character? I like gay based. Yes, let's go. I love gay. Especially the dance part. Yeah, that's really sweet. That's really cute. You're back. Welcome back, Jet. Oh, you're gonna go to sleep? I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. I can resubmit if folks want to hear it again. Absolutely, dearest Dustin. If you would like for me to read it, I'd be happy to read that again because that was already approved. So, for kicks, I wanted to mention the title. I guess for folks who don't know Spanish, it means sooner or later I will be with you to continue our love. Oh, it's from this song called Amor Eterno, which is a pretty common song at Mexican funerals. Oh, that's so sad. Lyra, can I ask about, is your like ethnic background, are you just like writing from a place of doing research, or do you have like Mexican background or Hispanic heritage, or? Thanks again for the VA Tau. It's my pleasure, Joyce Jet. Thank you so much for giving me something to scream over. That was fun.
Did someone say gay? I said gay. I love gay. I know you requested a second part. Still trying to figure out how to do that and keep it within rules. The actual story has a lot going on. Well, Dustin, I mean, as long as it's not like triggering, like you've heard, we've already like talked about, like there were a lot of people dying and getting shot and stuff in Jet's story, for example. And like the tomatoes broke people's faces and killed people in the SCP entry. So, a little bit of both. I don't have Mexican background, but it's a culture I'm around a lot, and also did some research to refresh my mind on stuff. That's very cool. Love that, Lyra. Fair enough. Hi there, Outstanding Omega. How are you doing? I could always add chapter 3 as long as one of the mods would be happy to check it over. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if we have a mod currently available. Do we have Sedu or Red? Because Strat's taking a nap because he's been up all night. At least as far as I know, anyway. I have dark hair and olive skin, so I kind of get mistaken for being Mexican. Fair enough, fair enough. I'm still working, but listening, so if you had questions, I can answer them. Perfect, awesome. Oh, you're here, Red. Thank you, Red. Do you mind reading through chapter 3? If you wanna submit that, lovely Aspen, then Red can look through it real quick. Lurking, thank you so much for the lurk, amazing Azure. I appreciate you. All right, let me pull up. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna put this right behind me real quick. 1 second. Cool. All right. This is I've blocked you guys for a second because we have a graphic novel by lovely Realm. So let's see how this goes. We've never done this before, but I love that it's a Neopets thing. That's great. Thank you so much, Red. I really appreciate you. All right, let's begin. Cedric's Reflection. I hope I'm saying that right, Realm. Okay, let's see. Ooh, okay. I think that this must be her talking, so I'm gonna give this a femme voice here. And you get up. Of course you get up. No wonder you're a 𝔬𝔱𝔬𝔂 pawn. Ooh, I like all the patterns and stuff. Very cool. Oh my God, I'm getting flashbacks to Neopets. This is great. So are these, I guess I'm having trouble. Realm, can you tell me whether I'm supposed to be doing this? Is this her speaking to him through the jewel? Is that right? Kedrot. Oh, Kedrot. Okay, Kedrot. Got it. Is Neopets still a thing? I may need to play it. It is still a thing. I still occasionally spend some time on it. What if I linked you to the message that starts the story? I'd like not to repost the whole thing. Oh yeah, you could probably do that, Dustin, if you want to just forward it to Red and or myself. That's 𝔬𝔱𝔬𝔂 speaking through that. Okay, great. Okay. Kedrot, you need to retreat. This incarnation of the darkest fairy is far too powerful. Even my magic can't subdue her. Please, you need to leave this for Queen Fiora and run. And is Kedrot mask? Is that right? Lovely Lord, welcome in, sweetheart. Thank you so much for the care package. And thank you for contributing to the community game night challenge. I appreciate that too. Or are we doing like more of an Ash Ketchum kind of sound? Yep, it's a mask. He also never raises his voice. Okay, I can't. If the queen is still gathering her power, she'll be left vulnerable if I leave now. I need the Darkest One's attention. Kedrot! I know the Darkest One's power! You're no match for her! She wants to destroy you! A weaker version of... Wait, okay, hold on. So is this still... Is this him talking, or is this her talking? A weaker version of her overpowered me. My strength... Okay, if he never raises his voice, I'm assuming that must be her. Okay. This might have to, I'll do it this time, but I think that from now on, we probably will have to do just writing because I have no context for anything. So if I'm gonna do voiceover stuff, then it's, unless I'm just gonna like read it. But hi there, gorgeous Ginger, how are you doing? It's good to see you. A weaker version of her overpowered me. My full strength cannot protect you. Then it's a good thing I have more than just your power. Isn't it, milady? You think you have
anything to your chances of beating me? Adorable! I return more powerful than previously. Every time you Neopians deter me, I rise again. Soon I will grow to a level that not even Fjord's magic can contain me. Your previous Earth Fairy admits herself that I am the pinnacle. What do you even have? The power that comes from being myself. What more do I need? You can't hide what you are from me. You weren't always so boastful and arrogant. I can see deep into your history, and I found a frail and tarnished boy, one who held no vision of the future. And I see you reflect upon your history frequently. No matter your cocky demeanor, nor your delusions, you cling to your shattered past, incapable of moving on from such deep scars. Perhaps that frailty still lingers within you. I wonder, how much of your own words do you actually believe in? Your theory falls short on one aspect you claim to believe. You assume I reflect because I am ashamed of my past. Could you say that to your younger self if given the chance? Without hesitation. Then let's test that little theory, shall we?
Ooh. Is this based off of like actual Neopian lore, or did you just kind of wind up using the characters that like the fairies and stuff? I was called a Master Gummery Sergeant today. What does that mean? I'm not mad at being called that. I just thought it was funny. It's somewhat based on the current plot, The Void Within. Are they still doing like story updates? Kendra! Oopsies. I clicked off. Sorry, hold on. There we go. Okay, I assume this is Kedra. The void has stolen the joy and happiness of many knights, including your king. Your vigor will be taken just the same. Or rather, your conviction will be stripped from your grasp, returning you to your true nature. Oh. Nice. Okay, and then we move over to here. I'm again gonna assume this is Kendra talking or not. I'm not really sure. You have no teeth right now. Oh, that's right. To help, I made the darkest fairy speech bubbles jaded and corrupted. Oh, okay, so that's the darkest fairy then, I assume. Okay. Let's see how well you conquer your worst traumas. Will you convince yourself the future is brighter, or succumb to the void and be reduced to your original state, just like all the rest? Ooh. Oh, give me 3 minutes. This seems like the last place anyone with that amount of baggage would wish to find themselves. What's one more thing to go wrong? I'm too weak to fight it anyway. Perhaps physically. Then again, endurance is strength in more than just a physical sense. Having the will to stand, to live in tomorrow, that takes emotional and spiritual strength, and those prepare you for your hardest battles. I bet it's my fault I lose those too. Your feelings are valid. It is normal to feel shame in our failures. But one can't reflect the feelings of shame onto those who don't speak it. Our compassion for others can go so steep, it causes us to treasure their validation, their faith, their opinions, their expressions. All of it becomes our standard, and that's not always a bad thing. It becomes different when we treat those living people as a holy reverence, our leaders and mentors, our heroes, our family, an esteemed protector. We cherish their existence, while fearing our mistakes and flaws will drive them away. But the truth is, those we cherish have already made peace with our flaws. They hold us regardless, and view our shortcomings as a quality. The one person who has the hardest time finding peace within us is ourselves. How do I do that? It's never the easiest answer to give. The mind is diverse, varies in its expression, and as such, there's more ways one can damage it.
One's path to enlightenment may not be yours. Only one thing remains consistent. You will have to face it.
I can't! It hurts!
I know. It always does, but you must trust yourself.
These are great illustrations, hon. Great job on your framing and stuff.
You're fighting hard, aren't you? But it's okay. You're allowed to lose.
Oh, scroll, scroll, scroll. Oh, it's so good to see all of the Neopets I grew up with. So cute. Great artwork, hun. Great artwork.
No one came. Friends, family, no adults. It was only me, alone. I looked up for answers, and clouds rolled over me. The warmth was gone. The light was gone. I felt nothing. And all I can do is cry. What else do you have after that? Ourselves. Our hardest tests. Our suffering without a shoulder to lean on. And we're led to believe on our own we are useless. And without a guide, there is no future that wants us. It's hard because it's so easy to fail ourselves. And without validation, it's normal to surrender. But things change once we open our eyes to one truth. We forget despite isolation, regardless if we lacked support. We manage the most important value our lives need. We believed in the good of tomorrow so much, we lived long enough to see it. Deep within, you believed in a better tomorrow so much you lived to search for it, and that strength can only come from you, and you alone. And you should never lose sight of that strength, not for anyone or anything. Even if fate tries to stop me? Fate, destiny, prophecy, 3 different words for the same paradox. When it ends wit, we believe fate guides us. But if we are governed by fate, then should we concern ourselves with decisions? Are the choices we make our own, or are they preordained? If fate says our road leads to misery, why does it feel wrong? The salvation of fate is an age-old trap. Our hearts will seek peace, and if no one heeds our call, it's easy to depend on fate. It's a force that's known to see our stories from beginning to end, all before we even walk the path. But those who walk the path of fate learn a force of nature is only a guide and not protection. Fate's path of salvation is merely a script we're expecting to follow, even if we are led to more pain, tragedy, and defeat. Soon, we rely on fate's promise so much we no longer write our own stories. We accept torment as a part of our lives, waiting for a conclusion that satisfies us. Except all we receive is fate dealing a hand that buries us deeper until the weight makes us give up. However, fate is a force with one fatal flaw. It deters the moment one takes action. To break its trap, you must choose to break it. Fate doesn't exist to those who grasp their own thread.
Ooh, these are so cool. I hope you made tarot cards of these, bud. These are awesome. Really, really cool. Hold on, did I miss one? Let me see here. 1 second. Okay, there. And then...
Who are you? I am you, and you will grow.
You were so scared for your champion you came yourself? Weren't you the one who warned him that I was too powerful for you? That your magic can't save him?
You know, 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯🂄, I always thought you had a little too much color. Ooh. Apologies, Darkest One. A small lie left my lips earlier. 2 minutes, 13 seconds.
Is that it? Is that where it ends? Is that it? Oh my god! I do like that, like, Kedrit's like entire name is in flames. That's very cool. Thank you so much, Rum, for submitting that. Sorry, it was a little bit confusing because I wasn't sure, like particularly when he was talking to his younger self. I wasn't really sure which one was which, but I hope it was okay anyway. And thank you for submitting it. Sweet Storm, thank you for the head pat, hun. Thank you, thank you. Took 7 months to put it together. That is crazy. It's so well illustrated though, and it's clearly got a lot of effort. I really, really liked his monologue as well. Very cool. All right. And Red said, went over Aspen's chapter 3. Amazing, Red. Thank you so much. Fantastic. All right. Let me go and see who's next. Storm is next. Actually, Storm, it's very convenient you're here. We need to read The In-House Brewmaster, an introductory interaction. Oh, oh boy, we have accents. Uh-oh. Yeah, very well done, Realm. As for the cards, the backs are based on the actual Neopets tarot cards. Oh, that's so cool. You did a great job replicating them then. Hey, Storm, do you want narration or do you want voice acting? What would you prefer for this one? You're going to have to give me time with these accents. Voice act, good luck with the accent. Think Scottish and you'll be close. Okay. What kind of royalty-free music should I be looking up for this, hun? I feel like just based off of seeing, Knack, you down here? Probably not this. What, should I look up like medieval D&D music maybe or something like that? You gotta go to bed, lovely Lyra. All good, cutie pie, all good. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Thank you so much for submitting your beautiful, beautiful piece. Please keep on writing because we definitely want to read more of those in the future as well. Oh, we also have to go on a break. Once Storm lets me know what royalty-free music he wants, we will go on that break. But yes, lovely Lyra, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Go to bed and dream of Rhea, Marisol, and Isabella, or Elena. Yeah. Think Faint D&D Tavern. Okay, great. D&D Tavern music. Perfect. Here we go. Oh, we got some Skyrim stuff to start with. You did an amazing read. Thank you. Thank you so much, lovely Lyra. I love your characters. I can't wait to have them again. I want to revisit Elena and Marisol already. You should. You should. You should. All right, cutie pies. For those of you who don't know, we go on a 3-minute break every hour so that if you guys cannot afford to subscribe or you do not wish to, you do not have to because we'll go on that break. That's when we run those ads. You won't miss any content that way. Lovely Limbo. Sweetheart, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. It's such a pleasure to have you, cutie pie. All right, you guys, let's go on that break. Please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I'm setting you up with a boss battle, but if you would like to participate in that, you can. Also, this whole entire stream, by the way, including in the BRB, if you want to do !fish, you can play our little mini game for fishing. Regardless of what you choose to do, sweethearts, I'll see you in 3 minutes, and when we get back, we will be reading Storm's story, so we'll have to listen up. Love you lots. See you soon. Mwah! Comes out in a few days. I haven't been this excited for game release in a long time, like since the release of Ready or Not on console. Speaking of which, just want to remind you, Ready or Not. I thought it was over. How was your day? Right. Okay, let me try not to set off the alarms again, shall I? I'll look at the... After the con, Tao is back on the grind again. Woo! Nah, it's never a grind. You guys are the family I like coming. That's some bullshit. You cannot. No, no, no. No, no, no. Oh my god. Oh my god. No. Oh, dang. How is so clippable? I don't mean to be. Most of the time, I'm only clippable because I'm an idiot. Sharks. Talkie, 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 talkie. Kick me in the butt. Kick me in the butt. I dare you. Do it. Do it. Do it, coward. Fucking do it. She did it. Put some link click stuff over there because I was like, I'm obsessed. I fucking need it all. I need everything. Give me link click. Give me link click. It was so good. I didn't expect that from the first few minutes. I know. I'm so glad I could introduce you. Okay. Sorry, I'll stop being insane and I will intersperse it for. She knows tail, hair, whip. Watch out, because it'll lower your defense. That's right.
In case this doesn't do well, am I not lowering your defenses,
Just kidding. Sweetest Strat, thank you so much for being so sweet about my scuffy earlier stream. And yes, you must add a bunch of scuffling. Scuff, 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 scuff. That's the scuff song.
Boo! Hi there, cutie pies. Welcome back. I've missed you terribly. All right. Here's our D&D tavern music. You'll have to tell me what you think of this, Storm. All right. Let's read. Welcome back, sweetest Sedu. Welcome back, beautiful Bubblins. Welcome back, lovely love. Uppies for you. Yay! Good love. Welcome back, awesome Aspen. Uppies for you. Yay! Good Aspen. Welcome back, sweetest Sedu. What about Soldier Poet King, but it's acoustic? Oh, we could do. I could loop that. I can loop that. Let's see. Is there a... Oh, okay. Would help if I spelled acoustic in a remotely accurate way. Actually, maybe I'll put instrumental. How about that? Awesome, Ozzy! Welcome back. Uppies for you. Yay! Good, Ozzy. Okay, cool. Let's try this. I don't know if this is gonna fit. Storm, do you have a preference? Do you want this on loop? Or do you want the previous, like, distinctly D&D tavern-y music? I heard of it, and it's a very D&D tavern-like. Well, I don't have... So the problem is I'm finding acoustic versions that have... they're singing in it, which is beautiful, but still. Got a moment to chill with you guys for a bit? Let's go! We're so happy to have you back. It's your tavern. Okay, well, it probably needs... I probably should go back here then, just because I think it's... This is what I visualize when I think of a tavern, especially because I'm going to be yelling. There's a lot of exclamation points in here. All right, forgive me in advance. I am a garbage, I am terrible. I am really, really, really bad at, like Scottish-esque accents, so. All right. And also, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your character's name, Storm, sorry. Oh, wait. Yeah, you said voice acting. Yeah, you did. Okay. Nakumiasa looked around the basement, his face turning this way and that. Darkness abound down here, but that didn't affect him or even worry him. Concentrating for a moment, he turned and floated over to the far corner, where a small hole in the wall was the only path for those of body to move through. Again, not an impediment to Nakumiasa. He passed through the wall into what he called his laboratory. The hole was needed to get his creations out of the secluded area. He couldn't carry them through the wall with him. He chuckled as he floated through. Sometimes this ghost gig was interesting, if a little limiting when it came to physical interaction with the world. Is the person calling, what kind of a voice is the line knack you down here?
Is that a young boy? The lad stopped at the bottom of the stone stairs. I think that might be a young man, possibly. I'm just trying to read ahead and see. Yeah, all right. We're gonna assume that that's like a young boy. Cool. Knack, you down here? Came a cry from the far side of the basement, muffled by the intervening shelves of small barrels and bottles. Ah, lad, your timing ain't so grand. Hey, we're gonna be making a new batch. This is terrible, sorry. Nakamiyasa poked his head out through the back of the wall, a scowl on his face. What you after me for this in time? The lad stopped at the bottom of the stone stairs, his tall frame nearly having him brushing his hair on the beams holding the main bar floor stable above his head. Where do we keep the sweet berry brew? I swear you keep changing things down around here and we're about to run dry upstairs, he scolded the ghostly dwarf. If you just listen, you'd get the system. I ain't been changing anything around and they're on the wall right next to you, Phil. Phil chuckled. Your accent slipped again, Knack. Being half elf, half dwarf while you were alive must have wreaked merry havoc on people's ears. Must be from the fact you keep shortening my name, Phil. Is this the right person still? Now, am I gonna be able to make the new non-alcoholic version of the same berry brew while we're young? Or do you want to stand there and keep poking fun and not doing your job of keeping the bar stocked and clientele trying these experiments? Phil chuckled, this being his usual banter between himself and the ghostly brewmaster. Sorry, Alex, I just saw your message of Dwelf. Let's see. I'll leave you to it. The virgin berry will be about as popular as this berry brew, given how much people ask for it. Gods and deities? What is... Oh, deities. Okay. Gods and deities, lad. Please telling me that's not what they're marketing it as. Marketing it as. Virgin berry mustocky hide. Very sweet is what I told him. Nakamiyasa grumbled, knowing where his heart used to be that Phil was teasing him. But he liked the lad. He was dependable and amusing to chat with while things fermented or saddled in his lab, bringing tales of the new tavern keeper upstairs who had yet to come down and introduce themselves to him. Phil smiled, hefting a small keg from the stack next to the door. Nah, I turned them away from that idea they suggested. Told them your idea, which is about the level of puns they appreciate. Tell them to come back down here some evening before opening and we can chat. I do, Knack. They keep themselves too busy. And you know how frantic things get before and after we open or close. Knack chuckled, withdrawing his head from the other side of the wall. They trust me enough not to bother me. That's all this ghost needed for now. One day, though. One day they need to chat with me if I'm gonna keep the supply level up. I'll need some new gear. Phil nodded, more serious as he started up the stairs. He'd have to try again. Oh, that's a very cool little look into this world that you've developed. I love the idea of a, like, there's a duo thing here. The half elf, half dwarf, very interesting. Also ghost brewmaster. Love that. That's very fun. Thank you, Storm, for sharing that with us. I'm sorry if I wasn't completely clear on who was talking some of the time, but that was very fun. I like that. Excellent. Okay, and now we have Aspens. So Aspen, let me see here. I've got the version that Strat sent me here. You sound like Nelson from The Simpsons. I cannot do an accent. I cannot do a Scottish accent, dude. I'm so bad at it. Oh, Aspen gave me a cheat sheet. She's given me a voice cast. Yes, let's go. Didn't I fast yourself a bullet towel? You did fine. Do you see the issue? Can you just let me have fun with my very limited accent range? I'm just kidding. Okay, let's see. Ilara has a soft and melodic, somewhat motherly voice, and she's blind. I'll forget that she's blind. Sorry about that. I love that you'll forget that she's blind. And then with Kaylin, we got loud, cocky, goofy. Is Kaylin Mask? Kaylin, our Mask character? If so, we will pull back out our Ash Ketchum voice again. Yeah? Okay, great. I see the issue. You need practice is all. The American-Australian blend you already have confuses your tongue a little. Do I have that much of a blend? Sometimes I'm told I do, and then sometimes they're like, wow, you've been here for 6 years now, and you just sound so American. Hi, Terrific Try. Welcome in. How are you doing? Good to see you. What about for you, lovely Aspen? What kind of music should I put on in the background while I read your story? Zal! Hi there, Zella Salrock. How are you? It's so good to see you. Yes? I'm flattered. Living in a foreign country will do that, and you never notice until someone points it out. That's true. That's true. I'm doing okay. Thanks for asking. I'm so happy you're doing all right, sweetheart. I hope that hanging out with us and having us tell some stories will be comforting and pleasant. And well done, you guys. You beat the boss. I'm so very impressed. Well done. Comparing you now to when I first came in, is it really 20 months-ish ago? The growth is very apparent. Okay, well, I'll take that's a compliment to me for sure, for sure. All right, let me see here. All right, great. Here we go. We got chapter 3. That's what I'm looking for. If I'm being fully honest, I have absolutely no idea. Just in the first few chapters, the vibe shifts a lot. All right, maybe we'll leave our tavern music on. We'll just have to pretend like we are in the tavern. I'm glad you're doing well, Zarog. That's excellent. All right. Oh, shit. Hold on. Okay, hold on. I might have to... One sec. I need to go and grab the first chapter here. Okay, awesome. All right. Good to hear you've been practicing your bogan. I'm not practicing my bogan. Gonna listen, but may pass out. Nearly 1 a.m. and others are sleepy. Of course, dearest Dustin. No worries, sweetheart. Thank you so very much for coming on in, and also thank you for resharing your magnificent writing as well. Okay. She lives in Tasmania, not Queensland. All right. Prologue. The sea had never been silent. Even on nights when the wind faded and the stars were close enough to touch, the water whispered secrets of shipwrecks swallowed whole, of ships that vanished without a trace, of the beasts that may be chained in darkness. A small vessel creaked across that silence, its sails dark against the moon. No insignia marked its masts, but its purpose was etched in iron. Cages trapped to the deck, nets coiled up like serpents, and a row of cruel barbed harpoons glinting in the moonlight. Within the cages, shadows shifted. A nadder whimpered low, its scales dulled with ash and bruises. A young gronkel strained against its bonds, wheezing as the weight of chains bit into its hide. A third dragon did not move at all, its body limp in the darkness. Above them, voices murmured. "The one with light scales is close," said the voice, supposedly the captain, his words rasping like rope dragged over stone. "She flies with the male. The blind girl guides her." A nearby hunter spat over the side of the smaller ship. "Why chase them? We got cages full already." "Because," the captain growled, his eyes narrowing to slits, "furies never come twice in a lifetime. Night fury, light fury, together they will change the world, unless we get to them first." The sea surged forward, the massive waves slamming against the hull. The ship groaned and rocked roughly, but pressed on, splitting the waves as if someone, somehow, drawn by fate itself. Far ahead, beyond the long horizon, numerous islands slept beneath the night sky, one of them crowned with timber huts and roaring dragons, a place its inhabitants called the Edge. The captain leaned over the railing, the salt wind clawing through his hair. "Soon," he whispered to himself, "soon they'll all learn what it means to be hunted by us." The cool air carried his words away, scattering them into the night. But the dragons below heard, and their bodies trembled in fear. Chapter 1. Ghosts Within the Fog.
The morning mist clung to the cliffs of Dragon's Edge as if a second skin. Fog wrapped the stone spires and pine trees in a heavy silence, muffling the cries of nearby seabirds and swallowing the crash of waves until only the faintest rumble remained. The riders had gathered early on the beach, restless but not quite sure why. The dragons, whom were normally playful at this hour, shifted uneasily, their eyes sharp, nostrils flaring. Toothless paced the sand, his tail flicking. Stormfly shook out her tail spines with a sharp snap, squawking irritably. Hookfang hissed, his wings spreading wide as fire sparked faintly at his jaws.
"There's a storm coming," 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔂 declared, arms crossed as he puffed his chest proudly. "I can feel it in my warrior bones. Big one, too. Lightning, thunder, hail, the size of..."
Fishlegs rolled his eyes.
"It's not a storm, 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔂. If it was, Meatlug would have already been halfway into the stables. This feels different. Strange, even."
He rested his hand on Meatlug's naturally warm scales, his brows furrowed in thought. Astrid leaned forward, eyes narrowing on the horizon. The fog was thick, thicker than usual. It wasn't drifting. It wasn't natural. It clung to everything, dense, holding the air in a heavy grip. She tightened her grip on her axe.
"Both of you are right. Something's out there."
Hiccup walked from behind Toothless, his prosthetic sinking slightly into damp sand with each step. He rested a calming hand on Toothless's head, his eyes scanning the stretching mist.
"Stay sharp. Whatever it is, it's close, and it doesn't want to be found."
The words he spoke had barely left him when it came. A sound, a strange one. Not the flap of wings, not the roar of a fire. Something softer, stranger. A low, resonant hum came through the fog like a voice that was carried on the wind. Not threatening, but haunting, almost melodic. The dragons froze, ears pricked towards the sound. Toothless lifted his head, pupils narrowing to slits. Stormfly let out a questioning trill. Even Barf and Belch stopped their bickering to tilt their twin heads in eerie unison. Then, the fog parted slightly. A shape glided towards the shore, its wings stretched wide, body shimmering faintly. A light fury, maybe, but not quite. Her scales were light as fresh snow, streaked with pale teal lines that traced her lean body like rivers trace the earth, speckled with earthy brown spots. Her glow was softer than the usual blinding brilliance of a light fury, more like moonlight breaking through branches. She touched it down on the sand with barely a sound, wings folding neatly at her sides. On her back sat a rider cloaked against the chill, a carved staff strapped across her shoulders. She didn't move to dismount right away. Instead, she placed one hand on the dragon's neck, tilting her head as though listening to something unheard. Her eyes opened slowly. They were pale, steady, unfocused. Hiccup realized immediately. She was blind.
"Hello there,"
he called, stepping forward with his hands raised to show peace despite her lack of sight. His voice carried over the small distance, calm but firm.
"We don't get many visitors out this way."
The girl's lips curved into a smile, a small, hesitant smile. "We didn't mean to intrude," she said softly, her tone steady despite her youth. "Silva and I, we're just passing through."
"Passing through?"
Astrid repeated, the suspicion hard in her voice. Few people passed through Dragon's Edge without reason. Before more could be thought of, the fog behind them erupted with a violent crack. An orange plasma blast streaked out of the fog, slamming into the waves just offshore, causing a larger wave to wash up. Steam hissed upward as if a curtain was being lifted. The riders shouted, dragon's wings flaring in alarm. Stormfly's spines shot up, a low growl rattling her chest. And then it came. Again. Another dragon shot from the fog with blinding speed. A night fury. But it definitely wasn't toothless. This dragon's scales were deep indigo, though more of a blue shade, his wings detailed with fiery orange membranes that had a strange glow, like molten rock glows in the darkness. Its yellow eyes cut through the still foggy air. He landed beside the light fury with a triumphant roar, shaking the sand as he spread his bright wings.
"Whoa!"
Toughnut whispered, jaw dropping in awe.
"That's like Toothless, but if Toothless fell into a volcano and came out with lava wings."
"More like a glow-in-the-dark pumpkin fury."
"Glow-in-the-dark pumpkin fury," Roughnut countered, nodding wisely.
"Hey!"
𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔂 yelled, pointing as Hookfang reared up upwards behind him. Nobody rides Night Furies but Hiccup! That's like illegal! Or at least it should be! But there was a rider with him. A boy around the girl's age swung from the dragon's back, grinning like he owned the beach. He was tall, broad-shouldered, sun-tanned, with his brown hair tousled with streaks of light hazel. He wore a leather tunic that was scuffed from travel, flight goggles strapped loosely around his neck, and his bracers scratched and dented. He looked every bit like an adventurer, and he bore himself an air of confidence that bordered on arrogance. "Kaelin Stormholt!" He introduced himself with a flourish, bowing dramatically. "And this fine beast here is 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂. Don't worry, we're not here to start trouble. Unless you're looking for it." The girl on the Light Fury, Ilara, cleared her throat softly. She didn't need to look at him for Kaelin to reveal her meaning. His grin faltered into a sheepish chuckle. "Right. Sorry, Ilara. We're not here to fight." "Ilara?" Hiccup echoed, testing the name. He glanced between her calm, sightless eyes and Kaelin's bold smile. "And you're both riders?" Ilara slid from Silva's back with quiet grace, her staff in hand. Silva shifted close, brushing her nose against Ilara's shoulder, protective but not smothering. Their bond was visible, seamless, unshakable. "Correct. We ride," Ilara said simply, her hand tracing Silva's scales. Her blind gaze shifting towards Hiccup as if she saw through him. "And we protect those who can't." Astrid's grip on her axe eased, though her suspicion remained sharp. "Protect them from what?" Kaelin scratched 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂's chin, earning a rough rumble. His grin softened, but his voice carried steel. "From dragon hunters! From fools that fuck shit." I fucked that. Sorry, hold on. I did the thing where I pressed the wrong button again and we skipped a whole page. Sorry. Wait for it, wait for it. Okay, I found it. Okay, good. We're from fools to what? Sorry. Oh, of course I do this in the middle of characters' dialogue. My bad. Okay. Okay. His grin softened, but his voice carried steel. "From dragon hunters, from fools who think the sky must belong to them." For a moment, his face darkened, and then the grin returned. "But mostly for boredom." Toothless eased forward, sniffing Silva cautiously. She lowered her head, unbothered, her teal-white glow pulsing faintly. They circled each other with wary curiosity. 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂 darted between them, puffing his chest and trilling loudly, clearly trying to impress them both. Silva flicked her tail and blinked slowly, ignoring him with calm patience. The riders exchanged looks. Two new dragons. Two new strangers. Fishlegs scribbled furiously in his notebook, muttering to himself. "Night Fury, but orange plasma? Variant species. Incredibly rare. Rarer than rare. Light Fury subspecies. Camouflage patterning. Oh, Thor! Hiccup! This could rewrite everything we know!" Oh, I see. No. Oh, Thor is like, oh my god, Hiccup. Okay, so let me try that again. "Oh, Thor! Hiccup! This could rewrite everything we know!" Or, Snotlout cut in loudly, puffing himself up, "it could be a trap. I mean, come on. Who just strolls in with a fury? That's meant to be our thing." "Yeah," Roughnut added, "and they're way cooler looking than you." "Traitors," Snotlout snapped back. Astrid ignored their bickering, her eyes fixed on Kaelin. "If you're being hunted," she said warily, "then you've led trouble here." Kaelin met her gaze, his grin fading only slightly. "Maybe, but if hunters come, you'll want us on your side. Anyways, you seem to have more protection than most." He patted 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂's neck. The dragon hissed, sparks of plasma dancing between his teeth. Ilara tilted her head, her pale gaze sweeping across the group. "We're not enemies," she said softly, "but if we've brought danger, it will find us soon enough." The riders stood in uneasy silence. The dragons, however, were already speaking their own language. Toothless and 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂 exchanged snorts and growls, their tails twitching in friendly challenge. In a burst of speed, 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂 launched upward, rolling midair with a flashy display before landing again with a trill that was more of a brag than a greeting. Toothless gave a low growl, unimpressed. "Show off," Hiccup muttered, though there was no true malice in his tone. Ilara reached out, her hand brushing Silva's scales once again. The Light Fury hummed softly, her teal-white glow pulsing like a heartbeat. Ilara's calm expression never wavered. She couldn't see the standoff, but she understood it perfectly. The fog shifted, thinning with the rising sun. The riders exchanged looks once more, the tension thick in the air. Two strangers, two dragons. A fragile first meeting balanced on the edge of trust. And as Hiccup studied them, Alara with her serene, unfocused eyes, Kaelin with his reckless grin, Silva glowing softly at her side, and 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂 blazing like fire beside him, he felt it. There was no threat, no lies, only certainty. Their life at the edge was about to change forever. Chapter 2, Settling In. The sun had now burned away most of the morning fog, leaving Dragon's Edge bathed in a soft golden light. From the lookout towers to the stables carved into the cliff walls, the riders' home bustled with the usual rhythm of repairs, chores, and dragon play. Only today, everything carried an undercurrent of tension. Two newcomers walked among them, and two new dragons watched from the shadows. Kaelin strode across the central clearing as if he had owned it, his confident grin unshaken despite the wary stares that followed him. His night fury, 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂, prowled at his heels, tail twitching, wings half spread to show off his fiery membranes. Every few steps, 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔬𝔂 would glance around and growl softly, daring any other dragon to challenge him. In contrast, Alara moved with silent grace, leaning gently on her carved staff as she walked. Silva padded silently behind her, pale scales glowing faintly in the shade. The Light Fury's head brushed Alara's shoulder every so often, guiding her around obstacles with subtle nudges, as though the two shared one body. Where Kaelin drew attention, Alara seemed content to pass unseen. Hiccup had given them space at first, space to prove that... I pressed the button again. Hold on, sorry. There we go. Hiccup had given them space at first, space to prove that they weren't a threat, but the Edge wasn't a fortress. It was a family, and family required a strong trust. All right, Hiccup began firmly, standing at the center of the clearing as the riders and their respective dragons gathered around. If you're staying here, even if it's temporary, you should know how things work. The Edge isn't just a place, it's a system. We share chores, patrol routes, and responsibilities. Everyone pulls their weight. Kaelin smirked, crossing his arms. Sounds easy enough. Where do you need me? Roof repairs? Perimeter guard? Defending your honor from 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂? Hey! 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂 barked, glaring. No one defends my honor! Except Hookfang! And me! Mostly me. Hookfang blew a bored stream of smoke in response. Astrid folded her arms, eyes narrowing at Kaelin. We'll see if you can actually work before you start running your mouth. Alara's lips curved up into the faintest smile as she turned her face towards Astrid. He talks more than he listens, she said softly, but he learns quickly when he wants to. Kaelin winced. Et tu, Alara? She didn't answer, but Silva nudged her gently as though approving. Fishlegs, who had been scribbling nonstop in his journal since dawn, suddenly stepped forward, nearly tripping over Meatleg's tail in his excitement. I have to ask, your dragons, they're both clearly a fury of sorts, but, not exactly. Do they share abilities with Toothless, Camouflage, Dive Speed, Plasma Bats? Because 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔬𝔂's coloration alone suggests some sort of volcanic adaptation, but maybe even a diet that... Fishlegs, Astrid interrupted, smacking his shoulder lightly with the flat of her axe. Breathe. Fishlegs' face flushed red. Right, sorry, this is history standing right in front of us. His wide eyes darted between Silva and 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔬𝔂 like a child in a candy shop. History with glowing wings? Toothless padded closer to Silva, his head low, studying her with cautious intensity. She met his gaze, calm and unflinching, before chirping softly. Toothless trilled back, and for a long moment, the two simply just stared at each other. 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔬𝔂 ruined it by barging between them with a puffed chest and loud chatter, scattering sparks from his jaws. Toothless flattened his ears, unimpressed. Guess 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔬𝔂's not very shy, Hiccup muttered to himself. He's a show-off, Alara replied, having heard him. Her hand slid down Silva's neck, fingers tracing the familiar scales. Silva doesn't mind. She prefers peace to competition. Roughnut leaned on Barf's neck, squinting at Alara. So you can't see, right? At all? Alara tilted her head. No, not in the way you mean. So how do you know if Kayla's making stupid faces behind your back? I don't need to see to know that, Alara said calmly. Everyone burst into laughter, except Kaelin, who groaned loudly. You've known them for half an hour and you're already roasting me?
She's good, Tough Nut whispered approvingly. By afternoon, Hiccup had shown them the basics of the outpost. Kaylin soaked in every detail with restless energy, asking questions about the watchtowers, the fire defenses, even the stable layouts. He clearly wasn't just reckless bravado. He cared about defenses, about strategy. Alara, meanwhile, walked the paths slowly with Astrid at her side. 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂 stayed glued to her rider, guiding her over uneven ground. Astrid had expected to feel awkward, but Alara's quiet confidence made it easy. She didn't stumble or hesitate. Every step was careful, deliberate, and sure.
You get around well,
Astrid admitted at one point, almost grudgingly. Alara tilted her head, smiling faintly. I've never needed eyes to see, not with 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂 beside me. 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂 hummed softly, pressing her snout against Alara's arm. Astrid glanced at Stormfly, who had been trailing curiously.
I get that,
she said quietly. That evening, the riders insisted that the newcomers join them for dinner. The long table was crowded with food, roasted fish, bread, bowls of berries picked fresh from the nearby islands. Dragons lounged around the edges of the hall, occasionally stealing scraps from the few distracted riders. Kaylin dove into his meal like he hadn't eaten in days. This, he said around a mouthful of fish, definitely beats dried seaweed and stale biscuits. Alara ate more slowly, her movements precise and practiced. She listened more than she spoke, head tilting slightly whenever the riders bantered. Every so often, she would add a quiet comment, a single observation that cut straight through the conversation. When Rough Nut and Tough Nut argued over which half of the dragon was smarter, Alara softly said, "Neither head wins without the other." The twins blinked, fell silent, and then nodded in unison, as though she'd revealed some ancient wisdom. When 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂 bragged about Hookfang's scaring off a whole armada of hunters, Alara tilted her blind gaze towards him and said, "Or maybe they ran because they didn't want to smell your helmet anymore." The entire table erupted in laughter, even Hiccup, and for once, 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂 had no comeback. Kaylin watched her with a fond smile. He tried and failed to hide. He was used to her calm wit, but seeing her win over strangers, that was new. By the end of the meal, the tension had eased. Laughter replaced suspicion. Dragons dozed, bellies full, tails tangled across the floor in a complex mess. For a brief moment, it felt as though Alara and Kaylin had always been there. Later, when the fire in the hearth had burned low, Hiccup and Astrid found themselves standing on the cliff's edge, watching the two newcomers with their dragons. Alara sat cross-legged on the sand, 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂 curled protectively around her like a glowing cocoon. She traced her staff across the sand as though sketching unseen shapes. Kaylin stood nearby with 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔂, tossing stones into the surf and laughing whenever 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔂 leapt after them like an overgrown pup.
They're different, Astrid admitted, arms crossed. I don't trust him yet. Too cocky, but her, she trailed off, frowning slightly. She's not what I expected.
Hiccup nodded slowly.
She doesn't need sight. It's like she sees through people. And him. He chuckled softly.
He reminds me of 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂. If 𝔖𝔬𝔬𝔂 wasn't 𝔖𝔬𝔬𝔂. Astrid smirked. That's generous.
Toothless likes her,
Hiccup added, watching as his dragon padded closer to 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔬𝔂, the two furies humming softly to each other.
That means something. Or it means we're about to have twice the trouble.
Astrid's tone was wry, but her eyes softened as she watched Alara lean against 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔂's side.
Either way, they're here now.
Hiccup's gaze lingered on the newcomers, thoughtful.
Yeah, he said quietly, and I think the edge is about to change. Again.
Above them, the stars shimmered against the night sky. Two furies, glowing in their own ways, curled protectively around their riders, and for the first time since they had arrived, the edge felt whole. Hold on, gotta zoom in. Also, let me have a little sippy. Is this How to Train Your Dragon fanfic? It is. Yeah, it's Aspen's story. This is great so far. Hold on, we still have another chapter. I'm just thirsty. Yum, 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 yum. Okay. I love How to Train Your Dragon. Are you enjoying this story, beautiful Bublin? This is really well written, sweetheart. This is great. All right. Chapter 3, Truth Unveiled. The morning on Dragon's Edge began with a flurry of wings. Dragons soared across the skies, streaks of color against the pale dawn as riders took to their patrols. For Alara and Kaylin, the rhythm of the edge was still unfamiliar, but less alien than it had been.
Each sunrise wove them a little tighter into the fabric of the strange, wild family. 𝔬𝔯𝔬𝔂 was up before the others, as usual. He leaned against a half-finished watchtower, watching 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂 spar playfully with 𝔬𝔬𝔬 in the clearing below. Sparks scattered across the dirt, and each time 𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬 blasted a gout of flame, 𝔖𝔬𝔬𝔬 answered with a burst of brilliant orange fire edged with blue. 𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬 smirked. Show off! He hadn't noticed Astrid approach until she spoke. Funny, that's what we say about you. 𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬 straightened, flashing her an easy grin. I take that as a compliment. Astrid crossed her arms. You'd better. Around here, you'd earn respect by proving yourself, not running your mouth. 𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬's grin softened. Fair enough. Trust me, I got more than words. He gestured towards 𝔖𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬, who had just somersaulted midair with reckless grace. We both do. Astrid studied him for a long moment, as if measuring the weight of his words. Finally, she nodded once and walked away, leaving 𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬 grinning after her. Alara's mornings were slower. She often rose after the others had already begun their training or patrols. This morning, she sat on a sun-warmed rock near the edge of camp, 𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬 pressed close against her side. The Light Fury scales shimmered faintly in the rising light, reflecting the soft glow across Alara's face. Fishlegs joined her, notebook in hand, and though he seemed nervous about disturbing her peace... Hi. Alara tilted her blind gaze towards him, smiling faintly. Good morning, Fishlegs. He blinked. You remember my name? You spoke it 3 times last night while listing dragon classifications, Alara replied gently. It would be difficult to forget. Fishlegs flushed bright red but shuffled closer, scribbling furiously in his notes. Would you, if it's not too forward, tell me more about 𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬? I've been trying to figure out if she has light fury traits or unique adaptations, and... Alara raised a hand. You want to know how she is different? Fishlegs nodded eagerly. Alara rested her palm on 𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬's scales. 𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬 glows even when cloaked. Not bright, not enough to reveal her, but a shimmer in the air. And when I touch her, I know where she is, even without a sound. Fishlegs scribbled so fast his pencil nearly snapped. That's incredible! It's like an extension of you! Alara smiled softly, stroking 𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬's neck. She is me, and I am her. For a moment, Fishlegs forgot his notes, simply staring in awe. That's beautiful. By midday, Hiccup had decided to test their teamwork. Think of this as a trust exercise, he explained as the group gathered in the training area. You'll work in pairs to complete tasks, obstacles, aerial maneuvers, mock rescues. The goal is to build coordination. 𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬's eyes lit up immediately. Finally! A chance to show what 𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬 and I can really do! 𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬 snorted. I'll believe it when I see it. Then watch closely! 𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬 shot back with a grin. Alara tightened her grip on her staff, expression calm. 𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬 and I are ready. The exercises began simple, dodging nets, weaving between poles, timed fire blasts. Toothless and Hiccup made it look effortless. Stormfly and Astrid followed with their usual precision. When Alara's turn came, the riders held their breath, but 𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬 moved as if anticipating every shift of Alara's weight, every soft word. They glided through the obstacles with fluid grace, blasts of teal fire lighting targets cleanly. But by the time they landed, the silence broke into murmurs of astonishment. She doesn't even need her eyes, Roughnut whispered. That's spooky. That's awesome, Toughnut countered. 𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬 followed, urging 𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬 into the sky. Where 𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬 They weren't flawless. Aegir's showboating nearly knocked over a tower, but they were dazzling. When he landed, Kaelin threw the riders a cocky grin. Told ya! Even Astrid, though unimpressed by his ego, couldn't hide the flicker of approval in her eyes. That afternoon, Kaelin helped Snotlout haul barrels of water for the dragons. The work wasn't glamorous, but Kaelin cracked jokes the entire time. You know, he said, hefting a heavy barrel, I think Hookfang likes Aegir more than he likes you. Snotlout nearly dropped his barrel. What? No way! Hookfang and I are inseparable! He wouldn't! He couldn't! Like some flashy Night Fury better than me. Kaelin smirked. You sure about that? Did you see the way they sparred this morning? Like long-lost brothers! Snotlout sputtered, torn between outrage and doubt, while Kaelin laughed heartily. For all their bickering, Snotlout found himself liking Kaelin's energy, even if he'd never admit that out loud. Meanwhile, Lara joined Astrid in repairing the flight arena. Astrid had been skeptical of Lara at first, but as they worked side by side, Lara tying knots with deft fingers, Astrid watching with quiet respect, something shifted. "You're tougher than you look," Astrid remarked. Lara smiled faintly. "So are you." It wasn't much, but Astrid found herself nodding in approval. Perhaps strength came in more forms than she realized. When evening rolled around, the group was gathered around the central fire pit. Dragons lounged nearby, bellies full, wings folded. Laughter mingled with the crackle of flames. 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂 leaned forward, smirking at Kaylin. "So, you and Lara, what's the deal?" Kaylin raised a brow. "The deal? You're always looking at her like she hung the moon, and she's always smiling at you like she already knows the punchline. You two," 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂 pointed dramatically between them, "are totally a thing." Alara's lips curved into the faintest smile. "You are observant." The clearing went quiet. Then Roughneck gasped loudly. "Wait, what? You guys are like together? Kaylin laughed, rubbing the back of his neck. "Yeah, have been for a while." Astrid blinked, caught off guard. "And you didn't think to mention that?" "It didn't seem important," Lara replied softly, stroking Silva's neck. "You wanted to know if we could be trusted. Our hearts don't change that." 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂 groaned. "Oh, great! Now we got a lovey-dovey couple on the edge. Just what we needed." "Hey, don't knock it," Rough Nut said slyly. "They're kind of cute." "Disgusting," Tough Nut added, though his grin betrayed amusement. Hiccup exchanged a look with Astrid, who smirked faintly. "Guess that explains why they worked so well together," he murmured. As the fire crackled, Lara leaned subtly up against Kaylin's shoulder. He wrapped an arm around her without hesitation, 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂 and Silva curling protectively nearby. The riders teased, joked, and whispered amongst themselves, but beneath it all, something shifted. The newcomers weren't actually strangers anymore. They were a couple with a bond forged in light and flame. That bond was becoming part of the edge. The fire burned low, its glow painting the wooden beams of the edge in warm hues. Most of the riders had gone to their huts, but the faint sound of muffled laughter still drifted from the far cabins, carried on the breeze. The edge never truly slept, not with dragons shifting, wings rustling, and the sea whispering against the cliffs. But tonight it felt gentler than usual. Lara leaned back against Silva's side, her staff resting across her knees. Kaylin stretched out beside her, his hand brushing against hers in the quiet. Neither of them spoke at first, letting the silence just breathe, letting the warmth of the dragons and the fire settle into their bones. "Do you feel it too?" Lara finally asked, her voice a soft murmur. Kaylin turned his head. "Feel what?" "This place," she whispered. "It's different. Not just a camp. It feels alive, like it's welcoming us." Kaylin smiled faintly, gazing into the flames. "Maybe it is. Or maybe it's just the people." He squeezed her hand gently. "Either way, I think we found something worth holding on to." Silva shifted, lowering her head onto her forepaws, and 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂's tail curled around the group like a protective barrier. The two dragons seemed to mirror their riders' closeness, their bond just as unshakable. High above, Toothless gave a soft trill from his perch on a watchtower, and the sound carried across the camp. It wasn't a warning or command, but a greeting, an acknowledgement. The Night Fury had accepted them, in his own quiet way. Lara tilted her head upward, her blind eyes reflecting the shimmer of starlight. "We belong here," she whispered, almost to herself. Kaylin rested his forehead against hers, smiling. "Then we'll make this place our home." And for the first time since they had arrived, the edge felt less like a question mark and more like an answer. "That's awesome! Excellent! That's so good, Aspen! I loved it. That was fantastic. Absolutely amazing. Great work, hun. Great work. So good." That is awesome. Excellent work. All right. Okay, we do have, so Jack Tram did suggest something, but as I've always said, I want to prioritize your guys' writing before we read anything else. So we may not quite get to that one, possibly. But we are going to read
Saint Saturnus. We have one story. One of them might be a little bit too gory or disturbing, so we're gonna read the second one, which should be fine. And then we're gonna read, I think Dustin put one in here as well. Let me check. Let me see. Yeah, okay, I think, yeah, there we go. Okay, writing, there we go. Cool, okay, and then we'll do Dustin's. That might actually take us through to 5 o'clock. That was awesome, wasn't it, right? I love that. It's so good, isn't it? Absolutely loved that. That was awesome. Okay, we do have to go on a very quick break. Saint Saturnus, would you like... Hold on, let me download this, make sure it's... Okay, yes, we have dialogue here. Would you like me to voice act, or do you just want me to do narration, Saturnus? I'm excited to hear what you think. I did rush edit this one, so I don't know if there's any typos or whatnot. That's all good, sweetheart. No worries. I'm happy to, you know, try and work my way through things that, like, typos and stuff. I usually will just do a double take and be like, I think this is what you mean. But yeah, let me know if you would like to do VA or if you would like me to just do general narration. But Aspen, that was awesome. Not so small spoiler. In future chapters, Alara gets kidnapped by who we see on the prologue. Aspen, you better share more of these chapters with us in the future. This is great. Also, Saturnus, please let us know, what kind of music would you recommend to back the August Eye? All right. I think VA. Okay, perfect. You will get VA then, sweetheart. And yeah, let me know what kind of music you were after. But before we do that, let's go on a quick break. Please make sure that you guys hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I'll send about 2 or 3 at a time every few weeks. Oh, awesome! I love it, Aspen. Sounds great. All right, cuties, let's go on this break. I'll see you in 3 minutes. I miss you terribly. See you soon. Mwah. I'm not sure if you can, Hollow Knife. Are you able to heal in midair? I'm actually not sure. I don't have any missing health, but I also don't have any healing available, so... Fuck! Oh my god, that was so stupid. Yes, my hair's gone fucking insane. I think Maxie did the right thing by shaving my head. I don't know what to tell you. Hey, cutie pies, welcome back. All right, here's some creepy music for us. Oh, sorry, I need to put our little stream avatars on. There we go. Welcome back, lovely love. A piece for you. Yay, good love. Sweetest Sedu, welcome back. Sweet Saturnus, welcome back to you as well. Welcome back, Nixpatos welcome back, beautiful Bublin. All right. Ooh, this should be interesting. All right, here we go. Oh, this is sufficiently creepy music, isn't it? Thy August Eye. They say that when a person dies, a library burns, that all the people they once know go with them. As was so eloquently said by Walt Whitman, I am large, I contain multitudes. The sky had along her arduous sojourn home flashed between a painter's palette of colors. Yet orange seemed to be its most favored color. It held this color, bright and dazzling, for what felt like hours before it began to bleed out, its large meteorological wounds spilling purple all across the horizon for as far as she could see. But she wasn't watching the sky. She, like most people, was stuck observing the roadside memorial. There was a smiling face of someone forever 21, baptized by candle wax and given mourner's clothes of flowers. She pulled her bike up and against herself and stared from across the busy intersection at it. The smiling face seemed to stare back. The eponymous watcher was a woman who wished college had panned out. Her purple hair danced like whispers on the wind, and she seemed 3 steps away from crying. It wasn't easy in this small, suffocating town, but she made out fine. What, waiting for a hello? She could hear the victim giggle and grin even wider, and it was a pain that struck between her ribs. The smiling man in the memorial, however, didn't. No, just, she paused. For fuck's sake, Maddie, get a grip, she thought, and pushed her bike past the intersection. Just thinking, she mumbled. The victim was the town's sweetheart, Richard P. Maitland, tall, dark, and handsome, and obsessed with card games. She felt herself look over her shoulder as if wondering if his memorial was still there, finding comfort when it was still standing. When Richie died, the whole town mourned him. Businesses shut down, and it was recorded by several eyewitnesses that even the clouds wept for the hometown homebody that everyone loved. Maddie remembered the funeral well. It was silent. Almost every funeral she'd been to within the last year had always been doused with an almost surgically precise dose of Richie's humor. And now? Whatever. She pushed the thoughts out and pushed her bike further up the hill. It was nearly midnight now, and she could already feel the scowl her roommate would give her. Even worse, she could picture the fight that would result therein. So, while she marched home, she looked for any and every excuse she could find to take as long as possible, pondering graffiti on the side of a dumpster or staring at the snails on their merry way. It was around her 3rd time encouraging a snail to cross the road and watching it daringly avoid death, hide in its shell as a car passed by, that a weird coincidence, if you could call it, began to grip her. A tune of roaring jazz and bounding drums came flooding in from some blocked-off thoroughfare. As she drew close, the music paradoxically got softer, from jazz to a solemn sonnet backed by harpsichord. However, what was most peculiar was the fact that regardless of what genre or at what volume the music was being played, she recognized it. Well, not dramatically so, like some turnabout piece of evidence in a pulp fiction law drama novel, but in the way most things are remembered, with a pause and a shrug and a, guess that's neat. However, she managed to peer too long down the alleyway, and there saw what had been making all the noise, a cat and a boy. The cat looked well on in years, fat and cranky and gray all over, except for its muzzle. The boy, however, looked no older than possibly 12 and wore a crappy Halloween store Grim Reaper costume, although with an out-of-place pipe hat with spray-painted, handcrafted pins and ornaments, as if this was some crude attempt at cosplay. The grim child eyed her as if he'd been caught singing in the shower or dancing when he ought not. Hey, buddy, Maddie called, and the kid waved. You lost, sweetie? Need me to call someone? The boy said nothing and turned to the feline. The cat shared the glance and then turned back to Maddie and said, Thank you for your concern, madam, but no thank you. The cat, later identified as Smokestack, leaped from the overstuffed trash can he had made a perch on and waddled over to the boy.
As you can see, we have each other, so we're okay, the cat said, all the while nuzzling the leg of his owner and purring. Maddie, more than a little nonplussed, nodded and stared at the cat and began to have a conversation with it as if that was the most fucking normal thing in the world. If you don't mind me asking, where did you come from? The music and noise and now...
Simple. We walked here.
Walked? But the street's being worked on. It's all blocked off, Maddie said, unable to hide the grin on her lips now. Excitement was building as she wondered just what the hell was up with this weird cat and kid.
Smokestack,
the kid said.
It's obvious she doesn't understand. She's not in his court. You're just gonna have to show her,
he said with an air that belied his youth, as if he was some renowned scholar rewound in time. The cat, Smokestack, let out a large yawn and then trotted first under the street closed sign and then across the intersection, barely being missed by a whizzing chemical plant truck. Grumbling, the rotund feline bit down on Maddie's sleeve and tried his hardest to drag her across the road. Grumbling, read that one.
Come along, madam. We must not delay,
Smokestack mewed. Across the street, the cat Smokestack dragged her, and the kid sighed and pointed to the end of the alley. Smokestack totted on ahead, lifting his chin, tail swishing. Hey, Maddie called. Where exactly are we heading?
Where it all began, the kid said. Elysium,
he said knowingly, as if it was just the most common knowledge on the planet.
Lord Lucifer is hosting a feast. We just came for some fresh air. Ain't that right, Smokey? Indubitably.
So, is he like a patron of cats or something? Maddie asked. And what should I do with my bike?
Bring it. It will amuse our lord,
Smokestack said. By the time they passed the corner of the alleyway, the same big band music swam in her mind, and she whirled around, thinking for a moment she heard his voice again, lost somewhere in the music. Richie? She asked absentmindedly. Around another corner and through another score of music, the scenery began to unfold like a child's diorama at the end of the school year. The seams of her status quo were pulled apart. Gas stations fell into the ground along with whatever patrons they were serving. The local grocery store came next, collapsed in on itself like a sheet of paper and tucked neatly away into the desk drawer of infinity. Hey, those buildings aren't like gone, right?
No, those are just beyond your perception now. We have entered what's known as a back street, a space where the boundaries are weakest,
Smokestack said matter-of-factly. 'Cause that makes sense, Maddie grumbled, and then the sky itself was beginning to be folded up and packed away as if the world was getting ready for a long holiday and wasn't sure what to wear. If only Richie could see this. The next impossible corner saw them finally arriving at their destination. Music resounded like long conversation between two lovers, and waitresses went around with trays full of odd, unearthly appetizers that made her mouth water and her stomach lurch. The venue was the carcass of a religious site, drained of all the ontological blood and dressed in the finest funeral clothing called gluttony and gold and made to dance with glittering lights. Ah, our honored guests return! That voice, it boomed from somewhere high. She wasn't mistaken, was she? And I see you brought along a +1. How fun! The voice was rapidly approaching now, and suddenly there stood a large being, as if one moment he didn't exist, and then appeared out of creation ex nihilo. The host of such an event was a large golden ape with multitudes of arms, wearing oddly human clothing, a blue chambray shirt, and black slacks that his knees poked through. Yet the face, sat in the middle of his head, was without mistake Richard Maitland's. He approached the child and the cat, shook their hands or paws. Orcus and Beelzebub, great to see you guys back! The great ape ran a hand through Smokestack, Orcus's fur, and listened to the newly named god to purr before turning his attention to the child he named Beelzebub. He slid the child a carton of apple juice, chuckled, and ruffled Beelzebub's hair. The kid removed his pipette, passed it to Lucifer, and then ran off to go play in some back corner with Smokestack in tow. Although when he noticed Maddie, he seemed bemused and a tad perplexed, his many porcelain socket-jointed arms jutted out and whipped around, grabbing whatever they could, and offered to Maddie. From his lack of reaction, it appeared as though he didn't even intend to do this, and the many arms were just acting on their own accord. Maddie, the ape asked, a wide grin appearing on his lips. Holy shit, I was not expecting to see you here. Richie, what the fuck happened to you? Got bored. You got bored? Yeah, most people do. I got tired of being human, so I came home. Wait. Her brow knit and she recoiled. Ah, cool bike. Mind if I... Without waiting for a yes, Lord Lucifer, Richard Maitland, mounted the bike and began riding it around without a care in the world. The whole town... Hold on, let me make sure. Hold on, I need to see who's talking here. Sucks, sorry. I didn't mean to finish. Ah, okay. Yeah, it sucks, doesn't it? Sorry, fuck. I don't mean to diminish the pain y'all felt, obviously. But obviously I'm a god. I have my own shit to deal with. What about your mom? Or Marcy, your girlfriend? What about them, Maddie? They're human and I'm not. Sorry, let's... Richie sighed, and the bike's smooth ride hitched with his breath. It swerved and buckled and threatened to buck him off like a bronco. That's supercilious of me. Sorry, Richie said and continued riding, swerving around waitstaff and past a table that read, God him fucking self. Yet the table bearing the sign was unceremoniously empty. We're gonna... Sorry. Richie looped around and stopped, and his familiar yet unfamiliar face met Maddie's. She looked at him near in tears and said, So does nothing matter to you? She exploded forward and grabbed the handlebars, shaking the great ape from his bike. If in any other context, it would have been hilarious, like something from a 20s slapstick. Does anything from your time as Richie mean fucking anything to you? Don't, Maddie. Don't. You are my friend. We talked and watched the stars. You gave me advice about what job to take after college, and yet... She sobbed, collapsing to her knees. You're just a god, she spat. Just a fucking lousy god, full of nothing but all righteousness, huh? Maddie, Lucifer sighed. He lumbered his great ape form into a childish cross-legged sitting position. Look, I won't diminish what you went through, but you need to let go. Richie is dead. But I'm fucking looking right at you! Let it go! Richie wasn't real. And with those words, he shook his head and sighed deeply. Sorry to drag you into my messes, and for opening old wounds. Maybe it's best you leave and forget what you saw here. But I'm sorry, I'm not your friend anymore. And as he said these words, the space began to fold away and store itself in an ontological closet where she could never return. And then, as if nothing had happened, she was back in the middle of the alleyway, crying, and her bike was missing. She stuck her hands into her pockets and through tears made the long trek home. Yet, at the top of the hill was a fleeting image of Richie, smiling as he was in the memorial photo. His dumb, toothy grin beamed brighter than the moonlight, and he walked Maddie's bike along the small stone path, over trench lines carved by ants, and over the many carcasses of butterflies. You left this behind. Wait. Oh, wait, who is this? Hold on. Wait, the bike's... Oh, you left this behind. Gotta be more careful, dumbass. He chided, and with the bike's safe return, the man turned and waved, smiling as if he would never die and disappear. Richie... Get home safe, okay? Maddie called, her voice shaking. Aye, aye, Captain. Richie chuckled and vanished into the tree line, but she knew he would never be just a memory. They say when a person dies, a library burns, that all the people they loved and knew are left fundamentally changed. I am large, and I contain multitudes. That's awesome. Love that. Hi there, cutie crawling. Welcome in. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. That was awesome. That was so fascinating. What an interesting story. Thank you so much for sharing, sweet Saturnus. 100 out of 10 voice acting? Thank you. I'm glad you liked it. Thank you, sweetheart. All right. There's that one. That was excellent. Thank you so much. I appreciate that enormously. Saturnus, I hope that I did your story justice there. Now let us read. You liked it, Samuel? Thank you. Yay! Oh, nice. I can zoom in on Discord. Love that for me. Fantastic. Yes. Amazing. That was such an interesting story. How unique. That is really fascinating. Lovely work. That was really cool, Saints Tennis. Thank you so much for sharing. All right, now we got beautiful Dustin. Let me see here. I don't remember. Trying to recall what kind of music would be good for this one. Has anybody read Dustin's piece here? Oh yeah, this is so cute. This is like a little bit gay. I love a little bit of gay. I love a lot of gay, but like this is this is a little smattering of gay. Let's see. Maybe something hopeful, casual, something like that. I especially love the voice you gave Smokestack Orcus. Oh,
I'm so glad you liked it. I really like to do this kind of voice for like familiars.
It looks like that piece by Dustin already got verified, if that's what you mean. Yeah, that one. But I'm trying to think of what kind of music to have for it. We could have, we could roll with this. We could keep rolling with this. We've got like some kind of slightly sad music. All right, let's read this from Dustin. Let me also make sure I can, yeah, cool. The skies outside had not yet turned bright with the soft blues and golds which painted the landscape every morning. Instead, the dark moon kept her sliver of light cast across a damp window, where inside lay a young man with far too many grays visible in his tangled black hair. Though he slept fine, it was clear from the bags under his eyes that his quantity of sleep was too little. As he sat up, he was nearly startled by hearing someone shuffling their feet in the room. Were his eyes not adjusted properly already, he would have been on high alert. Noticing Jordan being awake, the silhouette in the darkness addressed him after setting some sort of dark mass atop his dresser. "Good morning, sir," the figure muttered. "Bridge, what are you doing in my quarters?" Jordan adjusted his seating more comfortably, resting his back against the headboard. "You left laundry in the other... you had laundry left in the other room. I thought I would fold it and put it away for you, since you hardly do it yourself." With the clear evidence of this all around his unkempt room, Jordan resisted arguing that fact. He did still feel the need to say something in his defense, however. "You may be right, but that doesn't mean you should do another man's laundry." "I also could not sleep very well. You neither, it seems." The towering figure came closer to Jordan, sitting on a chair near a desk covered in an array of clothing and paperwork. Even in the dim light from the window, and despite the dark hue of it, the redness of his dreadlocks were apparent. Bridge ignored the mess, but he couldn't sit in the chair comfortably until he removed the fur-lined jacket from the back. As he dropped the jacket into a surprisingly empty hamper, Jordan took a moment to comb his hair down with his fingers, groaning at every other major tangle. Silence hovered between them for a moment more before the bedroom resident spoke up finally. "I had an odd dream." His voice trailed off, unintentionally encouraging his longtime friend and comrade into inquiring further. "A sad one. I can see the glow on your face." Glow? Still drowsy, he wasn't aware of the fact that his face was indeed damp until Bridge made a note of it. "I'd be embarrassed if it wasn't you here. May I ask what my dream was?" "It's fine if you do, but..." Many years ago, a much younger Jordan and another young individual close to his age sat outside on a porch together. Jordan appeared much happier, and his almond skin a bit healthier, and his dark hair was far past his shoulder blades. Both sides were shaved down short, giving an appearance of a very relaxed mohawk. Likewise, his friend nearby sported the same hairstyle with a much shorter length and slightly wider width across his scalp. Though it was late in the evening, the stars were barely coming into view. A sunset happened some hours ago, and the warmth of a summer evening enveloped the air. They had been talking for quite some time. Evidence of that sat on their feet, with the many glass bottles clinking gently as Jordan walked across the wood towards his chair. Despite his content body language and voice, his voice betrayed him with internal anxiety. "Wasn't that place sealed off?" Yeah, minus one door, which is why the idiots went in there. But she hasn't gone to that place since. I wouldn't go back either, what with all the creepy shit that happened that night. Hey, Joey, pass me the can opener. Joey picked up on his nervousness long before this moment, but he had to ask once he saw the slight shakiness in his friend's hand. Bottle opener, you mean? Whatever. English is stupid. Hey, why are you so shaky? How many beers have you had? These aren't root beers? What's the difference? A lot. Giddy from the small prank, Joey giggled and waved a hand at him. I'm joking. What's got you so fidgety? Nothing. I've had a few things on my mind is all. He sighed, knowing full well that none of that would get the tawny-haired fellow off his subject. I wanted to talk to you about something, but I haven't had a chance to do it before. At least, I have no idea how to even bring it up. What is so hard to tell your best damn friend? Joey wouldn't lose a smile. His ever-positive attitude was infectious enough that Jordan couldn't stop himself from grinning. Stop that, He moved to the edge of his seat, leaning towards Joseph in order to both be closer and be able to talk more quietly. Joey only smiled more at this curious behavior, considering it was just them outside by the pool. With a gruff sigh, Jordan continued. Okay, we are great friends. I have no one closer, and because of that, With another sharp sigh, he continued to stammer, and Joey put a hand on his friend's knee. Damn, dude, this is about to get heavy, isn't it? Breathe! Both of them turned their attention at the sound of a splash, but they quickly realized the sound was just from a fallen branch from the nearby dying tree slapping onto the water's surface. Gotta ask Mom if she ever called an arborist. If not, I swear I'm gonna climb that tree and trim it for her. Oh, hold on, wrong person. Gotta ask Mom if she ever called an arborist. If not, I swear I'm gonna climb that tree and trim it for her, even if she's gonna yell at me about it the whole time. Determined not to get too distracted, Jordan set his drink down by his feet and continued. You know, I've had a few girlfriends. They're all either crazy or not good. Yeah, don't remind me. Still wish we saw Tasha's temper before you found it. Holy hell. Yeah. But I never did tell you that His heart was racing. He could feel the blood leaving his face and hands. His paling appearance was noticeable, but Joey knew better than to let him know he could see his condition. Jordan clenched his hands into tight fists, releasing them once he gathered himself enough again. Despite the deep breath he took in, the volume of his voice was that followed was actually meek. I also find guys attractive too. Joey's face eased from its endearing humor to a content understanding. His voice likewise lowered into a softer tone. Huh. Okay. I mean, that doesn't make a difference to me. You're still the same you. Unless this is your way of saying I have bad taste in girls for you, and you want me to hook you up with guys, or should I stop getting numbers for you altogether? Jordan snickered, but the jitters came back a little. No, I'm bringing it up because I think for a longer time than I think I was even aware of. I know. One more huff made him force the words from his mouth. I know I've been in love with you. Oh. Joey became more still than a statue, his face falling more after a moment. He finally set his drink down as well, careful not to accidentally tip it, and he adjusted his seating. Much to Jordan's relief, Joey didn't scoot away or sound upset, even if his voice lowered much more into a near whisper. However, the concern on Joseph's face was discouraging. So, and I know you don't go this way, but I hate bottling things up or keeping anything from you, and I mean you especially, and I really don't expect anything to come from this. I just really had to tell you because, well, I said why, and the growing smile on Joey's face made him stop with sudden outburst. What? You're shaking so much. The hint of a laugh hiding behind his words made Jordan relax that much more. At least, it did until Joey moved from his chair and pulled his dark-haired friend to his feet, hugging him in a death grip with a ridiculously large smile on his cheeks. His next words to the nervous wreck sounded like insanity to Jordan. Why are you shaking so bad?
I think it's a little obvious.
He choked a little through the tight grip around his shoulders, and in hearing that, Joey relinquished enough to let him speak normally. He refused to free him, however, even though this friend refused to reciprocate. Jordan continued, I was so scared that I'd scare you off, or that it would make things so weird between us. I don't want anything to change. I never expected it to. I just had to tell you so that I didn't have it hanging over my head for the rest of my life, wondering what would have happened. That, and also I didn't want you to find out from me saying something obvious. Jordan, interrupted Joey, finally letting his shorter pal go and sat back down in the chair. You should know by now that you can't scare me off. And I love you too. No, it's not in the same way you do for me, but I'm just saying I don't feel anything's different. Well, no, I take that back. I actually do feel different knowing this. You do? I love you more, man. You're a great person. I wouldn't trade you for anyone. You've been there for me when I really needed someone, even when I didn't think anyone would help. You even learned French so we could talk better to each other and I wouldn't have to translate for my dad. Although you probably did that just because you like me, huh? Maybe? Yeah, well, whatever the reason, you clearly care. And that means a lot, no matter what you might throw at me. Jordan descended back into his chair slowly, still shaking from the adrenaline rush, but not nearly as bad as he once was. Even if we found someone to call our other halves, you still got a part of me that no one else can imprint on. You are my best friend. I can't demote you from that. Not ever. Regretting not hugging him back now, Jordan took in a deep breath and released it slowly. He was about to say something else, if only Joey didn't interject first. I've never seen you so vulnerable. It's cute, even to a straight guy like me. Shut up! The burst of laughter which echoed across the backyard made Jordan's heart lurch, and in an instant, the mood was back to normal. Shut up means be quieter! Why are you like this? The neighbors are used to us. What are you talking about? Anyway, you got anything else for me? You're taking this all way better than I had it in my head. What if I told you by kissing you? I mean, Joey giggled as he brought his drink back into his hand and answered before taking a sip. I'd be fine with it. Maybe I'd be confused, but like, whatever. What if I gave you tongue? Root beer left his mouth in time, regardless of the slap of his hand across his face to prevent it. He got up and burst into a hearty uproar over the grass, Jordan finally able to laugh as well without apprehension. When he got most of his face wiped off and calmed just enough to speak, Joey called back. Jeez, I'd probably shove you off of me, but I'd immediately question you and still be fine. You're not that insane anyway, so I don't think you gotta worry. I just suggested doing that, and you think I'd actually have done it? Don't you remember how I told Kendra what I felt? In the stark silence between words, Bridges' low chuckle felt very loud. Jordan likewise had a smile across his face, but it was far from being considered truly happy. He laughed so hard at that. I woke up there. Or at least, that was the last bit I remember before I woke up. Likely to you, stalking around my room. When one shares a residence, and one leaves heavy quantities of clothing in the shared laundry area, I'm joking. I don't really care. The look on your face tells me all that was just a dream, however. Being brought back to the thought left Jordan feeling a little heavier. Yes, he started. The first part of that was more accurate to what happened, but I never did get to tell him anything. Wouldn't have had the chance to. I was far too nervous, and I quickly ditched the idea when a friend of ours called and... Knowing Jordan well and long enough at this point, Bridge thought better than to ask what happened to Joey. He twisted the conversation just enough that it felt appropriate to ask. Do you think he would have reacted the way he did in your dream? Without hesitation, Jordan replied, yes. I'd still be scared out of my mind knowing this, but it felt so much like him, how he would act. Hi there, Cutie Roy. Thank you so much for coming in, and thank you for the biddies. Ooh, piece of candy. Thank you, sweetheart. We're doing a storytelling stream right now. Yes, I'd still be scared out of my mind knowing this, but it felt so much like him, how he would act. Then I would consider that a good dream. Another fog of stillness sat in the air, but it was more welcome and calming than either person expected. When Bridge noticed a change in the night sky's hue, he inhaled deeply and moved back to his feet, finishing the chores Jordan hardly did himself. I miss him, the meek, tired voice mumbled from behind the giant. Without turning or interrupting, putting away the remainder of clothes, Bridge nodded. Not to belittle you, but we all miss someone here on the compound. No, I understand. We're all here for a reason. I'm not saying it's not good to remember either. Even if it's not entirely real memory, it happened, and we keep those we hold dear close so long as we continue to think of them. Jordan nodded, awake enough now to get to his feet, and shuffled to Bridge's side, softly shoving the tower's hands off his clothes and pushing him aside. Considering Jordan was smaller than average males, it was comical to see the height difference. I can do the rest, thank you. I was nearly done anyhow, Bridge grumbled. He was pushed aside easily, though, and started heading for the door anyway. He opened the door, a rectangle of warm illumination rushing into the room from the hallway nightlight. Before his exit, he stated a few extra reminders. Get more sleep, sir. You also have a meeting with Raven. You wouldn't want to be tired for that, considering you'll be discussing how to remedy our issues with the records department. Bridge, thank you. He hesitated at the doorway, knowing full well what the thanks was for. A quiet, you're welcome, was stated before he left and shut the door. Jordan's amber eyes stayed upon his dresser while lost in thought. Gone for several minutes, he finally brought himself back to reality with a shake of his head. Once the last few things were put away, he made his way back to bed, but he sat upon it rather than lay down. If dreams are all I can have of you, Joey, I'll take it. I'd do anything just to say hello to you again. So good. I love that story. That's such a good one. I want more of that. Everyone, go tell Dustin to write more. But yeah, I'm doing well, lovely Roy. How are you? I really, really love that story. It's so bittersweet, and what an interesting piece of world building. Like, you initially, I don't know, for me at least, I kind of thought that, like, it almost sounded initially like Jordan was like, kind of like a rich kid or something, and then we got like our Alfred character in Bridge, but then we have this compound with flashback and stuff. It's so interesting. It's so good. That was awesome. Yeah, it's so good. I really, really like that one. I want to know more. Okay, let's see. I think we might have time. Let me see how long this one is real quick. I'm well, got my Demon Slayer tattoos. What? That's sick. Roy, please feel free to share pictures with us in the Discord if you'd like to. Okay, let me see how long our Jack and the Beanstalk is. 1 second. Oh, it's 10 pages. We could do this. You guys want to finish up with a Jack and the Beanstalk read? That would be a fun one. I'm doing well, though, Roy. I'm doing well. Yeah, we've been doing a storytelling stream for the last several hours. It's been good. How long are we going for? Until we finish this story, I think. This is a 10-pager. All right. Okay. Oh, hello. I forgot my book. I got it now. All right. Jack and the Beanstalk. Oh, actually, before I do this, I just want to confirm I didn't miss anything that anyone posted, right? If it was approved by a mod, then I haven't missed anything. Is that right? From pals who like submitted their own works. Like, I wanted to make sure I did not miss anything at all. Is that right? I think, because when I scroll through here, actually I should probably double check. Still waiting to be accepted in the Discord. My Discord name is my Twitch username. Awesome. Did you read the rules? We have a verification thingy. As long as you read the rules, sweetheart, and you found the keyword, you should be able to get approved pretty quickly. Yeah. All right. There we go. Jack and the Beanstalk.
A long, long time ago, when most of the world was young and folk did what they liked because all things were good, there lived a boy called Jack. His father was bedridden, and his mother, a good soul, was busy early morns and late eyes. Ooh, we got like old English here. Hold on, actually, this particular song is really annoying. Might have missed the keyword. I'm a little buzzed. Oh, all good, Roy. As long as whenever you're ready to read through the rules thoroughly, you'll be able to find it, and then you can post it in there, and then we can let you in. All right. Early morns and late eyes, planning and placing how to support her sick husband and her young son by selling the milk and butter with which Milky White, the beautiful cow, gave them without stint. For it was summertime, but winter came on. The herbs of the fields took refuge from the frosts in the warm earth, and though his mother sent Jack to gather what fodder he could get in the hedgerows, he came back as often as not with a very empty sack, for Jack's eyes were so often full of wonder at all the things he saw that sometimes he forgot to work. So it came to pass that one morning Milky White gave no milk at all, not one drain, and then the good hard-working mother threw her apron over her head and sobbed, "What shall we do? What shall we do?" Now Jack loved his mother. Besides, he felt just a bit sneaky at being such a big boy and doing so little help, and so he said, cheer up, I'll go and get work somewhere." And he felt as he spoke as if he would work his fingers to the bone, but the good woman shook her head mournfully. "You've tried that before, Jack," she said, "and nobody would keep you. You are quite a good lad, but your wits go a-wool gathering. No, we must sell Milky White and live on the money. It is no use crying over milk that is not here to spill." You see, she was a wise as well as a hard-working woman, and Jack's spirits rose. "Just so," he cried. "We will sell Milky White and be richer than ever. It's an ill wind that blows no one good. So, as it is market day, I'll just take her there and we shall see what we shall see." "But," began his mother. "But doesn't butter parsnips," laughed Jack. "Trust me to make a good bargain." So, as it was washing day, and her sick husband was more ailing than usual, his mother let Jack set off to sell the cow. "Not less than 10 pounds, she bawled after him as he turned the corner. 10 pounds indeed! Jack had made up his mind to 20 solid golden sovereigns. He was just settling when he should buy his mother a faring out of the money, when he saw a queer little old man on the road who called out, "Good morning, Jack." "Good morning," replied Jack with a polite bow, wondering how the queer little old man happened to know his name. Though, to be sure, Jacks were as plentiful as blackberries. "And where may you be going?" asked the queer little old man. Jack wondered again. He was always wondering, what the queer little old man had to do with it. But being always polite, he replied, "I am going to the market to sell Milky White, and I mean to make a good bargain." So you will, chuckled the queer little old man. "You look the sort of chap for it. I bet you know how many beans make 5. 2 in each hand and 1 in my mouth," answered Jack readily. He really was sharp as a needle. Just so, chuckled the queer little old man, and as he spoke, he drew out of his pocket 5 beans. "Well, here they are, so give us Milky White." Jack was so flabbergasted that he stood with his mouth open as if he expected the 5th bean to fly into it. "What?" he said at last. "My Milky White for 5 common beans? Not if I know it." "But they are just common beans," put in the queer little old man, and there was a queer little smile on his queer little face. "If you plant these beans overnight, by morning they will have grown right up into the very sky." Jack was too flabbergasted this time to even open his mouth. His eyes opened instead. "Did you say right into the very sky?" he asked at last, for, see you, Jack had wondered more about the sky than anything else. "Right up into the very sky," repeated the queer old man with a nod between each word. "It's a good bargain, Jack, and as fair play as a jewel. If they don't, why, meet me here tomorrow morning, and you shall have your Milky White back again. Will that please you?" "Right as a trivet," cried Jack without stopping to think, and the next moment he found himself standing on an empty road. 2 in each hand, 1 in my mouth," repeated Jack.
That is what I said and what I'll do. Everything in order, and if what the queer little old man said isn't true, I shall get Milky White back tomorrow morning. So whistling and munching the bean, he trudged home cheerfully, wondering what the sky would be like if he ever got up there. What a long time you've been, exclaimed his mother, who was watching anxiously for him at the gate. It is past sunsetting, but I see you have sold Milky White. Tell me quick, how much have you got her for? You'll never guess, began Jack. Laws a mercy, you don't say so, interrupted the good woman. And I worriting all day lest they should take you in. What was it? 10 pounds? 15? Surely it can't be 20. Jack held out the beans triumphantly. There, he said. That's what I got for her, and a jolly good bargain, too. It was his mother's turn to be flabbergasted, but all she said was, What? Them beans? Yes, replied Jack, beginning to doubt his own wisdom. But they're magic beans. If you plant them overnight, by morning they grow right up into the sky. Please don't hit so hard. For Jack's mother for once had lost her temper and was belaboring the boy for all she was worth. And when she had finished scolding and beating, she flung the miserable beans out of the window and sent him, supperless, to bed. If this was the magical effect of the beans, thought Jack ruefully, he didn't want any more magic, if you please. However, being healthy and as a rule happy, he soon fell asleep and slept like a top. When he woke, he thought at first it was moonlight, for everything in the room showed greenish. Then he stared at the little window. It was covered as if with a curtain by leaves. He was out of bed in a trice, and the next moment, without waiting to dress, was climbing up the biggest beanstalk you ever saw. For what the queer little old man had said was true. One of the beans which his mother had chucked into the garden had found soil, taken root, and grown into the night. Where? Up to the very sky. Jack meant to see at any rate. So he climbed, and he climbed, and he climbed, and he climbed. It was easy work, for the big beanstalk with the leaves growing out of each side was like a ladder. For all that, he was soon out of breath. Then he got a second wind, and was just beginning to wonder if he had a third, when he saw in front of him a wide, shining white road stretching away, away, away. Soon he took to walking, and he walked and walked and walked, until he came to a tall, shining white house with a wide white doorstep. And on the doorstep stood a great big woman with a black porridge pot in her hand. Now Jack, having had no supper, was hungry as a hunter, and when he saw the porridge pot, he said quite politely, "Good morning, ma'am. I wonder if you could give me some breakfast." "Breakfast?" echoed the woman, who in truth was an ogre's wife. "If it is breakfast you're wanting, it's breakfast you'll likely be, for I expect my man home every instant, and there is nothing he likes better for breakfast than a boy, a fat boy, grilled on toast." Now Jack was not a bit of a coward, and when he wanted a thing, he generally got it. So he said cheerful-like, "I'd be fatter if I had my breakfast." Smart kid. Smart kid. Whereat the ogre's wife laughed and bade Jack come in, for she was not really half as bad as she looked. But he had hardly finished the great bowl of porridge and milk she had given him when the whole house began to tremble and quake. It was the ogre coming home. Thump, thump, thump! "Into the oven with you, sharp!" cried the ogre's wife, and the iron oven door was just closed when the ogre strode in. Jack could see him through the little peephole slide at the top where the steam came out. He was a big one for sure. He had 3 sheep strung to his belt, and these he threw down on the table. "Here, wife," he cried. "Roast me those snippets for breakfast. They're all I've been able to get this morning. Worse luck. I hope the oven is hot." And he went to touch the handle while Jack burst out all of a sweat, wondering what would happen next. "Roast!" echoed the ogre's wife. "Pooh, the little things would dry to cinders, but to boil them." So she set to work to boil them, but the ogre began sniffing about the room. "They don't smell mutton meat," he growled. Then he frowned horribly and began the real ogre's rhyme. "Fee, fi, fo, fum. I smell the blood of an Englishman. Be he alive or be he dead, I'll grind his bones to make my bread." "Don't be silly," said his wife. "It's the bones of the little boy you had for supper that I'm boiling it down for soup. Come, eat your breakfast. There's a good ogre." So the ogre ate his 3 sheep, and when he had done, he went to a big oaken chest and took out 3 big bags of golden pieces. Why do we have... There we go. And by, his head began to nod, and at last he began to snore. Oh, I am so sorry, I missed a bit. These he put on the table and began to count their contents while his wife cleared away the breakfast things. And by, his head began to nod, and at last he began to snore, and snored so loudly that the whole house shook. Then Jack nipped out of the oven and, seizing one of the bags of gold, crept away and ran along the straight, wide, shining white road as fast as his little legs would carry him until he came to the beanstalk. He couldn't climb down it with the bag of gold, it was so heavy, so he just flung his burden down first and, helter-skelter, climbed after it. And when he came to the bottom, there was his mother picking up gold pieces out of the garden as fast as she could, for of course the bag had burst. "Laws of mercy me!" she said. "Where have you been? See, it's been raining gold." "No, it hasn't," began Jack. "I climbed up." And then he turned to look at the beanstalk, but lo and behold, it wasn't there at all. So he knew then it was all real magic. After that, they lived happily on the gold pieces for a long time, and the bedridden father got all sorts of nice things to eat. But at last, a day came when Jack's mother showed a doleful face as she put a big yellow sovereign into Jack's hand and bade him to be careful marketing, because there was not one more in the coffer. After that, they must starve. That night, Jack went supperless to bed of his own accord. If he couldn't make money, he thought, at any rate, he could eat less money. It was a shame for a big boy to stuff himself and bring no grist to the mill. He slept like a top, as boys do when they don't overeat themselves, and when he woke, hey! Presto! The whole room showed greenish, and there was a curtain of leaves over the window. Another bean had grown in the night, and Jack was up it like a lamplighter before you could say knife. This time he didn't take nearly so long climbing until he reached the straight, wide, white road, and in a trice he found himself before the tall white house, where at the wide, white steps the ogre's wife was standing with the black porridge pot in her hand. At this time, Jack was bold as brass. "Good morning, ma'am," he said. "I've come to ask you for breakfast, for I had no supper, and I'm hungry as a hunter." "Go away, bad boy," replied the ogre's wife. "Last time I gave a boy breakfast, my man missed a whole bag of gold. I believe you are the same boy." "Maybe I am, maybe I'm not," said Jack with a laugh. "I'll tell you true when I've had my breakfast, but not until then." So the ogre's wife, who was dreadfully curious, gave him a big bowl of full of porridge, but before he had half finished it, he heard the ogre coming. Thump, thump, thump. In with you to the oven," shrieked the ogre's wife. "You shall tell me when he has gone to sleep." This time, Jack saw through the steam peephole that the ogre had 3 fat calves strung to his belt. "Better luck today, wife," he cried, and his voice shook the house. "Quick, roast these trifles for my breakfast. I hope the oven's hot." And he went to feel the handle of the door, but his wife cried out sharply, "Roast? Why, you'd have to wait hours before they were done. I'll broil them. See how bright the fire is." Growled the ogre, and then he began sniffing and calling out, "Fee, fi, fo, fum, I smell the blood of an Englishman. Be he alive or be he dead, I'll grind his bones to make my bread." "Twaddle," said the ogre's wife. "It's only the bones of the boy you had last week that I put into the pig bucket." "Humph," said the ogre harshly, but he ate the broiled calves, and then he said to his wife, "Bring me my hen that lays the magic eggs. I want to see gold." So the ogre's wife brought him a great big black hen with a shiny red comb. She plumped it down on the table and took away the breakfast things. Then the ogre said to the hen, "Lay!" And it promptly laid. What do you think? A beautiful, shiny, yellow golden egg. "None so dusty, Henny Penny," laughed the ogre. "I shan't have to beg as long as I've got you." Then he said, "Lay!" once more, and lo and behold, there was another beautiful, shiny, yellow golden egg. Jack could hardly believe his eyes and made up his mind that he would have that hen, come what might. So, when the ogre began to doze, he just out like a flash from the oven seized the hen and ran for his life. But you see, he reckoned without his prize, for hens, you know, always cackle when they leave their nests after laying an egg, and this one set up such a scrawling that it woke the ogre.
Where's my hen?
He shouted, and his wife came rushing in, and they both rushed to the door. But Jack had got the better of them by a good start, and all they could see was a little figure right away down the wide white road, holding a big, scrawling, cackling, fluttering black hen by the legs. How Jack had got down the beanstalk he never knew. It was all wings and leaves and feathers and cacklings, but get down he did, and there was his mother, wondering if the sky was going to fall. By the very moment Jack touched the ground, he called out, "Lay!" And the black hen ceased cackling and laid a great, big, shiny, yellow, golden egg. So everyone was satisfied. And from that moment, everybody had everything that money could buy. For whenever they wanted anything, they would just say, "Lay!" And the black hen provided them with gold. But Jack began to wonder if he couldn't find something else besides money in the sky. So one fine moonlit midsummer night, he refused his supper, and before he went to bed, stole out to the garden with a big watering can and watered the ground under his window. For, thought he, there must be 2 more beans somewhere, and perhaps it is too dry for them to grow. And then he slept like a top. And lo and behold, when he woke, there was a green light shimmering through his room, and there was in an instant on the beanstalk, climbing for all he was worth. But this time, he knew better than to ask for his breakfast, for the ogre's wife would be sure to recognize him. So he just hid in some bushes beside the great white house, till he saw her in the scullery, and then slipped out and hid himself in the copper, for he knew she would be sure to look into the oven first thing. And by he heard thump, thump, thump. And peeping through a crack in the copper lid, he could see the ogre stalk in with 3 huge oxen strung at his belt. By this time, no sooner had the ogre gotten into the house than he began shouting, "Fee, fi, fo, fum! I smell the blood of an Englishman. Be he alive or be he dead, I'll grind his bones to make my bread." For you see, the copper lid didn't fit tight like the oven door, and ogres have noses like dogs for scent. "Well, I declare, so do I!" exclaimed the ogre's wife. "It will be that horrid boy who stole the bag of gold and then the hen. If so, he's hid in the oven." But when she opened the door, lo and behold, Jack wasn't there, only some joints of meat roasting and sizzling away. Then she laughed and said, "You and me be fools for sure. Why, it's the boy you caught last night as I was getting ready for your breakfast. Yes, we be fools to take dead meat for live flesh. So eat your breakfast. There's a good ogre." But the ogre, though he enjoyed roast boy very much, wasn't satisfied, and every now and then he would burst out with "Fee, fi, fo, fum," and get up and search the cupboards, keeping Jack in a fever of fear lest he should think of the copper. But he didn't. And when he had finished his breakfast, he called out to his wife, "Bring me my magic harp. I want to be amused." And so she brought out a little harp and put it on the table. And the ogre leant back in his chair and said lazily, "Sing!" And lo and behold, the harp began to sing. If you want to know what it sang about, why, it sang about everything. And it sang so beautifully that Jack forgot to be frightened, and the ogre forgot to think of fee, fi, fo, fum, and fell asleep and did not snore. Then Jack stole out of the copper like a mouse and crept hands and knees to the table, raised himself up ever so softly, and laid hold of the magic harp, for he was determined to have it. But no sooner had he touched it when it cried out quite loud, "Master! Master!" So the ogre woke, saw Jack making off, and rushed after him. My goodness, it was a race. Jack was nimble, but the ogre's stride was twice as long. So though Jack turned and twisted and doubled like a hare, yet at last, when he got to the beanstalk, the ogre was not a dozen yards behind him. There wasn't time to think, so Jack just flung himself onto the stalk and began to go down as fast as he could, while the harp kept calling, "Master! Master!" at the very top of its voice. He had only gotten down about a quarter of the way when there was the most awful lurch you could possibly think of, and Jack nearly fell off the beanstalk. It was the ogre beginning to climb down, and his weight made the stalk sway like a tree in a storm. And then Jack knew it was life or death, and he climbed down faster and faster. And as he climbed, he shouted, "Mother! Mother! Bring an axe! Bring an axe!" Now his mother, as luck would have it, was in the backyard chopping wood, and she ran out, thinking that this time the sky must have fallen. Just as that moment hit,
Just as that moment, Jack touched the ground and he flung down the harp, which immediately began to sing all sorts of beautiful things. And he seized the axe and gave a great chop at the beanstalk, which shook and swayed and bent like barley in a breeze. "Have a care!" shouted the ogre, clinging on as hard as he possibly could. But Jack did have a care, and he dealt that beanstalk such a shrewd blow that the whole of it, ogre and all, came toppling down. And of course, the ogre broke his crown so that he died on the spot. After that, everyone was quite happy, for they had gold to spare, and if the bedridden father was dull, Jack just brought him out the harp and said, "Sing!" And lo and behold, it sang about everything under the sun. So Jack ceased wondering so much and became quite a useful person. And the last bean still hasn't grown yet. It is still in the garden. I wonder if it will ever grow, and what little child will climb its beanstalk into the sky. And what will that child find? Goody me. Cute. That's I've always liked the Jack and the Beanstalk story. Although I've also always thought that Jack's kind of a bit of a dick. Like, what's the moral of the story? Let's see. Lie, cheat, steal, do it again. All right, you guys. Well, I hope that you enjoyed our storytelling stream today. I don't think that there was anything else. I'll just double check. Sure, I'm not missing anything. Nice voice acting as always. Aw, thank you, 𝔖𝔱𝔬𝔯𝔂. I appreciate ya. Let me see here. Oh, that's so sick, Roy. Oh my gosh, I love this Demon Slayer tattoo. That is awesome. That's badass. Awesome. Excellent. So sick. But lie, steal, and repeat. Yeah, apparently that's the moral of that story. Amazing stream. The voice acting was quite relaxing. Oh, I'm so glad. Lovely, Nix. That makes me very happy. Look at that. We I think this is actually our first storytelling stream that we have not gone over to anything else. As in, like, normally I'd finish up what you guys have said, like what you guys have sent in, and then I'd be like, oh, what kind of folklore do you want to read now? But this time we had a full 6.5 hours of content courtesy of you guys. So thank you. Do you guys want me to put another storytelling stream on the cards? Do you guys like that one quite a lot? Thanks for checking it out. My pleasure, Roy. Thank you so much for sharing. It looks absolutely awesome. I love it. All right, let me see here. At some point, I thought this was an audiobook. Oh, let's go, Sadu. Thank you, hon. I appreciate that. I would love to go back into doing audiobooks. That'd be really fun. I do. I love listening in on these works. Yeah, they're so good. And sorry, Red. Now you have homework. You have to write some more. You guys, please do vote, because if you guys really like the storytelling stream and it's one of your favorites, I'll just, because right now we have another spot for another type of stream, and I'm happy to just go straight for the storytelling stream. Allow me to demonstrate. Okay, so storytelling stream's done. There we go. Okay, you guys like the storytelling stream. I don't think that I need to storytelling stream. I feel like I don't necessarily need to put this to a vote on Discord. I feel like most people really like this one. So I'm really glad you enjoyed my story. I'll try to find the motivation to continue it. Please do, Lovely Laugh. Please do. I'll be waiting for the next chapter, Red. Yeah, same. This is my favorite community goal stream. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that, Nix. I really enjoy it too. It's a blast. Okay, let's see. Want me to read out the poetry, prose, lyrics, short stories, etc. that you have written? We'll make a whole stream of it if you guys meet this goal. All right, I will put that on there for I think it was fine for another 25 or 250. There we go. All right, cutie pies. Well, there you go. That is started now. If you would like to contribute to that, you are welcome to. Next time, some of the more scary SCPs. Oh, Tau might be doing going away soon, but we'll always tiramisu, Tau. Very good, very good. Aspen, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. Congrats on being the first ever to contribute to this one. Okay. Let me see here. Sadu, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream as well. I appreciate you. Let's see. I think we might go and see. Oh my gosh. Why don't we go see Belba? We could go see lovely Belba, who I didn't meet, but I hung out with, not hung out. I went to one of her panels at PAX Oz. So let's go see her. All right, cutie pies. Well, thank you so much for joining me today. Thank you so much to everyone who submitted those stories. Please keep on writing, you guys, because in 250,000 more points, we'll be doing it all over again. Yeah, sweethearts, our next stream will be tomorrow. We will be doing Persona 5. Please no spoilers. Please no spoilers. Please no spoilers. Please no spoilers. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Sweethearts, if you are going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Also, I just now realized that I think that yeah, hold on. You probably hear Velvet there. 95% done with moving things and cleaning desks and wiring things for the desk. Let's go! Awesome, Storm. Good job. Very productive day for you. But yes, if you're going to bed, sleep wonderfully well. Have the sweetest dreams. If you're off to do something else, I hope it's the best ever. If you're off to write, get on it. Besides that, cutie pies, let's go see lovely Bilba. Oh, and Clip. Hi there, cutie Clip. Thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Our next stream will be Persona 5. So if you want to come on by tomorrow, cutie Clip, it would be a pleasure to get to know you a bit. And yeah, thank you guys so much for joining me. I will see you guys then. And yeah, until then, make sure you take the best care of yourselves because you know I take the best care of you. Love you lots, miss you terribly. See you soon. Mwah!